Your first week back at Star Heights Academy has come and gone, and slowly but surely you've started to readjust to attending classes and being handed assignments. As a new week begins, you all prepare for the day ahead and make your way to homeroom, but not before seeing an update on your student handbooks. You received this month's issue of the school newspaper, a digital pamphlet loaded with news stories, unique columns, and ads all organized and written by the school's news club, the Shooting Star School News Network. You aren't surprised to see this, as a few issues had been published in the latter half of last semester. On occasion, you've also seen the club commandeer the day's morning and afternoon announcements in the form of a school news broadcast. It's only now that these things become second nature to you and the rest of the school, but you wonder how much value there is in reading their publications. With the school newspaper loaded up, you all enter homeroom and take a seat, and shortly after, Nightwalker joins you. We return to the usual classroom once again. Nightwalker stands at the head of the class, commanding silence with his presence as usual. Good morning, class. I trust that you have all shaken the rust off. This week, we will be testing your limits and pushing past them to afford ourselves ever more room for growth. Previously, we've discussed the priorities of a hero, that our job is to protect civilians as opposed to squashing villains. In the heat of the moment, you may find yourself surrounded by many potentially unrelated threats that must be accounted for to accomplish this. Criminals lashing out, environmental hazards, hostages, trapped civilians, the property of those you are protecting, etc. We will be exercising such prioritization throughout the semester. Later today, you will be tasked with dividing into teams in order to appropriately carry out a variety of search and rescue simulations. Your goal is the same as ever, to save as many lives as you can. I will go over this assignment in more detail at the start of our crime fighting period. As for the rest of this week, you will all engage in a series of power stress tests in which you will be tasked with exercising your abilities to test their limits and attempt to exceed them. Some of your powers may require that you strengthen them through repeated use, like muscles, while others may need to find clever ways to work around their shortcomings. These stress tests will look different for each and every one of you, and as such, your goals and results will differ as well. Prepare for an exhausting week. If I catch any of you slacking, you will receive a failing grade on these assignments. Understood? And he looks to the class.
Yes, Mr. Nightwalker.
Yes, Mr. Nightwalker.
Okay. You hear the cacophony, and he nods. Good. To wrap up homeroom, it is once again time for performance reviews. As we have done in the past, each of you will come to my office for one-on-one meetings and feedback. Please come prepared with any questions you may have for me. When you're not meeting with me, you may spend your remaining time freely. Harry, you're first. Come along.
Oh, okay.
And Nightwalker makes his way to exit the classroom with Terry, leaving the rest of you to wait for your turns. As he heads out of the mechanical sliding doors, a few of your guys' classmates seem a little bit stressed, but for the most part, the atmosphere is pretty casual after Nightwalker's usual morning lecture. As they disappear. Oh, yeah?
Echo leans over and taps Alex on the shoulder.
Nicole?
Is my mic not picking me up again?
Yeah, it is. You just need to get a bit closer to it.
Okay. Yeah, she turns around and looks at him and says, "Hey."
Hey, did you read the newspaper?
Glanced at it a little bit, but I haven't had a chance to read it. What's up?
There's this part here that says, and I'll read it out loud. We thought it was a bad last semester, but we have plenty of spicy stuff to discuss. I'm not allowed to say names though, so I'll use some covert alias. It seems that Her Majesty and the Poltergeist have been beefing. Have BFFs become worse than... he just kind of has this dumb smile on his face. He looks at her.
Your first time reading a gossip column?
They have these?
Everywhere. Absolutely everywhere, my friend.
Oh my, I don't know how to react. It's almost beautiful, but kind of not. Like, should I get involved or should I just kind of, not look at these?
That's up to you.
And he kind of leans back thinking about that.
Can't deny they're entertaining, though.
A little bit, just a little.
Mhm.
Does anybody
Jay
else?
is also
Oh,
kind of leaning over, just to kind of like holding up the article. Sorry.
mhm.
For some reason, I am spacing. Oh yeah, Maya. For some reason, I said a different name. Kind of like leaning over, bringing it up to Maya, like, look, we made the papers.
Her snakes look over as she's like looking at something on her phone, and then she blinks and looks over at you and kind of squints her eyes a little bit and just says, "Oh wow, well I guess that is probably the biggest thing to happen since we got back to school."
Yeah, that's true. Kind of like brushes it off, like sitting it back down. Looking around the class to see, like, watch as everyone else is probably talking about it as well.
Yeah, it seems like, considering school basically opened back up, and that was like one of the first things that happened. It's been about a week since then, so towards the end of last week, people kind of stopped talking about it, but then, of course, this article comes out, and then everybody's kind of, it's brought back to everyone's minds, like, oh yeah, that happened. That was kind of crazy, right? That doesn't really happen a whole lot around this school. So, people are kind of chatting about it.
Cute. That's very cute. Jay is also feeling a little bit nervous about having to talk to the teacher just because they're not sure where their direction is right now. So they're just kind of zoning off as everyone is talking, occasionally chiming in.
All right, well, does anybody else have anything they want to say or anyone they want to talk to? All right. Well, with that, let us move along to follow Nightwalker and Terry. So Terry, you're the first to walk in and take a seat with Mr. Nightwalker. He addresses you as he pulls up some files on his tablet. All right, Terry, let's go over your progress from last semester. How do you feel about your overall performance?
Just across the board or in the specific, keystone events?
Whatever is startling or maybe front and center in your mind.
Well, I think I started off somewhat middling, but honestly that was kind of my expected goal. And then I lost control during the second event, which was miserable, but I think I picked it up towards the end. I think I'm on a steady progress upwards.
He nods, and you're talking to him, and it seems he's preparing something on his tablet, and he quickly flicks the files of interest from his tablet, and you can see as he sends small holograms out into the air nearby. You see iterations of your class's leaderboard from throughout the semester, highlighting your position in each one, as well as a few clips displaying key moments from the physical tests you've taken. Sort of as you're recounting all of these things, he brings them up for you both to talk about. Indeed, you did start the year towards the bottom of the class after your powers ran wild during one of our first combat simulations, but from there, you did maintain a similar position throughout the semester until midterms, where you shot up to 6th in the class. During both midterms, you showed incredible promise. You quickly analyzed the surrounding chaos during the gauntlet and kept yourself in the running, even surpassing other students at key points, despite not having any movement options available to you outside of your... Well, during the combat test, you were also the only defending student who considered moving the goalpost to another location to subvert the expectations of your opponents. You continue to display keen analysis and, on top of it all, resourcefulness, both extremely valuable traits. Would you attribute some of this to your personal experience?
Well, yeah, we are made of our experiences.
What?
I'd say it's a mix of desperation and, you know, wanting to do well.
This desperation you mention, does this come from any particular place in terms of your motivation?
I don't like losing. In anything, really. Most of the time I tamper it down because my expectations have to be managed. I learned that quite early, but I think some people are a bit too laid back in their approach towards things when they could easily strive for more if they were a bit more decisive.
He nods, and he's jotting down some notes. And he makes some, I guess, like, pleasant sort of, grunts and affirmations as you're speaking to him. How have you felt about this course's lessons so far, from the perspective of how you have been able to participate in them?
From a practical standpoint, and by that I mean like how quality they are, I'd rate them very highly. But I've noticed that they're all quite simplistic in goal. Jump this, run there, punch this thing. Not much thought to them. And as you've said yourself, resourcefulness is kind of my top trait. Maybe a few more things with more nuance, but maybe we're getting to that. I'd say for an introductory, just to get a scope of everyone, it's been great. I have been taking notes of sorts on everybody.
He nods. He does say, yes, the amping up, as it were, of our lessons is meant to get everyone along the same page. However, I am pleasantly surprised to see you still flexing your strengths, despite the simplicity of our initial lessons. It is good to see you able to wield your experience.
If someone's truly capable, rule sets won't be enough to tie them down.
Aptly
Nothing a little creativity can't solve.
He nods and says, aptly put. Do you feel as though you have had the resources you need to succeed here?
Oh, definitely. That's probably been the most prominent thing, is how much I'm given to work with. It's led to some incredibly interesting ventures that, well, I haven't exactly seen to fruition, but they're getting there.
He nods. Very good to hear. Well, let's broaden our outlook for a moment. What are your career goals within the field? Hero work can take many forms, as you know, such as active crime fighting, search and rescue, and investigations, as examples. Is there a particular type of work you believe you are best suited for, or a type of work that you would like to aim your efforts toward?
I've definitely been thinking towards investigation. And I could look into this myself, but is there anything in place for anti-corruption?
He gives a nod and jots down your initial notes and says, there is quite a lot that goes on behind the scenes, as is very apparent. It's basically it has been since the Bronze Age that we've needed keen eyes on such things and such key figures, so as to cull the corruption that may be dwelling.
That'd probably be my endpoint then, or something similar.
He nods and jots that down. Potentials in investigation and espionage. I do believe you have the bright mind and sharp eyes for such. Well, I am pleased to see the efforts you've put in up until now. I would ask now that you continue to utilize your tactics to the benefit of your classmates. You will have more opportunities to exercise teamwork, so I do not wish to catch you in silence. Is that understood?
I'll try and corral some people.
He nods.
Can only try my best, though. Dynamics are getting kind of interesting. Put it lightly.
He nods and then he flicks his ear a little bit and says, "Would you care to elaborate on such?"
Teamwork's a people skill. Some people don't exactly get along. They might get in the way a bit, but I think logic works on most people in the class.
He nods and jots down the note and says, "I will not pressure you into an answer, but are there any key figures in the class that you believe to have a problem with such a skill?"
Off the top of my head, Lawrence.
He nods and jots this down.
He's really good at making people angry at him. It's actually impressive.
Yes, he does have quite the streak of such. And Nightwalker kind of puts, his hand to his temple a little bit and gently massages it for a moment. Well, unless you have any further questions or topics of discussion, you may send in the next student. Thank you very much, Terry.
And Terry would just nod before like doing a small bow and just backing out of the room.
All right.
Does he get to pick who goes in next?
You basically are going kind of down the rows with how everyone is sitting.
God,
but yeah,
that's so much of this fun.
Terry, you head on your way back to the classroom, and you end up sending the next student, Nightwalker's way, over to his office. And we pass by a few more students come and go, and eventually, Lily is the next to enter.
Oh, that's me.
And of course, you step into his office and he nods to you. "Welcome, Miss Fox. Please take a seat."
Hello, Mr. Nightwalker. I take a seat.
Mm-hmm. He nods to you, and of course, he'll be doing his general introductions with all of you as you come in. But he pulls up his tablet and begins tapping away at it and asks, "How do you feel about your overall performance last semester?"
Pretty good.
He nods, and it takes him just a moment as he's sending the same small holograms of your class's leaderboards, highlighting your personal positions, clips of you using your abilities into the air. "You have shown a steady climb to your current position of third in the class throughout last semester. Generally, students alternate between climbing and falling, but you continue to display upward growth. You performed admirably during both midterms, notably during the combat test. You and your partner worked in tandem for stellar results. You took charge without sacrificing your partner's agency, which can be a difficult balance to strike. I'm pleased to see you naturally filling the leadership role. Keep up the momentum, as there will be many opportunities to continue expressing those skills this semester."
That's good to hear. It definitely is where I prefer to be. Doesn't really feel good being the one given orders.
You can tell that Nightwalker has cracked a smile under his mask, and he nods and says, "Aptly put. Now, due to the nature of your powers, we have seen a few outbursts which endanger you and those who surround you. However, as time has passed, you've shown a little more consistency, alongside these better results. What is your mentality for why you would choose to apply your powers to a situation, and how do you gauge the threat level to yourself based on the application of your powers?"
You're asking why I choose to, go use the further extents of the power.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't always have a line of logic about it. It's kind of just in the moment, at least in school, I mean, if I'm in danger and I need it outside of school, I do. But like in school, I really just wanted to kick Gabe's ass. So I just kind of went further than I probably, for my own safety, probably needed to.
He nods. He jots some of these notes down, and once again, when you say that, you say sorry. You can tell there's like a stifled chuckle But he continues on and nods and says, "It makes sense. Your powers put you in a precarious position. I would not be surprised if you continued to attempt to not utilize them at all. However, I am curious if there is some element of your powers that we may be able to analyze for your safety, but of course all is such within the lines of whatever is comfortable for you."
I mean, if there's help, I've asked before, and it's not really been given to me. Literally any help in regards to controlling or understanding it that anyone can give, I will take at any time.
He nods, and he taps away at a few more things before setting his tablet down and gives a bit of a sigh, and he says, "Yes, I have kept an extra watchful eye on your footage of using your powers and whatnot throughout the semester, but sadly myself and, well, I believe most, if not all, of the faculty here are not as well versed in magic, though we have been reaching out to professionals to see if there is anything we can find. I do apologize for the position you are in."
I mean, you're not the one who put me in it, so...
Well, steering away from that, how have you
Actually, I do have one quick question
by all means.
related to that. If you're contacting outside people, is there any sort of, like, I don't know, maybe someone with the superpower of deductive reasoning or I don't know, whatever, any, like, superpowered lawyers?
You would be surprised. We have a few of those that are on our list, most of which are actually within the halls of this academy.
Okay. Well, then if I could get, like, some contact info to, like, you know, if I'm trying to get my hands on a certain, you know, trying to figure out the rules and limits of a certain contract that was signed not in my name, and would love to just see if, you know, someone who knows more about that shit could find, could, like, find a loophole for me, or just anything. You know, if there's a legal way out of this, I guess I'd like that.
He furrows his brow, clearly not having expected to hear that, but he nods and says, "If that is what you're looking for, I would recommend either going directly to Headmistress Foresight or speaking to Mr. Liberty Eagle."
Okay. Well, if I have something to show, I'll go talk to the headmistress, I guess.
He nods. Well, in terms of the academy, how have you felt about this course's lessons so far, in terms of how you are able to engage with them?
Not good.
He nods.
I mean, most of them are like, what, day one we had all the track and field stuff. Then we had running through the big gauntlet. Then we had combat. Am I missing any big ones?
He thinks back and...
Oh, the simulation. Yeah, pretty much all of them are, like, pretty clearly favored towards, like, I'm physically strong powers.
What?
Like, if someone's power was just, I don't know, they have the mind of a... well, I guess Joe is more than just a robot. He can also, you know, they can turn into Jay now. They can turn into, like, a car, all that. But, like, if Jay was just, like, I'm smart, Jay would probably be at, like, the bottom, right? Like, if Jay was just good at math really quick, and, you know, knew how to split an atom or something, I don't think that would really work out here. It's just pretty obviously favored towards physical powers, is my point.
Quite right. This is due in part to the division between the technical, support, and crime-fighting courses. However, it is a keen observation, given that from first semester to second, we prioritize the control of one's powers upon first coming into the school, and then move into more nuanced applications on the field. Hopefully this course's lessons will suffice more cleanly this semester. However, I will keep note of that, and he jots it down. In regards to these lessons, do you feel as though you have had the resources you've needed to succeed thus far?
Succeed in regards to the lessons, or just, I don't know, in life?
Learning what you must, succeeding in lessons.
Okay, then I guess, yeah.
He nods. And he jots this down. Well, let's look to the future. Within the field of hero work, is there a type of job that you believe you are best suited for? And additionally, is there a specific type of job you would like to aim your studies toward if the answer is not the same?
I'm not really, I don't really think that's my future in a perfect world.
He nods, and just says to think within the space, in case it were to happen.
Okay. Well, probably not the support course. You know, nothing in there. I'm not really, She's trying to think of how to word it without just saying they're second class again.
I can elaborate further. Within the crime-fighting course, despite the name being focused on combat alone, heroes that go out onto the field to do field work have many different actions they can pursue. You can be stopping active crime, be doing search and rescue jobs to protect people, investigations, etc.
Oh, okay. I guess investigations.
He nods. He'll jot this down.
That could look good in a trench coat.
Well, I would like for you to continue impressing me as you have. Use that voice to command respect and lift those around you. Remember, a great leader understands how to delegate the right job to the right person. Understood?
Understood.
Now, unless you have any further questions for me, you may send in the next student. Thank you.
Yep. I get up and go.
Alright. As you head out and disappear, of course, you walk down the hall, make your way back to the classroom, and eventually, after not too much more time, Echo, you're the next to arrive. Greetings, Echo. Please take a seat.
Hey, Mr. Nightwalker, how are you doing? And he kind of sits down.
I'm doing quite alright. How are you feeling this morning?
Good, a little tired. Interesting bit of news today, but other than that, all's good.
He nods a bit. How do you feel about your overall performance from last semester?
I think I did okay, all things considered. I'm realizing, especially now with my the recent talent show, that I need to just focus more on what I'm good at to just excel at that rather than focusing on many different areas, you know?
It makes sense. And he'll send out the small holograms as he's been doing, to sort of, draw what we know, draw what facts we have, information about your time last semester. They hover in the air nearby. And of course, he actually also sends out some written faculty notes that float in the air.
Uh-oh. Echo looks at those. Uh-oh.
You achieved very high marks very early in the semester, scoring in the top 3 positions for quite some time before getting into trouble on campus. This did drop your scores, but you continued to maintain a high position in the class despite this. I trust you've been staying out of trouble since.
Yes, sir. He kind of rubs the back of his head. Of course, I would never do anything to get me in trouble, on purpose.
Quite. You regularly show a high attention to detail and a perceptive eye. However, at times it seems that you miss the forest for the trees, as you become distractible when enough is going on around you. We saw as much during key moments of the Gauntlet midterm, and he pulls up clips of the Gauntlet midterm towards the very end of it, and a few clips towards the middle. And then
His cheeks go very red. He remembers that.
But he pulls them down back into his tablet. Regardless, it appears that you work very well with others. You've displayed excellent teamwork with a variety of students throughout your time here, from the earliest simulations up to the combat midterm. I understand that you regularly communicate with students from other classes and courses as well. where do you believe this affinity for synergy comes from for you?
Echo kind of thinks about that, and he's like, well, from where I'm from, most of the time we were working with people we don't know to survive, right? So it's kind of just, I assume it's from that whole idea that we can work better together than we can apart, to achieve a goal.
He nods and he's jotting this down as you speak. Well, right. There are many students who come into our school who, well, they come here dreaming of being a solo act, but being a hero is not always such. It is good to be able to see the assets you have around you to work together for a better resolution.
No, exactly, and I find other people's insights quite interesting, actually, and it's kind of fun. It's kind of like a puzzle to me, taking everything and finding a solution to make it work.
He nods and jots this down. In regards to this school, how have you felt about this course's lessons so far?
Good, actually. I felt really good. They're actually finding ways for me to push myself in a way that, I need improving. I only could do so much where I'm from, and this is giving me like a different sort of outlook on that.
I imagine the structure has been new and something to adjust to.
A little bit, but it's almost welcoming in a way. I'm used to things being very unstructured with like raiding ruins and stuff like that, but I find that a little bit of structure is nice every now and then.
He nods. That is very good to hear. Well, do you feel as though you've had the resources you need to succeed within the academy?
Yes, no, more particularly the clubs have been very helpful, kind of finding my niche, as you've seen, and he kind of shows him his grapple that is now attached to his gauntlet.
Oh yes, the engineering club with the technical course, was it?
Yes.
How have you felt about your work with the technical course so far, and any other students that may be working in the same club?
Good. Actually, it's been going well. I'm actually enjoying it a lot. They've been very welcoming, and I wanted to, showcase how cool they are during the talent show. One of the purposes why I did what I did, and it seems that I got a fair few eyes on them, which is really good.
He nods. The engineering club is one of our star clubs in the school. It is well-renowned, as it has been over the years, so it is nice to hear that you've been able to get something good out of it. Regarding the future, your future as a hero, is there a job that you believe you're best suited for on the field between the options you have available to you, and does this differ from a type of job that you would personally like to pursue?
I'll be honest, Mr. Nightwalker, I haven't given it much thought. I'm kind of just taking each day as it goes. Can you ask this question during our next interview, and I'll get back to you on that?
He nods and he jots this down. You are only in your first year here, Echo. I would not press you to have a mandatory answer. I do hope that I can assist you in finding your way, however.
Oh no, of course, I wouldn't expect nothing less from you, sir. And he kind of gives a small smile.
Well, from here on, what I would suggest is that you stay aware of overstimulation. There will be many situations on the field where you will have to solve multiple problems at once, but rushing yourself to do such will only create opportunities for you to miss the mark. When you find yourself overwhelmed by your surroundings, take a brief step back to assess everything before acting. Understood?
Of course, sir.
And Nightwalker nods. Good. If you have any further questions, I would love to answer. If not, you may send in the next student.
What have the other teachers been saying about me? And he says, kind of gesturing to the faculty notes.
Are you asking for faculty gossip?
No, just so I can improve myself, sir.
He cracks a bit of a smile under his mask before continuing, and he just says, as with all of our students, you have much potential. There is some excitement and interest, of course, in the unique experience that you bring and what you may be able to teach to the students around you. However, I do know that Mr. Crumb is not quite as pleased so far with your performance.
Yes, sir. Echo says, kind of looking down. I understand. Thank you for clarifying.
Of course. And if at any time you have any further questions, you may always come to me, whether in my office or my front desk in the classroom.
Of course, sir. Thank you. Is there anything else?
You are free to go.
Thank you, sir. Echo kind of grabs it.
He nods to you as you head out. Echo heads on his way. And of course, a few more students come and go. And after those students pass, it's Alex's turn to enter the office.
Boy.
Welcome, Miss Cruz. Come in.
Thank you.
He offers you a seat. How do you feel about your overall performance last semester?
I mean, there were definitely some rough moments, but I feel like things are getting better. I think I'm getting better at learning to use my powers, how to control them. Kind of narrowing things down a little bit.
He nods. And of course, once again, he taps away at his pad, sends some holograms into the air of the ever-changing leaderboard and clips of your powers in use. As you remember, at the start of the year, you scored in the top half of the class, despite a mishap with your powers causing a reduction in your grade. From there, after each assignment, you've continued to climb until you reached the second position in the class. I've witnessed you wrestling to gain control of your powers over time, and while you still struggle on occasion, I see top-performing potential in you, should you master them, due to the results so far. Your execution using your abilities started off simplistic in nature, but you continue to exercise more creative applications, both in terms of offense and defense, and you performed exceedingly well in both midterms because of this. How comfortable are you with your powers at this point?
I mean, it's still gonna take a while, I feel, before I'm totally comfortable, just knowing how my powers are and what can happen if things go wrong, but I mean, if I had to put a number to it, I'd say maybe 6 out of 10 right now.
He furrows his brow a little bit, but nods and he jots this down. How have you felt about this course's lessons so far in your time here?
Everything has been great. All of the courses have been really, really helpful. Especially all the hands-on stuff.
He nods. He jots this down. Do you feel as though you have had the resources you need to succeed?
Definitely.
He nods again. Well, let's look to your future as a hero. Your grandfather, Captain Gravity, performed hero work alongside his studies in archaeology. While occasionally assisting in search and rescue efforts, he primarily worked crime-fighting jobs. Do you plan on doing similar work, focusing on active crime fighting, or is there another type of work that you wish to pursue?
A big part of the active crime fighting aspect that appeals to me, but at the same time I'm also kind of called to the search and rescue aspect of things, so I guess I'm not 100% sure yet.
He nods and he jots this down as you mention this. Very well. Well, as one final note, when looking for new applications for your powers, look to your classmates and other heroes in the field. Evaluate what they do and how they do it. You may take inspiration from even the most unexpected places, and that inspiration may one day save someone's life. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Now, do you have any further questions for me?
I don't think so. No, thank you.
He nods. Then you may send in the next student. Thank you again, Miss Cruz.
All right.
Alright, you head out of the office, walk down the hall, and a little bit of time passes, of course, once again. All of the rest of the students, one by one, row by row, end up heading out and returning, and at the very back seat, at the very end of the class, we finally reach Jay. entering his office. Welcome, Jay. Please take a seat.
Yeah. Yep. He just kind of plops down.
Due to your unique circumstances, we will be approaching your performance review a little differently. He taps away at his pad and pulls up a few different holograms of the class leaderboard, clips of you using your abilities into the air, but you note specifically that they seem to be divided into two sections. One focuses on Joey, while the other focuses on Joe. Both Joey and Joe performed well across the board. However, their scores consistently hovered around the middle of the class on average. They displayed a natural protective instinct, as well as intuitive and creative solutions to just about every problem they faced. Joey tended to act as a supporter. She would follow the lead of her team and protect them when necessary, specializing in search and rescue tactics. On occasion, she showed a lack of control of her own body, likely having never taxed it in such ways before. Joe, on the other hand, displayed clear leadership qualities. He immediately stepped up to form the Universal Friends Gathering Club and was elected class president soon after appearing. He was learning to properly use his voice to guide others and showed a clear, calculated approach to his problems. Despite the issues he faced during midterms, Joe tapped into something that allowed him to effectively perform at over 100%, surpassing the Academy's own projected limitations of his abilities. During the combat test, when his ally refused to cooperate, he adapted and ultimately succeeded, despite the team earning various point reductions due to a reckless approach in his ally's capture. How do you feel about these performances?
Separate?
Are you
kind of like looking at all of the different images? Like, he describes his feeling as feeling separate from the performances. He's like looking at all of the images on the screen, and he's like looking at like all these people, and he's like, haha, that's not really me.
Mm-hmm. He nods, and he doesn't seem disappointed by that response as he jots it down. And he says, very much, this is an outsider perspective. I would like to know if you have any particular feelings on your response to these, even looking from the outside in.
Just my general feeling about it.
He nods.
I feel like I have some pretty high expectations. I got a lot to live up to, I guess.
Do you believe you might have tackled these situations differently than your predecessors?
Well, yeah, I mean, and Jay like stands up for a second, like, and is pointing at like Joe taking off as a rocket like through the building, and I'm like, I'm sure that had a lot of casualties. I mean, if that was a real situation, I think that would have just taken the whole building down. I mean, and that, I mean, if you look over here, I'm like going over to like one of Joey as Joey is racing through the city and is like hitting the different curbs and like hitting, you know what I mean, like the stuff on the side of the street and stuff. And I'm like, and that's just reckless driving right there. That's what that is.
He nods and jots this down as you speak. And you talk on this, and you bring some attention to these specific situations, and he looks up to you and says, do you believe yourself to be more careful than your predecessors? Or is this all due to hindsight?
I guess it's a bit of both. I haven't really been put into that many situations yet, so I guess I can't talk too much, but I don't know whether or not I'll do better or worse than Joey or Jay, but I know that I'll do things maybe a little different.
Right. Experience is the best teacher, after all.
Yeah.
Well, coming into a fresh new semester, do you feel as though you have the resources you need to succeed here?
Yeah, I do. I also, I guess I'd like more opportunities to figure out more about my powers and how to better use them.
He nods and jots this down. Well, lucky for you, that is primarily the idea between this semester's lessons. You will hopefully have a good fielding ground for that, but if not, please come to me and I will make the adjustments necessary.
Yeah, I think I just need to practice as myself a little bit more, is what it is.
Quite. Well, let us look to the future. In the hero field, do you believe that there is a job that you are best suited for, in spite of Joey or Joe's specifications? And additionally, is there a specific type of work that you would prefer to do?
Jay kind of like looks around for a second and is kind of thinking in their head, and they just look forward and they say, I still do feel connected to doing search and rescue. I like the idea of being on a team that's helping people that maybe only a super could get to.
He nods and jots this down. Very good to hear. You have quite the potential for such work.
Thank you.
Now, I understand that evaluating work that is not necessarily your own, as if it is, must be difficult. Joey has her way of approaching things, as does Joe, and neither may align with your own approach. It would behoove you to focus your efforts into figuring out your own goals. However, I would like for you to, in these efforts, look to your classmates for such. Do not attempt to move forward in a vacuum. Understood?
Yeah, I understand. Though, it's kind of hard sometimes to pick up friendships where someone else left them off.
He nods. It would...
I still, have my friends. It's just hard, yeah.
My advice to you would be to treat your days and your relationships as your own. If there is something that you do not understand or feels disingenuous, I would prefer if you were honest to yourself, as I'm sure the others would as well.
Yeah. I do think that being honest is, like, one of the best ways to be. It's just, hard. But I'm trying not to care about what people think so much either, so that's helping.
Well, if you ever have any problems with such, you know where to find me.
Yeah.
Now, unless you have any further
No,
questions...
for sure.
If you have any further questions for me, I would love to be able to answer. But if not, you may see yourself out.
Jay actually, looks like they're thinking about it for a second. Like, do I have any questions? And then kind of just stands up and is like, all right, I'll head on out. Thank you for all your advice and stuff.
He nods.
Wait, actually, and then he turns. They turn for a second and they go, how do you think that I could get myself up on the leaderboard? In your opinion, I mean.
He furrows his brow and he kind of closes his eyes and thinks for a second. My personal advice to you for moving up the leaderboard. An ambitious request. I believe if you
I've
want
got a
to...
lot of ambition.
It is good to see. I believe if you wish to see results, my recommendation would be take all of the information around you that you can. It is all about finding the inspiration for how to do the job, and finding what needs to be done at the right time. You need to be able to properly assess a situation, what the problem is, and how to dismantle it. And many different people will have many different approaches. There are professional heroes in the field out in Terminal City, faculty members here at the Academy, and fellow students with bright minds. Tap into those. You have many resources, even if they are not directly available to you.
You got it. Nods their head. I'll head on out. As they turn on their heel. Thank you.
He nods. And you see yourself out?
Mhm.
And yeah, with Jay returning to the classroom, eventually all of the students finish their performance reviews with Nightwalker, and the bell rings to send you on to your classes. And after your few classes pass, the bell rings again, and lunch rolls around. And we return to the cafeteria, the dining hall once again. So, you all enter the dining hall, you make your ways down the line, grabbing whatever food looks appetizing to you, before making your way out to find your seats. You have the freedom to go wherever you wish to sit, as usual.
Who saw that coming?
Absolutely taken off guard.
Guess I'll. Oh, I am on the wrong thing. How do I undraw?
I'll get rid of that.
Okay, let me
Oh.
go back to normal. I'll sit right here.
All right.
This will never get old for me.
Over here with Priscilla.
Yep. Actual insane person.
All right. Well, first, we'll move over here to the left. As Lily, you make your way through the line, and of course you sit down at your usual table with Olivia and Gabe sitting across from each other, and as usual, they don't really have much to say to one another.
Oh my god.
You sit down, and Gabe just kind of silently nods to you, and Olivia perks up and just says, "Oh, hey Lily.
Hey, Olivia.
Hey, I know we didn't really get to talk about anything because of class and everything. How did your performance review go? Was Mr. Nightwalker nice?"
I mean, yeah. I've been doing good, so.
And she puts her hands together. "That's good to hear. I guess I shouldn't be surprised."
Was he nice during yours?
I mean, he was nice, but it was a little difficult. It was a little difficult for me.
How so? Was he making it difficult?
No, but I'm just not really sure how to do more or do better with, with my whole deal. He's very nice about it, and he tries to work with me, but
Okay, good.
he is. It's still a little scary to have him looking me in the eyes and asking for my thoughts, and I don't know what to say, and I don't want to disappoint him,
I guess. I mean, yeah, I get it, but I don't know, maybe it's just because I've been doing good, so I don't feel that. Which is a lucky position, I guess.
I guess I don't want to stay at, near the bottom of the leaderboard, but I want to be able to use my powers to do something, but maybe it's just not possible.
No, I mean, the leaderboard's pretty whack.
I guess.
I talked to him about it in the room, how everything has been pretty clearly, skewed towards strong, like Gabe, basically.
Gabe, he just looks over. He's silently listening to the conversation.
You know what I mean, Gabe. It's not an insult. You get it.
No, I understand.
Yeah, you can make fucking force walls and levitate at insane speeds and crush boulders. That's obviously gonna go way better than my power hurts myself, obviously the leaderboard was gonna be skewed for guys like Gabe.
Yes, the leaderboard does seem to be based almost solely on power, and it was only after you started using that you climbed your way up.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I shouldn't worry about it so much, but Mm. And then the table falls silent.
We need a new fourth.
Meanwhile, we'll cut over to... let's cut over to the rightmost table as Terry. You come to sit down, and over here, this feels very familiar to you, as you come to sit down, and Lawrence just has his head, like, he's like massaging his temples as Triffany is just sort of talking at him, seemingly about inane random bullshit. But you sit down and she perks up and she just says, "Oh, hello, Terry.
Oh, hello.
Welcome, welcome." Yeah, thank God. Hey, how'd your, you know, the talk with Nightwalker go?
Oh, as expected, I think.
So, is that good, or?
Nothing happened that surprised me.
Okay. Well, that's, you know, that's good, I guess. Surprises aren't super fun. Mine went spectacularly. It was wonderful to be able to speak and, what is the saying? To grab his brain? It was very nice to be able to do such.
Yeah, it's a good idea to, talk to people and grab their brain for ideas that are fun.
Yes, and speaking of such brain grabbing, I wanted to make my way over and ask you about our little passion project.
Oh yeah, a collaborative work.
Yes.
Indeed, it's probably a good idea to start on it now.
Lawrence
More
just,
soon.
Lawrence just sort of looks between the two of you, keeping his voice down, keeping his hat down. And he's just like, says, I mean, is this like, well, are we just gonna like meet in the labs to do this? How I don't even really know what you're, I mean, I know I'm the one like mixing stuff together, but...
Well, I was thinking. Well, okay, maybe this isn't the best place to talk about this. He'd like look around, like he'd like look over his shoulder and like look around. Well, let's just say we're gonna start with science, and then see if we can mix in magic. And then I have more thoughts with regards to application. And staying power, is what I'll label it as for the moment.
Okay, well, I mean, you know, I'm excited whenever we want to get to it. I guess you just like let me know and I'll, you know, open up my schedule. I mean, I'm a busy guy, so you know, but I'll see what I can do. But you know, I'm here for it.
With regards to this mixing of minds and potentially powers, I do believe we should be careful with it, though. Lawrence, you would know this best. Magic can be finicky, spontaneous.
Yeah. It is like you do one thing wrong and you have no idea what's gonna happen. It's crazy.
I know. Now, as you know, my own power, my fear toxin, has a incredibly defined medical antidote. The moment we add magic to the mix, that is probably no longer going to be effective. So, at some point, after we get past the development phase of this, I'm probably going to go to Catalyst and maybe need your help with talking to him with regards to what I will call an emergency brake button in case this goes horribly out of control. Considering what I'm envisioning, such an event would be... I don't want to say catastrophic, because that sounds like I shouldn't be doing this, but...
No, yeah, this
unwanted.
Is totally fine.
Unwanted. So, even though I am quite interested, Triffany, to start our work together, we should be a tad more cautious than normal considering the scope.
Very well. Well, as Lawrence here said, if at any time you require my service, you need simply tell me and I will come flying.
All right.
That said, if we will be working together on such a project, I was very eager to come and get to know the both of you a little bit better. We have only gotten to speak so much. And Lawrence is just like, yeah, some of us not at all.
Yeah, that's fair. I can't promise to be too, forthright about myself, but I'll try my best.
Oh, it is
Ah.
quite all right. Just, please, be yourself.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm definitely not going to compromise on that. Neither will Lawrence, probably.
Yeah. And Triffany just smiles with her big wide eyes and gives a giggle, seemingly not understanding, the weight of either of you saying that and looking to each other.
Yep. But to progress.
Yes, to progress. And she grabs it. You see she has a few glasses with various sodas in them, and she starts clinking them against both of your guys' glasses. And she, starts talking your ears off about things, and you very quickly notice that she is one to just sort of talk and lead a conversation and talk about things that you and Lawrence don't really seem to have much input in otherwise.
Terry would try his best to follow along and talk every once in a while, but he's totally lost. He has no idea how to deal with this. It's
So
oh, this
now-
reminds me of Pincer. Oh.
Now, we'll move along to the top table. As Alex and Echo, you guys make your way over, and of course the table is crowded, there's a lot of conversation happening, and both of you take a seat. Nelson waves to the both of you. Ah, welcome!
Nelson
What'd you say, Nicole?
said, "Hello, Nelson."
He gives you a smile and a wave.
Hey, Nelson. And Echo claps his back as he sits down.
Haha, yes, hello! And then he claps you on the back a little too hard.
He tries to hide it after saying that, and he kind of makes it a stretch, ha 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 ha. And he's his arms sweats, ah.
Eugene just snickers as you get slapped on the back, and Nelson looks to you both and says, "So, how were both of your reviews today? I trust you both did swimmingly."
Too bad.
Mine went fine. Actually, really surprisingly well. He gave me a little bit to think about.
Yes, very good. Our Mr. Nightwalker, he isn't very transparent about a whole lot at times, but he does give a lot of good food for thought. It was very exciting to be able to talk to him about such, but I'm still always very curious about more of his thoughts, but I try to pick his brain about certain things and he just won't budge on them. But either way, I feel very good about my progress so far. And Evan claps him on the shoulder and says, yeah, you've been doing a good job, number one. You've been doing a good job. And Nelson just sort of laughs.
Echo just shakes his head and eats one of his skewers.
And
Speaking of number one, and Echo kind of looks over.
to Eugene. You look over to Eugene, and he gives a little mischievous smirk as he looks over and says, "New number one, huh? I don't know, maybe I should test that out. Are you really all you're cracked up to be, Mr. Boyle?" And Nelson says, "Oh, absolutely. It's why I'm one of the best members in the honor roll. Though I suppose we're all top seed contenders, aren't we?" And he looks over to Gloria, and she gives a little sheepish smile and says, Yeah, I mean, we're all good at what we do. But I mean, hey, it is good to hear that you've been doing well and you've climbed up to number one. That's remarkable." He gives a little grin, and they start sort of chatting about that.
Gloria, quick question for you, just because I'm curious and just want to pick your brain. What position is Eugene here in your leaderboards?
He looks away, and she chuckles, and she says, I mean, he always seems embarrassed about it, but I mean, he's in the top 4 in our class."
Oh, and Echo looks over with a big smile.
I know, I could be doing better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you talk a big game, but you can't even beat the top 3. That's a shame. That's a true shame.
Shut it. I beat you, and I removed you out of your own top 3. I take a victory in that.
Mm-hmm.
Gloria frowns a bit and just says, our class has kind of fluctuated a little bit, but we have a few star players, I guess.
Who are the top 4?
She pulls up her leaderboard and opens it up. Let's see here. Okay. Our top 4... I mean, we start with Eugene, of course. The next up is myself at number 3. then Starwalker over here, she kind of like nudges him, and he just keeps eating without, an expression on his face. And then at number 1 in our class is Vizula.
Really? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Glory, I thought you'd be up there, like, up the top 1, to be honest.
I've bounced between 3rd and 1st place. Those seem to be the 2 places they're calling to me, I guess, and she kind of giggles.
Huh. Echo kind of thinks on that. That actually was news. That looks like news to him as he kind of eats his skewers.
Mm-hmm. But I'm actually kind of surprised. I mean, I thought that Haley over here would for sure be in the top 3, but she's... I'm not putting in 110%. I mean, I know you could do so much. Don't get on this again. Eugene just kind of he kind of leans over to you, Echo, and he's like, she's always getting on Haley's case about this kind of thing. I mean, I kind of don't blame Haley, but at the same time, I think it's a bunch of wasted potential, honestly.
What is her powers?
Oh, she doesn't have a power.
Oh. So, like, technology then?
I guess. Not quite like the technology you use, though. She uses more mixed martial arts, gadgets, that sort of thing. She just sort of uses whatever she can.
Wild. That's actually kind of cool, though.
She is quite impressive, but she isn't really keen on putting forth a whole lot of effort. But just makes more room for me at the top, I suppose.
I mean, you could try to push her buttons and get her to, try a little harder.
Yeah, and probably not necessary.
Why? You have a way of getting in people's nerves.
I'm not sure I'm quite a fan of how you put that, but I will choose to ignore it.
He gives a small wink and just goes back to his skewer.
Either way, it's not my job to pull everyone else's weight and make sure everyone else is actually doing the job correctly. He makes eye contact with Haley, which she just furrows her brow at. And she just kind of keeps eating silently.
Who was your homeroom teacher again?
Oh, and Gloria pipes up. Our homeroom teacher's Great Oak.
How are they as a mentor?
I mean, they're pretty cool. They listen to us whenever we've got problems and whatnot. They talk a little slow sometimes, which can make lessons reach time and reach the bell. But I mean, Great Oak is really thoughtful. Honestly, I would not trade Great Oak for any of the other teachers in the academy. Not that they aren't all great, but I don't know. I mean, they're our teacher, right? So, yeah. And she fluffs her hair back and she smiles as if that was a pretty thorough and clear explanation. And Alexis over here just chuckles and says, they're a good teacher. They give us a lot of good feedback.
Well, that's good. So, if Great Oak teaches us English, does that mean Mr. Nightwalker teaches you something?
Oh, yeah. Nightwalker teaches us... He's teaching us history, right? Yeah, I think so. Or no, he's... When do we see Mr. Nightwalker? Do we see Mr. Nightwalker? I just kind of said that without... No, I don't think we do, actually. Huh. Wait, then why did you think he taught us history? I think I stepped in on one of his history classes. I don't know. I'm not really paying much attention. Alexis just goes to keep eating.
I got it. No, it's understandable. It's easy to space out.
Meanwhile, Lewis is over at the side. He's just sort of, silently eating away at his food, and his wings kind of twitch and flap a bit and smack Eugene in the shoulder. And he just groans at him, looks over, and then kind of scoots a little bit to the side, bumps into you, Echo, then groans again and just keeps eating quietly, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Echo kind of just gives him a small smile and kind of nudges him back that way.
Don't press your luck.
Alex is quietly laughing, watching all of this interaction.
What are you gonna do? Start another food fight? We might end up in the news.
No, well, Despite being at ground zero for that, I'm surprised they didn't throw me under the bus again, so I'm gonna be playing it a little safe for a while.
What do you think? What undercover name would they give you?
What are you talking about?
Well, they had to cover up the names. They gave, and he kind of pulls up the newspaper.
Oh, you're reading that schlock.
Yes.
Yeah, from the school news club. I don't know, they give the most inane names to things.
What do you think yours would be?
I don't know, maybe they would just call me by my last name and call me Prince.
I always forget that. Did Echo know that his last name was Prince?
I don't know, maybe. You might have.
Echo kind of nods. The Prince. That sounds right up your alley, to be honest.
Quite. And he kind of, like, you know, he polishes his nails on his shirt really briefly.
Echo kind of like going around thinking of what everyone else's nicknames would be.
Yeah, Nelson gets excited and starts chatting with you, trying to come up with monikers for everyone at the table, which, you know, a few people at the table think is kind of funny considering you guys have superhero names. But regardless, you guys start on that. At the same time, we'll move down to Jay, as you sit down at the table with mostly club members. You know, there are a few extra people here. Danny, of course, is sitting down where you've sat and, you know, shoots you a little salute with 2 fingers as she's eating.
Jay is watching a video of, like, it's basically one of those marine animal documentaries.
Mm-hmm.
And it's and it's like literally like about an octopus at the table, and as he's watching it, like you can hear the voice like coming from it being like, the octopus are invertebrates that also include squid and cuttlefish, and Jay's like, but look at it, look how it moves, look at that complete camouflage blending in with its surroundings. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy, right?
You see, like, Kathleen has, like, teleported and is, like, grabbing you and looking over your shoulder, and Vizula's kind of peeking over, and Aiden has, like, extended himself and is hovering over your tablet watching. And yeah, you seem to have pulled in a pretty good amount of interest in this, as Aiden's like, wow, that's crazy. I wish I could move around like that.
It's a cephalopod. That's what it's called.
Huh.
And like the British narrator voice is still being like, the cephalopod moves its limbs across the sand. And like Jay's just completely enthralled with this for a second.
Vizula gives a soft smile and says, it is quite an efficient way of life.
And they get to be pretty big too. They can be huge.
Mm-hmm. And he nods and just sort of keeps watching. And Kathleen is, like, shaking you and is like, oh, do you think a shark's going to appear and eat it? Do you think it's gonna fight off the shark? Oh, do you think an octopus could grapple with a shark?
I don't know. This is my first time watching this, honestly.
I'm on the edge of my seat, she says, standing behind you.
I like the idea of all of us, like, on the edge of our seats, but the voice is just like, and watch as it moves slowly.
Yeah, like, Danny is like, you know, she'll like glance over ever so often, but she's looking at her phone. Maya and Robert are just sitting back, and they're like passively engaged, but they're not, you know, there's clearly a group at the table that are very actively enthralled with this video.
Yeah, okay, good. Even more, the way they get these videos is because of submarines.
Oh, submarines! That sounds so cool and kind of scary, but also, I don't know. I mean, I just can't imagine, like, being in a little room and then it might, like, suddenly fill with water if something goes wrong.
No, that doesn't happen very often. These naval vessels are very capable of propelling themselves and keeping themselves safe, even whenever they're thousands of feet below. It's honestly incredible.
I'm just surprised you'd think that with the big openings that they have that it'd be full of water and it would get soggy pretty fast.
Jay like has a brief moment just like thinking about it, It's like, but the people on the submarines, they know what to do. They won't let it get soggy inside.
I guess. I'm still always impressed by... I mean, they had to have to make a pretty big submarine.
Yeah, but even though they're big like that, they're still stealthy. The only way you can detect them is with sonar.
Oh. I mean, I guess smell doesn't really carry underwater, but what if they drop some of their toppings?
What do you mean?
Like, do you think if they dropped a tomato, a shark would be able to follow them and attack their sub?
But a submarine isn't a sub sandwich. Oh my god, Aiden, look! And like flips to show like what a submarine looks like. It's a Navy vessel that is capable of propelling itself beneath the water. It's like a cylinder, Aiden.
Oh, it's like the sandwich but made of metal.
Yeah, it's a metal sandwich. Carries people inside.
Wow, that's incredible. That probably won't get soggy at all.
No, it's metal. Metal.
Aiden just smiles. And
I love that.
Kathleen shakes you and says, "Ooh, pull up pictures of fighter jets next."
Okay, fighter jet. What kind of fighter jets?
I don't know, any of them. There are some with really cool letters in their names, right?
Okay, I'm gonna show you a Lockheed Martin.
Oh my goodness, I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool.
Just pulls up pictures of a fucking F-22 Raptor.
You pull it up and she says, "Hi, Martin."
It's literally the most lethal fighter jet that was ever built.
That was a good bit, Ethan.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys are looking over some fighter jets. Meanwhile,
Yeah, we're looking at videos online.
we'll cut back over to the top table really quick, as it seems like we've got some names being decided on.
These are the initial ones Echo would pitch.
You wanna read them out for us?
So from top, in order from top to bottom, left to right, we got Guardian,
Okay.
Prince,
Of course.
Portal,
Kind of boring, but so are you, so carry on.
Too Many,
Nelson furrows his brow, like, why is my nickname Too Many? But is that a nickname?
It's like it's a moniker. It just kind of is what you do.
Oh, you know what? I'll trust you. He puts his hand on your shoulder. I'll take on the moniker with pride.
If you have any other ideas, let me know.
No,
This is just an
No, you know what? I wouldn't be able to come up with a good one for myself, so I'll take the one that my friend has given me with pride.
I'm so glad you like it. Wild Hair.
That's almost my hero name. Is that maybe a little too, obvious?
I mean, Prince, Portal. I really am the only one to make portals. They are kind of obvious. It's like
Okay,
kind of like
yeah. You know what? Actually, fair point. You continue.
Storm,
I like it.
Kick Ass.
Haley just smirks and gives you a nod.
Echo gives a thumbs up. Star Student,
Aw.
Nova.
No comment from him. He just kind of looks at you with a blank expression.
He gives a thumbs up regardless. And Graph.
Alex, do you have thoughts on your nickname?
Yeah, I said that makes sense.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, initial pitch. Let me know. We can workshop these a little bit. Echo says as he's like writing these down in his journal.
It's not my strong suit, but I do appreciate your effort. I definitely don't think I could do any better.
I mean, thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
It's casually leaving. Echo kind of nods and writes these down. And after a few moments, as like everyone kind of settles down, he actually looks over to Kenzie as she gets up. Hey, Eugene.
Yes.
Question for you.
I hope it's not a stupid one.
I mean, I'd argue you'd think anything coming out of my mouth is stupid.
Okay, fair. Carry on.
And he kind of leans in and just kind of whispers, "Has Kenzie said anything about me at all?"
He gives a little smirk and says, "Oh, whatever do you mean, Echo?"
Just hitching it out there. Curious. She worked on the talent show recently. I'm just, wondering.
Oh, you mean after the talent show, after break, and after the whole thing that happened at homecoming?
Yeah.
No, she hasn't mentioned you at all. Why?
Okay. He puts a hand on his chest and lets out a small breath.
And at that, you look forward, and anyone else that may have eyes on the general lunchroom would see this. But Kenzie has created a paper airplane and has thrown it, and it seems that Gloria reaches down to grab something at the perfect time for it to fly and hit you straight in the forehead.
Oh, Echo takes it like a champ. He kind of recoils and kind of he didn't see where that was coming. He's too busy talking to Eugene. But he could he piece together it was from her?
Yeah, you know, it kind of taps you in the forehead, and you're like, "What the hell?" And you look over, and instantly you can see her wiggling her fingers, and then using one finger to kind of point at the paper airplane that's in front of you.
Echo kind of gives a small wave back, and he looks down at the paper airplane, and he kind of hums, and he goes to open the letter.
You open the letter, and it says, "Talk to me dirty."
Echo his face goes red, and he immediately shoves it in his journal and closes it.
And Eugene, you look over, and he's just he is giving you the most smug, shit-eating grin.
You didn't see that.
No, I didn't see anything. Not at all.
No, I don't want to hear it. You didn't see that at all. And Echo looks to see who saw it.
It seems you look around the table. You see there are a lot of people that are in conversation. Notably, Haley just locks eyes with you for a second before looking back at her phone. And Nelson looks over and says, "What's the matter, Echo? Did something happen?"
Oh, no, just took a paper airplane to the head. It's no big deal.
"A paper airplane?" And he stands up and looks around. "Who's throwing paper airplanes?"
No, it's fine. He kind of gestures him to sit down. It's fine. It was just a don't worry about it, Nelson. That's
but you
fine.
said it hit you. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm just a little red in the face. He just kind of rubs his face.
Did you get a paper cut? Where is this paper airplane? I will dispose of it for you.
No, it's fine. I already threw it in a portal. We're good.
Oh. Okay. Is that considered? Well, I guess if you throw it in the fire dimension, it'll just burn up.
Yeah, exactly. It's not littering if it's, in a place that literally will burn it and full of gases. Anyways, cool. Yeah, no, we're good. Echo looks over to Kenzie. What's she doing?
Kenzie is she is looking in your direction, and she is beckoning you with one finger.
Yeah. Echo kind of rubs the side of his nose as he looks to Nelson. I don't know what to do.
What do you mean?
Nothing. I meant Eugene. He looks to Eugene. I don't know what to...
And Eugene just kind of looks over at her and sighs and shakes his head and just says, "My advice is to avoid her."
Yeah, no, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it would be funny if you tried.
You're just the best. You give the best advice. You know that?
Oh, I know I do.
Echo sighs. And he kind of he gets up and goes to walk over to Kenzie.
Have fun.
Yeah. You can tell, Alex, as Echo walks by, his face is red. He's dying inside.
As you walk by Evan, he was talking with Alex about something for a minute, and then he sees you get up and kind of looks to Eugene, then leans over and looks to Kenzie, who's still beckoning you, looks at you, and he just kind of shakes his head and sighs ah, boy, it's always the girls with this one.
Alex gives Echo a sympathetic look as he walks by.
Knock her dead.
Can we say that as Echo passes, basically like the group watching the videos with me, we just all erupt being like, whoa! And then being
Yeah.
like, I can't believe that shark came out of nowhere.
Yeah, you guys comment on the shark attacking the octopus. You're like, oh, whoa! Yeah, Echo makes his way down. And, yeah. You arrive, and, Kinsey, she just sort of crosses her arms, and she, wiggles her shoulders a little bit, and just says, "Hey there, stranger."
Hey, I did not expect that, I'll be honest.
I know, that's why I did it.
Why?
Because it got your attention, didn't it?
Yes, what's up?
So, I'm just curious. It's been a few days, and I haven't really heard anything about any plans, so... Have you been putting thought into that?
I have actually. What? Because I'm new to this, I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm.
What are some places you like?
I think it'd be more fun to see what places you like, Echo.
Here's the thing. I'm worried the places I like won't meet up to what you like.
Hmm.
I'm still new to this whole...
Well, I guess if you're gonna twist my arm, I think that if we were to go out for a nice dinner, and maybe see a movie together, maybe a romantic walk in the park, I think doing all of those things sound really fun.
Any preference on movie?
Something
Funny?
something tantalizing. Something that'll really get me going, you know?
Okay. His face is just getting redder and redder.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, but I'm sure I can figure it out. I'm a smart guy.
And she slams her hand on the table, and she says, horror movie, 100%.
What did you say?
A horror movie? We have to see a horror movie together, Echo.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the prime movie for a date going.
Truly.
So I want to see a horror movie, and I want to go out to dinner, and I want to walk in the park.
Okay. I will keep that in up here, you know? And he like taps the side of his head. He opens his journal to write that all down, and he sees the paper airplane. Do you want this back?
No, you can keep of it and think of me when you see it.
Okay. Thank you, Kenzie.
Of course.
I'm gonna go finish my meal. Is there anything else?
Just promise me you'll look over here every so often. I'd come join you, but the table's kind of crowded. Unless you... Well, I guess I could always come sit in your lap.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be, you know, good for, like, you know, because everyone
Why
would think,
not?
I just... People might...
Wait, don't tell me. Echo. You're not feeling a little embarrassed, are you?
Embarrassed? No, bashful, more like, to be honest.
Oh, come on, Echo. That's so funny. You don't have to be embarrassed. It's perfectly normal.
You know, Is it? He seems genuinely Is this fine and gelatin?
It's true.
What are you thinking?
Let's do this date first before we go that fast, you know?
Whatever you say.
Cool. Yeah, I'll wave at you and, you know. Enjoy the is she eating?
It seems like she already took her food and put it away.
Enjoy the rest of your lunch, okay?
Okay.
And he kind of like taps the table twice.
She wiggles her fingers, and when you tap the table, she just kind of puts a hand on your arm briefly.
He lets that happen for a couple seconds before, like, you know, a small pat on the shoulder. Goes to head, his face red as morning sun.
She just chuckles to herself and says under her breath, "He is so easy. to which nobody else at the table hears.
God.
Meanwhile, Joe, you and everybody else at the table are, of course, watching your video. We'll move over to the side to Lily's table. As Lily, you're just kind of sitting here, maybe in silence. Maybe you try to drum up conversation with Olivia, but it seems like Olivia had kind of like pointed out when Echo was walking over to Kinsey and them talking for a second, and then of course he walks back to his table.
I don't get it.
What do you mean?
Just like the appeal, I guess.
Maybe,
I don't know.
Maybe maybe she just has a type. I mean, like, I guess I kind of get it. Like, there's kind of an innocent charm to what he has going on when you forget, the stuff from Homecoming being a little awkward.
I guess if you want to call it charm. It kind of just, he has no idea what's going on, and she is taking advantage of that. Which, like, I guess get the bad girl, but, like, I don't, I feel like there's other kids that are probably more worth the time.
Olivia just kind of shrugs. Yeah, I don't know.
We need a fourth so bad.
Olivia just sighs and says, "I'm sorry."
You don't have to. And see, we just need a fourth so bad. You don't have to apologize. It's fine. Things were so balanced before.
Should we invite Kathleen back over, or do?
No, she's like. I mean, Kathleen's cool, and she can. I'll hang out with her sometimes, but she's like too much. Like Kathleen is not an everyday food,
Yeah,
she's like a treat that you take when you've had like a good day, so you can cheat a little.
Yeah, I guess she is kind of a lot. I guess Triffany was like the perfect amount of a lot, but her and Kathleen could really go. But also, I mean, it's not really a bad thing. I never felt like I needed to say anything, so that was kind of nice for what it was.
Mm-hmm. God, who's even... Gabe, do you have, like... No, you don't.
He just, like, looks to you, and then you cut off your own question. He shrugs and keeps eating.
It's a real pickle.
Yeah, Lily, as you kind of rack your brain and look around and scope out the lunchroom, we'll also move over the opposite way to Terry's table. As Terry, you may also catch Echo doing a little bit of walking around and acting a little flighty, but otherwise,
Oh yeah, Terry
Triffany's-
watched that at Kyron exchange
Triffany had been
as
chatting...
he's quietly eating.
She had been chatting your ear off about, like, just things that she finds interesting, and she noticed that you noticed it, silently watched it happen, and then she looks back to you and just says, "I am surprised that they are still a thing after everything that transpired."
It's an interesting... I don't want to call it a relationship. It's more like a dynamic force. I don't know. It's concerning, I suppose.
Though I am quite surprised. Echo has been in a lot of these relationships. I wonder if he is a serial boyfriend.
I think he's too... it's not even trusting. Trust requires an understanding of the situation. It's more like... Lawrence, do you have a way to describe this? I'm honestly at a loss for words.
I don't
Very
know,
unique
man.
situation.
I barely get it, and I'm not even a part of it. I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, he just kind of seems like a loser like me, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But what's the worst that could happen?
Triffany like looks over in the direction that Echo's walking and just says, he does seem to be a little more desired now than before. She just kind of silently thinks on that. And then she looks back to you guys. So, I am curious, have either of you heard any hot goss around the school? And she gives a wide smile. We'll cut away from that table to Echo as you return to your group up here at the top table.
Echo is walking by Alex, his face redder than he left, which is quite the accomplishment.
And Nelson, watches you come back and sit down and just says, "Oh, welcome back, Echo."
Hey, Nelson, how are you?
"I'm doing quite all right." And Eugene, just kind of, he's still smirking. He's like, "So, how did it go?"
Good. Does any of you know any good horror movies?
And you field the question to the table. You get a few kind of ambient responses of classics that people had seen before, but nobody's really seeming to have on mind is there a horror movie that's out or something? So a few people pull out their phones and start thinking about it and searching it.
Oh, and Echo kind of just goes to eating, his face still red.
I have to say, Echo, you look quite dapper in the collar she has you in.
I'm sorry, collar?
Yes, sorry. I suppose that this may not be a saying where you're from, but seems like she's got you on a sort of a leash.
No, I'm not on a leash. Give me a little bit of credit here.
Oh wait, I think she's waving over to us again.
Echo looks over.
She's not.
Hey, guy! Echo just kind of punches his shoulder really hard.
You do that, and he grabs your head and starts gripping your hair a little bit. He's like, "Hey, don't push your luck," I said. And Nelson's like, "Hey, cut it out, you two." He lets go and just dusts his hand off. And Gloria just sighs and says, "Well, I think it's kind of cute. I mean, she's seemingly got a little bit of puppy love. It's just a little, she's just a passionate person is all."
Forward, let's say forward.
Very forward.
She done this to anybody else?
Well, no, but I guess I haven't really known her that long, so who's to say?
She didn't flirt with anyone in your class at all?
Not really, no. I'm
Huh.
trying to think. I don't think so.
Interesting. Okay.
Echo, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, if this makes you really actually uncomfortable, I can try to do something about it. We could tell a teacher.
No, it's fine. I can figure this out. Thank you, though.
Okay.
So,
If you're sure, but I mean, if it ever gets uncomfortable, just you can let any of us know.
no, of course.
Eugene just smiles and says, "I personally think he's loving it. I think he's loving the attention."
Echo shoots him a side look.
Well,
No, that's... And he kind of takes over Eugene's mannerisms and makes... No. That's more your thing, Eugene.
he just looks at you with a level gaze for a second before brushing his hair back a bit and just says, "Well, people that are meant to be in the spotlight should act like it, That's all I'm saying." And he just picks up his food and goes to take it, to dispose of it.
And as he walks away, he goes, "And yet you weren't in the talent show."
He stops a bit and grimaces and just keeps going. It's like, "He's just gonna lord that over me." Just walks away.
Echo nod, taking that W.
Mm-mm-mm. And he walks away to, you know, to dispose of his tray and whatnot. And Evan looks over to you, Alex, and is just like, so those reviews were kind of harsh. I mean, did yours go better, or like was Nightwalker cool about it? I assume it wasn't too bad for you.
Wasn't too bad. Definitely could have been a lot worse. But it sounds like yours didn't go too great. What happened?
I mean, like, yeah, and it didn't go awful, but I don't know. It's just I've had one misstep after another, and I really just feel like I've been falling down a flight of stairs over the past semester, and he really. I mean, again, like it's all constructive. I get it, but like he really let me have it. He laid into me, so I'm not feeling great, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, I get it. I definitely felt like that for a good portion of the semester myself. I guess we just kind of have to keep in mind there's a reason he does what he does, and a reason that he told you everything he told you today. So he just wants to make sure that we stay safe when we go out and become actual heroes and know everything that we need to know.
No, I know. I mean, it's a little hard to hear that considering you're right up at the class with Mr. Number One over here, and he nudges Nelson, and Nelson kind of looks at him a bit sadly, and he says, I don't know, I'm worried this is just going to continue, and I'm going to backslide to the bottom of the class, which, I mean, again, with all the lessons and everything, I know Nightwalker said, like, hey, the scores mean different things for different people, and, all the lessons are going to be geared towards different tool sets and whatever, and like, hey, as long as you're trying your best, even if you're at the bottom, it's fine. I get that, but like, I don't know, I figured I'd be doing better than I am, and it's kind of embarrassing after I said I was gonna, beat you to the top, and I don't know.
If you ever, want to work together, do a study session, anything like that, I'm totally down.
Yes, I am too, Evan. Please, by all means. I mean, I thank you guys. I don't know what there is that I can do better, but maybe it's just been circumstantial. I'll figure it out.
Sure you will.
When you guys continue chatting to yourselves, as we'll briefly move back over to Terry's table, as Terry, after talking with Triffany a little bit, and she was going on for a while, and then you guys talked about Echo for a bit, she looks over to you two, and just says, "Oh, so have either of you heard any hot goss around the school?"
Is this the perfect time to do a rumors roll?
A rumors roll? Yeah, you and Triffany are fucking, you're scheming, you're putting your ears to the ground, and you're trying to hear about whatever rumors you may have heard.
Information is power. That's mundane, right?
Yes.
Okay, I have a -1 on that. Please, rolling gods, make Terry fail, because that's really funny. No!
Alright, so you've heard rumors, so is there anything in particular that you've, like, kept an ear out for, that you've wanted to know more about?
No, Terry's been, like, pretty self-absorbed recently with, like, his own thoughts, so he hasn't exactly been like, wow, I wonder what's going on in the school. So he'd kind of just, like, have his ear out for general information.
Mm-hmm. Well, according to what you've heard on the ground level, according to what you've heard on the ground level, it seems like the students that are in, like, the news club have really been going out and getting themselves into some trouble. Like, they've been going out into the city, and they've been, like, making their way into places they're not supposed to be. They've been, like, tracking down people and asking them questions, and they just sort of keep getting into trouble. So everybody's been just talking about, like, man, that news club, am I right? Really just a rowdy bunch of individuals. And you've also heard specifically that Tracy Abernathy who has her own little column in the school newspaper, has been doing a lot of snooping around the school, which has landed her in some pretty hot water as she has continued to appear in places like, the faculty lounge. She's like popped out of people's lockers. You've heard that she's like appeared in the locker rooms for the guys to ask people's questions. So she's really just been getting into it.
Has anyone come up with any crackpot reason as to why she's doing this? Or is she just doing it to get news?
I mean, people assume that she's just kind of, she's weird about her news. She's
Just
always just
running
like,
around.
I'm gonna find the story. I'm gonna find the scoop. And so people are like, I get it, but she's being fucking weird about it, is kind of the general take.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so Terry would relay that about how, like, the news club is going absolutely insane. Like, they've lost all respect for, like, personal boundaries and are actually just hiding in random places.
Triffany just, like, fancy
Knowing
tuck her
that,
hands.
Terry would actually be, like, there's a reason why he's kind of been, like, not actively talking about his plans, is because he's worried at some point she's, like, one of the news club people's gonna, like, pop out of, like, a fucking vent in the wall and, like, clamber away.
Gonna, like, start crab walking. So yeah, you talk with the other two, and both of them look to each other, back to you, and nod in agreement of like, oh, that would be kind of scary to get Tracy's eyes on you. So best to keep it on the down low as you have with hushed whispers. So Lawrence and Triffany agree. They're like, okay, we won't bring it up. We'll just sort of leave it in your hands for when the time is right. Yeah, you guys discuss all of that, and Triffany also starts giving a little bit of gossip about random people around the school, and you guys end up discussing and chatting about all of that. And of course she circles back to some of the rumors you guys have heard before. But eventually, unless anybody has anything pressing that they want to do during the lunch period, time is going to pass us by, and eventually we're going to reach the bell once again. And of course, at the lunch bell ringing, the day will continue as usual. And once the final period arrives, you and the rest of your class gather and follow Nightwalker to prepare for today's training. Get this set up here. So, you all follow Nightwalker out of the school and head to the dome. Upon entering the waiting room, you see Nightwalker preparing the dome for today's simulation by tapping away on his handbook. Eventually, he swipes something up towards the panel on the wall, and then a large holographic monitor appears in the air. The monitor displays 4 regions that have transformed into a variety of harsh climates and natural disasters. You see a city by the ocean being ravaged by a flood, a series of burning apartment buildings, a highway that has collapsed under a massive landslide, and a ski lift shrouded by a blizzard. Nightwalker speaks up. As you can see, the dome has been divided into 4 areas. Today's assignment will be focused around search and rescue missions, with the goal of saving as many civilians as you can from natural disaster situations. Environmental threats appear in many forms. The ability to keep a level head during such chaos is vital, so you may properly assess the situation. You never know when succumbing to rash action may cause you to miss something crucial. As a class, you will be in charge of dividing yourselves into teams of 4. You will be graded on your team building, as well as your decision-making during the simulation. All teams should have the synergy necessary to get the job done as efficiently as possible. Do not attempt to prove something by sending yourself into a situation you are not equipped to handle. Prepare a situation where you can show me your best. I will give you all some time to decide on your teams. Check your student handbooks for breakdowns for each job. And your handbooks ping you as you are sent a document divided into 4 pages. Each page details a different natural disaster, And with this, Nightwalker leaves the room, leaving the class to discuss amongst themselves. Now, you all have the chance to decide which characters go where.
Be on the highway landslide.
Anyone got dibs?
I want dibs on Flash Flood.
All right, so you guys are given some of your preferences here. So
Terry would say he wants the fire.
okay, so Terry is thinking fire. Alex, you mentioned the landslide, and then Jay, you mentioned the flood.
Yeah.
All right.
I assume like everyone's talking right now. Like
Yeah,
all the characters are like talking about who should go where.
Yeah, all of your classmates and all the students are discussing, like, you know, where they think they might be best, where they might want to go, and you three have put your hats in the ring for, like, hey, this is where we feel the most comfortable. But it is your job as all the group of players to figure out, like, in this conversation, discuss amongst each other, okay, what teams do we want going into each area? What do we think is going to work?
Okay, so like Terry, like off the cusp, would be like Echo Aiden. Fire.
I'd like to join you.
Yeah, he'd request it if they don't want to. Then
Jay would immediately be like asking for Robert to come and join.
Okay. Harry, as you ask Echo and Aiden to join, Aiden, you know, he kind of shuffles a little bit. He says, "Oh, I think that makes sense, yeah," and he'll move over next to you. Echo, what are your thoughts?
I go be like, yeah, no, sure, let's do it.
All
He goes to give Terry a high five.
Terry returns it.
And, you know, Robert comes over to you, Jay, and gives a nod and pats you on the shoulder and says, "Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be best suited for me. I don't want to dry myself out or, you know, go into hibernation." And then, without being prompted, Priscilla walks over to you two as well.
Okay.
And she
Then, really quick. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
yeah, she just nods to you and says, "I have a lot of experience with seaside work, so I think this is my best bet."
Jay's kind of scanning to see, like, if anyone is looking towards joining as well, or if they should kind of call out to form their team.
Yeah,
for
it
the
just seems
last
like
person.
everybody's kind of trying to figure it out. You know, we've got two groups sort of forming, and Alex is like, "Hey, I know where I want to be." But otherwise, yeah, everybody's just sort of trying to figure it out. And when Priscilla walks over to you guys with the flood, Nelson will pipe up and just mention, "Then for efficiency's sake, I probably shouldn't go to the flood, so we have extra numbers somewhere else that it may be required."
I think you should come with me to the landslide, Nelson.
He thinks on it for a second, and he'll look over to Danny and just say, "Danny, do you believe your speed would be adequate for clearing out the apartments during a fire?" Danny looks over to you, Terry, and Echo, just to see your thoughts on it.
I was thinking about that. Between Danny and you, Nelson, numbers or speed? I think speed is probably more accurate, better to work with portals.
Very well. And Danny shoots a little salute and walks over to you guys and gives Terry and Echo, gives you both a high five, and Nelson walks over and pats you on the shoulder, Alex.
Yo, Gabe.
He looks to you.
So you like, just to recap your powers, you can make like solid air and shit.
In a way.
Can you? Is that like just for you, or if you just like made a platform, could people be on it with you?
I control vibrations, so yes, someone else would be able to stand on it with me, hypothetically.
Okay, let's go do mountain rescue.
He nods and he'll come with you.
These two are making a friendship out of it. It's weird.
He moves over with you, and in the middle of the class, we've got these people left, and all five of them seem very unsure about where they should go, but in the very least, the burning apartment complex team has been filled out.
I want Evan and Tiffany, if they'd be down to join me. I think they're skills would be useful at the landslide.
And I'm trying to take Maya.
Okay. Yeah, you discuss with Maya and with Evan, and Evan kind of thinks and he says, "Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of comfortable going wherever as long as it's not the fire. So thankful that team's filled up. Hey, you guys over in the flood team, you guys think you'll be able to, grab people out of the water just fine?" And Priscilla just sort of scoffs, and as Maya walks over as you call her, she just says, "Don't worry, I'll handle it."
You know, Alex, not to backseat your, mission, but if there's debris and stuff, you're gonna have to get out of the way. I mean, that is something Olivia would have a pretty easy time with.
Oh, and Olivia kind of like, with a start a little bit, looks over and just says, "Oh, if you don't want me to come, I don't have to come to the landslide. I'm fine with wherever you guys will have me."
She makes a good point. We'll let Olivia join our little team.
And Nelson, he walks over and gives like a gentle hand on Olivia's shoulder, and he takes off his mask for a second, offers a smile, and just says, "Come on, Olivia, we're gonna do great things together. I just know it."
Oh wait, fuck.
And Olivia smiles and says, "Oh, okay, yeah." And he says, "We're going to save these people. Your power is crucial to making this work." And he really hypes her up and carries her over this way. And Evan is like, "All right, I'm feeling pretty good about this." And Lily, as you look around,
I mean, Trippity could be pretty useful in that one too. Yeah.
Lawrence and Trippity both walk over, both of them avoiding eye contact with you.
What a team.
What's your problem, twerp? Why are you avoiding eye contact with me? I get her, but what's your problem?
He just winces and he just says, "Because you talk to me like that," and then he just like shuffles away from you.
She looks over to Gabe. He like deserves it, right?
Gabe just kind of looks at Lawrence, and Lawrence is like, "Oh God, I hate somebody else. Please, hey, does anybody else need magic? I can do a lot of things, please." And he looks over to the other 3 teams to see if any of you want to take him.
You'd be surprised how few things he can do.
Terry would do like the cut neck thing and saying like, "Nah."
Okay. All right, let's get this over with. All right, and it seems that our teams have been decided. So let me really quick prep all of our teams, and you guys can, of course, discuss amongst yourselves as I do some of this prep work off screen.
So, Terry, what's the plan here?
There are multiple variations we could do with regarding this. Aiden, I hate to pry, but are you fresh or salt water?
I mean, I guess I'm technically not really water. I'm kind of water, but I can absorb liquids and carry them with me. Does that make sense?
That's even more useful. I'm mostly wondering if you conduct electricity.
Oh, yeah, dangerously.
Dangerously. All right. In that case, we're going to have to reverse the order a bit then.
What do you mean?
Well, I was thinking of using Aiden and Danny together, but if their powers are incompatible, then that could actually be quite dangerous. In which case, I'm going to have to reverse the order of cooling and protection. Echo, how many portals can you have open at once?
Just one, but
Singular.
yes.
All right. How quickly can you switch between, like, say you have a portal open and then you need to switch it to something else? How quickly can you do that?
Pretty quick.
Pretty quick? All right, then. The idea would be that you... okay, like, Terry would have, like, topographical information, yeah? Like, where's the funny handout, natural estimation,
Yeah,
reading.
you get some good basic information about what you guys have to do, but the gist is
Gas
that there
industry,
are
before the
multiple
fire.
floors to check, and 12 apartments, at least.
Like 12 whole apartment buildings or 12 apartment rooms?
Apartment rooms.
Okay, I'm like, holy shit, that's a lot. I'm glad I picked
no,
Danny.
no.
Yes, bring 5 smoke inhalation, toxic gas. Okay. In that case, Aiden should be working on keeping the fire from spreading, and you should be focused entirely on making sure that when me and Danny go in, we aren't, horribly burned via sudden loss of pressure or toxic gases. Could you drain the fire and gases into a place, Becca?
Yeah, I can do that.
And then when we need to get out or get hostages, my bad, slip of the tongue. Civilians out, get civilians out. You could do that as well, and then hopefully get us out at the end. But if you have to make the tough call, then make it.
As you said hostages, Echo kind of got a little bit tense for a second there.
Old habits die hard.
Yeah, no, I can do that. I can also evac people to the other realm if need be.
If that's easier for you, then do it. Danny, your role is quite simple. Cover as much ground as possible. Find all the targets without endangering yourself.
Absolutely.
Well, the restriction of oxygen with the you worn gas mask before? It's kind of stuffy. I'm used to it.
I have worn a gas mask, but, well, while I'm using my power, I don't have to worry about breathing, so if I'm moving around quite a lot, it might not end up being an issue for me.
Okay. Are there blueprints? Do we get blueprints for the building or no?
You will once you get into the job.
Oh, okay.
You'll get a good job.
Okay. Aiden,
Yeah?
you're going to be fighting something. It's not a person. It's a fire.
Okay.
Now, I trust you. Your whole job here isn't to save the building or to beat the fire. It's to buy us time. Enough time for Danny to get Danny and me to get most of the... He has to stop civilians out of the building safely.
Okay. I guess I'll just move over them and try to suffocate them, I guess.
Indeed. The idea isn't to completely put them out. That would take too much time. Hold them back so we can clear the area. We don't have to worry that much about this. Well, we probably should worry about the structural integrity of the building. Having a building burned down does incur much property damage. So if possible, maybe saving the building is an idea. Don't endanger yourself too much, though. After all, human life's irreplaceable. The building can be rebuilt.
Okay. I don't think I'll evaporate or anything, but I might need a steady stream of water if there's too much fire.
Echo, do you have a water dimension?
Ice, fire, sand.
Aiden, could you work with ice? Does that work?
I think I can.
Okay. I assume with the high temperature, that probably shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yes, but first thing first, Echo, you have to get the gas out of the building or, they'll asphyxiate. Also, if we, open a door and, reverse pressure kicks in, we'll explode. So that has to be number one.
Excuse me?
Yeah, reverse pressure. If you open a door and there's a fire, it can just kind of, come out. A lot more fresh oxygen out here than in there. Or in a hallway, say.
We don't quite have gas where I'm from. Can you explain the best way to get rid of this gas?
Flush it. To somewhere
From above
else.
or below?
Preferably above. It'll rise.
Should I
Well,
find...
that's not exactly how that works at all. The fire will like oxygen.
Okay. Good to know.
Maybe a cold place. Who knows? But yes. Danny, how quickly could you... Okay, they're going to have a blueprint, and he's going to ask Danny, how quickly could you clear this? If you're speed running this after it's made moderately more safe, while also being careful herself, and by that I mean not blitzing into a room and not knowing it's completely filled with flames, how quickly could Danny clear this amount of time, area?
Clear this area with what goal? Just running around opening a bunch of doors, running and getting a bunch of people out of the building?
Locating first so we can prioritize.
Locating wouldn't take me very much time. I would be able to blitz an entire floor in not very much time at all. The only concern would be that, well, the reverse pressure, like you mentioned.
Indeed. That's why Echo will work with that first. Aiden will slow the fire, you'll locate, and then we'll extract using portals.
And Danny looks to you, Echo, as, Terry mentions that you'll be helping to work on this, and she says, "And I want to be clear. I am very fast, but given my position, moving across the floor at high speeds and opening doors to apartments in order to locate people, I will be the one on the front lines of this. I will probably be fast enough to get away before it could damage me, but there is a chance that I will be damaged if you don't do your job."
Noted. Thanks. No pressure, right?
She just looks over her sunglasses at you. And this team will continue discussing amongst themselves. And over to Jay. Do you have any thoughts for your team? What are you guys discussing? Chloe?
Sorry, you
There you
cut
go.
out a little bit. I had a brief moment where roll 20 was like I had to restart it. Okay, sorry, I was distracted. So starting off, Jay would be like, okay. So Priscilla, you were saying you feel confident being able to, obviously split up very quickly to locate people.
Absolutely. I've been trained in search and rescue by the sea and on the ocean as well.
Oh wow. And that's incredible, and I didn't know that about you. And also you were saying as well, Maya, that you feel confident in being able to pull people out of the water.
Yes, if I unravel into snakes, they have a long range, even tethered to myself. I would just need an anchor.
Great. Okay. And it says here that we'll each get a flotation device too. Robert, do you feel confident in maybe having to scale some buildings if some people have fled to higher ground?
Absolutely. The one concern I'll have is that underdraft. It could potentially carry me away if I get caught in the water, though I think that I would be able to get myself out of that situation, but I may be reserving my flotation device for a civilian if they need it.
I think that's a good idea. I have a plan to potentially transform into something larger that we could use to kind of keep ourselves from getting caught up in the underdraft while also maybe holding more people. That way we could hold on to our flotation devices until we each individually needed to use them.
That sounds like a good plan. Are you thinking of turning into a boat or something?
Yes, I am actually. Specifically a larger sea eagle, though it may actually damage a little bit of my on exterior. But it'll be fine. I'll be able to repair it after the simulation's over.
Yeah, I think if we're able to save a bunch of people and your chassis gets scratched, that's a pretty good trade. And he gives you a little smile.
Yeah, Jay smiles back. Okay, I honestly feel really confident about this. I think that we're going to be able to do this very quickly.
Priscilla looks over to Maya for a second and kind of gives her a once-over. And then she just, shrugs and sweeps her hair back and just says, "We're a team of winners, so let's prove them that we are, huh?"
Yeah, we are a team of winners.
Meanwhile, we'll... do you have another thought?
No, I think that's where I'll end it.
Okay. Then we'll move down to Alex as, you're talking with your team, and what are your thoughts on everything going into the landslide?
I'm kind of thinking that maybe I can use my gravity to kind of help hover people in cars. And Evan can use his tendrils to kind of grab onto those and make sure that they're safely transported outside of the danger zone. And Nelson can also help bringing people, maybe we can create a human chain of Nelsons if we need to help people get out of the area.
Yes.
And as far as Olivia, I'm not sure what all can she do.
And Olivia just kind of, she's moving her foot a little bit and doesn't have much to say. Nelson looks over and notices this, and he says, "I believe she's going to be vital to us being able to clear some of the debris, given that there's likely to be a large amount of it, not only on the road, but, crushing people's cars and whatnot. This whole simulation is going to be about clearing debris and getting people outside of the danger zone, further down on the highway, away from all of the damages. So, Olivia, your job is likely going to be to either give us openings to remove people from their trappings, or to clear a path for us should we need it. And Olivia gives a timid nod and just says, I'll do my best. Just tell me what you need me to do. And then, of course, Nelson continues discussing with you, Alex, and Evan, just about the fact that, you two are going to be very good for, controlling the area, given how unstable it is, and Nelson's going to be solely focused on ferrying people out of the area. But he makes the note to you guys of, hey, if you need help at any point, just give me a shout. I will just shoot another of myself in your direction. There's plenty of me to go around.
Much appreciated.
He gives you a nod, and he starts doing a sort of mood lifting speech in order to get you guys confident and excited for what's about to happen. And then finally, we'll move over to Lily. How do you think things are going over in your group?
I think it's pretty cut and dry what everyone's gonna do here. I mean, if people are trapped in the ski lift, Triffany, you can just fly and get them. They give us hoverboards, but I kind of just feel like hitching a ride on Gabe's platform will just be a better hoverboard. I kind of trust Gabe to not drop us more than just, a floating skateboard, like some Back to the Future 2 shit.
Gabe nods, and, Lawrence is just kind of I probably won't be tagging with you guys. I'll probably be flying around on my broomstick. I don't know, I guess
that's right.
seeing if I can see anything from a higher eye or something, because I don't know what I can really do to help ferry people out, but
Can you, now this is, I hope, a pretty basic spell. Can you conjure flame? Could you make some sort of a mobile bonfire to just kind of keep it warm around us? Because that's probably going to be important, if we're supposed to be rescuing people from the cold.
Yeah, that's super simple. I can do that.
Okay, well, there you go.
And he nods, and he'll start flipping through his book, and he'll checking a few specific pages on anything else that he will be able to use, since you guys have some prep time. And
I can just send, what I'll do, other than supervising, is I can just send out spirits to, look for people. Spirits can cover ground a lot quicker and easier than we can, given that they're, dead and don't care about the cold, and also don't care about a lot of things that would be blocking them anyway.
And everybody gives some nods to that, and Gabe looks to you and says, do you think we should be staying in one group or splitting up if there are a few locations that we're going to need to check?
I would think split up, or not split, sorry, opposite of what I just said. I would think stick together, because I think splitting up, I think we'd just be able to more efficiently get people together than, everyone having to do the entire job on their own separately somewhere else.
He nods. Alright, it seems like everyone on your team is pretty in agreement. None of them really, pipe up or are nearly as vocal.
This is just like the lunch table.
God, Lawrence is the fourth.
No, he's just as bad.
But yeah, as you guys are discussing all of this, you have your conversations, and you figure everything out. And as time starts to dwindle down, now I want each group to message me in your group on who you think your personal team's leader is. And just the usual DMing me of such. Okay. All right. As you discuss with all of your teams, you guys are trying to figure out sort of how things are falling into line. And we are going to set up a little team pool as we have a bunch of teams moving into the field today. So by default, we start with 1, and when we go into a dangerous situation, you guys get 2 more. So we are going to have 3 by default. And then on top of that, we're going to go down this list here of the team mechanics and see if any of these also apply. But first, of course, as we go down, Lily, your team pretty confidently believe that you are the leader of the team. You're being the most vocal by far, so you earn a team point for your team. Alex, in your team, everyone in your team also agrees with you that they think that Nelson is probably the leader of this team, so you also earn a point.
Sweet.
Echo, Terry, both of you come to the same conclusion. Terry is giving a lot of marching orders and is assisting with a lot of guidance, and the whole team sort of agrees, yeah, Terry is sort of leading the charge here, so you guys also earn a point. And then, Jay, in your team, there seems to be a little bit of a split. Robert and Maya, they kind of are stepped back and they're ready to move where they are pointed, but Priscilla sees herself as more of a leader than a follower, so sadly, you do not earn a point for your team, as she is not one to strictly follow your orders.
Damn, I did not change my answer fast enough. Fuck.
I know, I did. I actually didn't see that. I just looked back at your all caps, wait.
Yeah, that was my beat because you read it and I was like, wait, I'm on a team with Priscilla. She probably thinks she's the leader.
It's true.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got that sum of points. Additionally, let's see here. There's a lot of influence to go around, so we're not going to get that first bullet point. Everyone has the same purpose in this fight, so I will give you all 1 additional point. Let me go around here. For Jay, your team is a little more difficult with this, because you kind of are split between, who kind of is the leader of this team? But when it comes to you and Priscilla, do you mistrust Priscilla?
No, I think... I kind of changed my answer because I realized I was like, no, I think Jay, because Jay didn't realize that. When Priscilla was like, oh yeah, I have search and rescue for water missions, that's my whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Jay literally had a moment where there were stars in their eyes, and they were like, oh, what? Because they just keep watching videos about marine animals right now, so.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I don't think so. I think that Jay's actually kind of ready to follow Priscilla's lead.
Okay.
Jay's gonna be a boat for the most part, so.
Echo, how much do you trust Terry?
A lot.
You trust Terry a lot?
Well, enough with this, because he seems like he knows what he's doing more than Echo, so Echo's, trusts him with this.
Okay, makes sense. Alex, how much do you trust Nelson?
A lot.
Yeah, makes sense. And then finally, you guys are all pretty well prepared. So with that, you guys, and I have this on a little notepad, I'm going to try to keep up with it over time, but you guys all collectively, we have a sum of 7 team points in the team pool. All teams can pull from this pool, but we have these 7 points to spend, so you can just check the team mechanics handbook, or the handout that's on Roll20, if you want to use it to help boost a roll or for whatever other purpose. If you're curious about how you can use it, it's on that document. But yeah, we've got 7 points in the pool.
And just to clarify, that pool is going to be shared among all 4 teams.
Yes. So, for example...
It's not. Okay.
Yeah,
I just wanted to, clarify.
For example, if Alex spends a point, all of the rest of you have 6 remaining points. It is a collective 7 points.
Got it. That's what okay. Cool.
All right. And as you all finish deciding on the teams to be sent out to each area, Nightwalker returns and guides each team to their starting positions. You stand in front of the dome's mechanical doors for a few moments before they slide open. And on entering, Your vision is obscured by a bright light as wind rushes past you. When the light fades, the simulation begins. We will be at the bottom. All right. As the light clears and the wind rushes past you, our first group finds themselves here, a seaside town ravaged by torrential downpour. Heavy winds buffet the aircraft you all stand at the edge of, overlooking the flooded streets from afar. What do you do?
I want to roll to assess the situation
Okay, go for it.
and see what I can see, and kind of at the same time look to my team and be like, keep your eyes out, try to look past all the rain, and like kind of telling them to do the same so that we can just kind of assess where we're at and where to begin.
Mm-hmm, makes sense.
Alright.
Alright, that is a partial hit.
Yeah.
So you get to ask
Yeah, let
one
me look
question
at
from
that.
the list.
Okay, great. I'm looking at the list.
And of course, you'll have +1 while acting on the answers.
Okay. Alright. I want to ask the question, like, the what here is the biggest threat, but I kind of want to ask it in the way of, like, is our visibility really badly, like, the thing that's lacking here? Should we be, like, more, like, how bad is the water, essentially? Like, is the water making it hard to see, and all the rain's making it hard to see, or is it mainly just having to deal with the rapids itself?
That's a good question. It seems like the rapids are definitely dangerous. That is, in terms of, like, danger to one's health, the undercurrent is the most dangerous thing, that because it can pull somebody under. Who knows what you're going to smash into while you're being carried on the current. But as you look around in the thick rain, you do note that there is definitely potential that you're probably not seeing the whole picture. And so as you look around, I want you to make another assess the situation, another superior roll.
You got it. Oh, damn.
That's a 6. Do you want to use a team point already, or how do you feel?
I do not want to use a team point. I want to look at Priscilla at this point
Okay.
and kind of turn to them and be like, I can't see much of anything. Do you think that I should transform now?
Okay. You don't want to spend your team point. So yeah, you look back to Priscilla. She just nods and says, "We move, no hesitation."
Okay. Hold on. I'm giving a quick look at my moves again, just for a quick second. Okay, cool. I'm going to... I have a quick question just regarding burns and flares again, just because I haven't used them in a while.
Okay.
Can I charge them and still take a move, or is charging them kind of like my whole thing?
That is a good question. In terms of, like, there's not really, like, a strict turn order, so, yeah, like, right now, this is the best time, because you're like, not in the throes of an action. Generally, if it's like, oh, you're fighting a guy, and you want to charge it, that'll give them an opportunity to hit you, but you're about to go into a situation, so you can charge it and then follow up with something, if you'd like.
Okay. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna charge that, and then as I charge it, I'm gonna like charge up and then use my ability as well to turn into this boat that I'm gonna transform into.
Alright, so roll to charge your flares here. Or charge your burn.
Whew. Yay!
Alright, what does an 8 do for you?
I have to mark a condition.
Okay, what condition are you marking?
I am guilty.
Guilty of what?
Fucking... not knowing how to use my powers right.
Here, let me look at your sheet real quick.
Don't look at my sheet.
Let me look at your sheet real quick. Wow, yeah.
No.
Wow. Yeah, you're in the danger zone, aren't you?
No.
Let's see.
Welcome.
Well, I mean, you have options for what you could mark.
Yeah.
And remember, each of these conditions you mark, they'll have minuses on certain moves that you want to do, but generally, of course, like whatever makes the most in narrative sense is what we want to mark here.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't. Damn. I guess. Well, I don't know if I would choose hopeless, because I don't feel like they're hopeless right now. They're just feeling like, ah, shit, I'm trying to do this and I can't even do what I'm trying to do. You know what I mean?
Do you want to say maybe
Like
you're? I mean, do you want to mark damaged and just be like, I'm jumping out of a helicarrier, I'm turning into a boat, and I just smash on the ground and hurt myself a bit, getting to the ground? Like,
yeah,
a
I
little
think
recklessly?
that's a good vibe.
Okay.
That's a good vibe.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you jump down, and you can transform into a boat, and you know, we'll just have you at the head. We'll know the area around you is boat.
Yeah.
But yeah, as
Kind of boat I'm going for, just it has like some area around it so that we could have at least an extra 3 people on it. Plus we have those flotation devices that we could like connect to the boat.
Okay. Maya will jump after you and will jump into the boat and kind of coil around a part of the boat to act as an anchor as she unravels her arms into like a flurry of snakes and starts extending them outward. Priscilla, meanwhile, runs straight out of the helicarrier and just runs straight forward in the air along light platforms, which she has also created for Robert to also just kind of hop along platform to platform. And Priscilla, very quickly, you can see her put a hand up in front of herself as she projects like a line of light copy constructs of herself. And they start splitting outward, each a different color, as if splitting from like a prism. And they all begin moving out and creating light platforms. And as she's running along on top of you, she just says, you're going to be home base. I'll bring people to you. Robert, you do the same. Robert will nod and continue hopping along the light platforms until he has some good footing this way. And how do you feel moving forward as Priscilla basically makes this command and runs along in the air with all of her duplicates?
I'm feeling confident. I'm starting to kind of like also move out, like to aid them a little bit. Jay kind of shouts out like, "Let me know which way you need me to go."
And she'll nod down to you, and you all are able to turn on some earpieces that all of the students were given, just so you can all communicate with each other pretty easily, like you had during the tests. Yeah, Robert very quickly jumps over to this rooftop in order to like latch onto the side of this wet surface and grab this person as they're about to slip off the roof with his tongue. And then he just like, he kind of clicks his earpiece a little bit as if to signal you to come in his direction.
Yep. And I start moving on over.
And Maya in the back of the boat will,
Yep.
she'll extend her snakes and grab this person and drop them in the boat as Robert continues to move along. You just see Robert going at it, like he's just hopping along the roof and then jumps across to the next roof as he keeps moving on. But yeah, as you move over to this nearby area, and you feel pretty good about it, but the undercurrents are pretty dangerous, so as you sail deeper into dangerous territory, I want you to directly engage a threat. Alright. Now 7 to 9, you can pick one from the directly engage a threat list.
Yep. Okay. Alright.
So which would you prefer out of these?
I'm sorry, I just like the idea of like impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition, because it's like the idea of Jay just being like, take that! Water! um, I'm going to create an opportunity for my allies
Okay.
in the hope that I can use this undercurrent to kind of like skid around so that Robert can help this person off the roof into the boat. So I'm kind of like using it to just be like, I'm like going on top of it and trying to speed over it just on my way to Robert.
You're like almost in speedboat mode, and you're doing like an Akira slide in Robert's
Yeah, no,
direction.
exactly.
So yeah, you end up moving this way. You're blitzing along the top of the water, but of course, as you do, you know, the boat ends up getting hit with the rough waves that are coming at you. And these rough waves, since you got hit by the water, do hit Maya and the passenger that you have on board. Neither of them are swept out of the boat, but they are hit by the rough torrential waters. As Robert hops up here, extends a hand to this person, and they seem frantic and are pointing, and Robert looks at them, looks forward, and then makes eye contact with you, Jay, as he gestures down to the car ahead of you.
Okay, and Jade's gonna look to that car immediately.
All right.
Maya, look!
Maya looks in that direction, and the car is kind of, you know, against the ground. It's skidding a little bit along with the current, but I want you to assess the situation with this car.
Ooh. Got it. Yeah, baby.
All right. You look at the car, and you notice that it's moving with the current, which is kind of dangerous. It's sort of coming in your direction, but the big thing you notice is that inside the windshield, you see somebody is trapped in the car.
Got it. All right. So Robert's here, and he hasn't gotten this person off the roof, right?
Yeah, Robert is assisting that person on the roof, and they're panicking about the person in the car, so he has just instantly looked over to you and, you know, tried to make you aware of the situation.
Yeah. And, okay, so Jay first is going to be like, Priscilla, we got someone trapped in the car. I'm sending help to you. If I could get some of those light thingies for them to walk on.
And she'll...
And...
Oh, go on.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, she'll beep her communicator and just says, I'll send one of mine on my way. And...
I'm gonna spend one of my burns.
Okay.
To create J with my powers, because it's up to the size of a person.
Okay.
And it's spending an additional to animate it independently.
All right, so you're gonna duplicate and create another boat.
Well, it can only be up to the size of a person. I don't know if you'd let me create another boat, I'd do it.
That's right. Yeah, so you
totally
create a J on the J boat.
Exactly.
Okay.
So they're gonna start doing what Priscilla was doing and doing the whole like running on the light thing, you know?
Right.
And they're coming up to the car and they're literally gonna go to like probably the back windshield and be like looking at them, just yell like, watch out, and just punch out the back windshield so that they can reach their hand in and get the door open.
All right. Yeah, you see the line of Priscilla's high up in the air. They're all moving where they need to. They're splitting up and going to whatever areas they deem important that they're looking at. And as Jay, your copy jumps out from the boat and you move along, and so how is Jay getting over to that back windshield? Are you taking the boat there, or is this individual Jay going along?
They're like running along the light things, and then they're hopping. They're like on top of this car basically.
Okay.
And so their whole move was that they busted the back windshield so that they can hope, because most of the time whenever cars are in water, you can't fucking open those from the outside. You gotta like open it from the inside. So that's what they're attempting to do, and I'm animating it independently of Jay.
All right. Then in that case, Priscilla helps you get over to the car here. Robert helps this panicked civilian onto your boat and goes to the edge of the roof here. And roll to directly engage a threat. You're going into a dangerous situation and trying to pull this person out of it.
Come on. Copy Jay. Yeah!
All right.
I'm so happy. Okay. Whenever it says take something from them, can that be the person out of the car?
Yes, it can.
Yeah, I want to do that. I want it to be like, now that this window's open, or maybe I'm able to get the door open, Jay just pulls them up so that they're on top of the car as well.
All right. Yeah, you pull this person out through the windshield on top of the car, and the car, of course, is starting to sink a little bit, but Boat U is getting a bit closer. However, as you do this, the wave is going. The waves are kind of lapping up at you guys and threatening to take you down. But in general, you know, you're able to get this person pretty safely towards the boat, which is now reaching maximum capacity based on the size you were describing before. But as you get this person down onto the boat, Clone J is hit by the waves and is knocked into the water and dissipates for a time.
No!
Alright, as you make your way down the waves in order to start saving people, we're going to check out one of our other groups about how they are starting their simulation. And the first place that we'll move is here. Set this. There we go. All right. Our team that is heading into the burning apartments. You find yourselves on some city rooftops overlooking the burning apartment complex. Smoke and flames billow out from the windows toward the top floors, and it seems to be spreading. And you know that for this apartment building, there are a lot of ways that you could approach it. So how do you guys want to approach it?
Kai, Terry's the leader, so Echo's listening.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to do all that talking, but fine. Fine. Let me drink some water. Okay. So, Echo, first things first, you clear out the gas. Aiden? Actually, no. Like it's burning, like the clock's on now?
Yes, the clock is on now.
Okay, clock's on now. We have to go quickly. So, is there a certain floor that we know people are on, or is it like the entire building?
It seems to be the top 2 floors that are in the most danger.
Okay, like we know people are there.
Yes.
Okay.
Terry, here's my plan. I open up a portal and let all the gas out from each floor. I was gonna maybe smash a hole, maybe to let it out, or what do you think?
Either works as long as it's out. Preferably, I'd prefer not to, light another building on fire by accident.
I mean, it's just going into the air, isn't it?
True. Terry thinks to himself real quick. Is this pollution? Are we polluting? Whatever, that's not my wheelhouse. Whatever you think is most efficient of your time. Danny, you should start with the lower floor first. They have less time with the fire spreading upwards. Aiden, keep the fire from those 2 floors for as long as you can. Your general job is to be able to measure danger. If it gets too sketchy, ask for Echo's help with regards to ice. Or if you think you have it handled, continue on.
Okay, I'll probably need a lot of ice. And he just looks to you, Echo.
Echo nods. Let me put out you get the gas going first.
All right. Then in that case, roll to unleash your powers.
So essentially, he's creating a portal to vent it.
Yep.
Right. I assume you're wanting to create a portal. Now, where are you wanting to create this portal to try to vent the gas?
Probably at on a ceiling in the first, or because they're on the top floor, right?
Yeah, you're on a nearby rooftop looking at the building.
Yeah, he'd want to do it on probably the ceiling of the top floor, and then he's gonna work his way down.
Okay.
So with that,
All right.
yeah.
Hey, can I take one team to make that a full hit?
Yeah, you
So we
can.
don't
You can.
roll people up.
Yeah. You can take a team in order to do that. How will somebody help you do this?
Harry's rousing speech.
Terry, we'll say. I mean, first of all, do you think that you would want to try to help Echo with this?
Yeah, like this is like the first part. Like if we don't have this, then people could just die of like poisoning.
Mhm.
Like it doesn't matter if we get the hostages out if they freaking like die. Like if as we're carrying them out.
Mhm. Yeah, so you're
Yeah.
looking and kind of scouting out the building. You're like looking at the blueprints.
Optimal placement.
Yeah, you're getting the optimal placement in order to vent the smoke out. And yeah, you get a full hit. So Echo, with a bit of guidance from Terry, you two are able to work together in order to start venting out this gas. And you have a feeling that because of all of the fire and the smoke that's in the building, along with wherever this gas leak is, you'll be able to vent most of it out to make it safe enough to go in and save people. But wherever the source is, it should still be somewhere in the building. But you have cleared out the halls. So with
Okay.
that, how do you guys want to enter the building?
Echo.
Yeah.
Sorry in advance. Your job's gonna be kind of hard. Don't be afraid to improvise, especially if we're in danger. Oh, also everyone try and keep constant information going. If by some unfortunate circumstance you're knocked unconscious, it would be good to know before, everything's going to shit.
Danny nods to you and says, I'll give you regular updates as I go through the lower floors.
Okay. So,
She pushes
just
on.
priorities 1, people first, building second. If it burns down, we have to prioritize saving them first. If we save them all, then we might be able to worry about that. Echo, please portal us into the floor that's in like the most danger, like the one that's lower, not the top one.
All right.
Aiden, make sure to try and buy us as much time as possible. Ethan, I have an important question for you.
Yes.
And I feel like you're going to say, well, that's up to you, but I want to ask anyway. Is Terry's gas flammable? And by that, I mean combustible?
Man, that's a really good question because I don't think we've talked about that before. I don't think it is. But that's also a question of like, would you want it to be in this situation?
No.
Yeah, I don't think it is. But I don't know. Your powers, all of your powers have ways of kind of evolving in certain ways. So I don't know. Maybe it'll be flammable someday. But right now, it does not seem to be.
That's like such a psycho idea. To actually fucking turn in Daidara. Hell no. So, as they're entering, and I'm assuming there's no map for this, so I'm gonna like just parse it out in my brain. As Danny's going in, Terry is gonna be using his gas to snuff out fires.
Okay.
Because it's not oxygen, so it's like almost a fire extinguishing them.
All right. Well, first, let's see, Echo, as you're getting a portal to bring this in, and you guys can discuss this as well. Since you're coming in from the roof, where on the roof are you going to want to try to come down into this top floor?
Probably like ledge, whatever gets us there quicker.
Could you repeat?
Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, because there are people's rooms, there are hallways, there's the stairwell. Like, where is it that you were going to try to like plop yourselves down into? Are you picking a random spot and jumping in?
Would he echo? Would he want? Because Terry gave the order. Would he want to go
Hallway.
Like, hallway? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hallway.
So, like, ground floor hallway.
All right. Top floor hallway.
Yeah, top floor hallway. Don't put us in the ground floor hallway. We
hallway.
jump in and me and Danny just cook instantly.
All right. Then you guys will jump in. And we'll see you guys here in the top floor hallway. And you guys plop in, and immediately there is fire on either side of you. And Aiden just kind of looks to you guys, his eyes pleading as if like desperately needing to know what to do.
Aiden, behind me. Stop it from going up. I'll take care of what's in front of us. Echo, back him up as you need.
Let me give him some ice first, and Echo's gonna open a portal to the ice room so he can have his fill.
All right. Then yeah, you open and you get like you kind of have a slushy machine going as you start pouring it into Aiden, and Aiden nods and will move forward. And he moves around kind of like a slug or a long snake as he slithers along the ground. And it's a little bit slow, but thankfully it does seem to be working as he is slowly putting out the fires that are around him and moving to clear the way. So right now he is charged on the slushies that Echo gave him. Meanwhile, what do you two want to do while Aiden is clearing the way down towards the elevator and the stairwell?
These are like sealed doors. Is there smoke coming out? Oh, first, can I assess situation?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the situation. If that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, because that's like, That's my thing. Damn it.
Point 07.
Hey, do you want to spend a team since you're doing this alongside Echo?
Yeah, sure.
Really doesn't need those.
Sorry, Dago.
All right. So you both are back to back. You both have a 7 to 9. So both of you have one question by default, and then Echo, you have a second question. So overall, you have 3 questions about the situation that you are in.
So I'm assuming Terry has good eyes. Are there any doors in particular in this row where there's more smoke coming out of?
There is, in fact, at the very
Okay.
not the end of the hall really, but the end of what we're able to see here, a few doors down, on our left, where there are a bunch of fires outside of the door. It also seems like there's just a lot going on in that area.
Okay.
That's question 1.
Is there any clear indication that there's people in the...
Repeat your question.
Is there any clear indication that there are which rooms people are in?
As you are looking around, maybe just due to thinking back to the job description and some of the more detailed information that would have been in it, as well as kind of flicking through your visor, you are able to deduce that there is a very high potential that there are people in all of these rooms. And additionally, actually, I will also let you know that as you're looking around, you're like, okay, there's a pretty good chance there are people in all of these rooms, and you look down the way, and you notice that something seems to be wrong with the elevator.
Gary, we're gonna have to figure out something. The elevator ain't working, so we're gonna use the stairs. Unless there's someone stuck in the elevator.
That was my thoughts.
Okay,
Echo.
one more question.
Lots. Okay, yeah. I'll let Echo ask.
Can Echo hear anything out of place?
Hear anything out of place? You can actually. As you hear down the way towards the elevator, you hear some banging from inside.
Ah, hey, there we go. That's confirmation. Do you want me to get them out?
Yeah, work with that first. Quickly.
Yep.
Terry can walk past these fires, yeah?
You'll
Like
you'll
he can
have
move through them?
you'll have to directly engage a threat in order to approach the flames and make your way past them.
Oh,
Where did
okay.
we end the
I'm
fire?
gonna do that because, like, of course, but, like, he's gonna try and, like, fear gas them as he's going past, try and smother them.
Okay. Then I guess in that case, you can also choose to unleash your powers if you want to put the fire out.
Okay, so should I do danger and then freak, or just choose one?
Just let's do freak and then let's see how it goes.
Okay. Please.
And you vented the fire out of the top floor, Will.
Okay.
Or the gas, rather, not the fire. Because the fire's still here, obviously.
It's just now when we open doors, we won't explode, hopefully. That's the general idea. Please give me a good roll. Oh no, I sense darkness.
Ooh. Yeah, as you're running towards the flame, whether it's too big or whether your gas isn't maybe concentrated enough to help with it, you don't think you're going to be able to put this fire out on your own.
Okay.
So in order to get past it, yeah, now you would have to directly engage a threat.
Yep. Ain't gonna hesitate. He's gonna go past because he's worried. So he's worried about this. Where's Danny?
Danny, of course, as you had asked her, she is down at the bottom floors, and she is very quickly ushering people out of them. And she kind of gives you an update as she clears each area of the building.
Okay. Well, in that case, Harry's job is just to be a psycho. So he has to go through it, right?
Yes.
I have to make this cooler. The dice won't like me. Terry's gonna like try and like forward like dive roll over the fire
Okay.
because that's slightly cooler.
Okay, 7 to 9. You
I know
can
how
pick
this
one
works.
from that list.
Resist or avoid their blows.
Okay, yeah. You
Gonna avoid not getting lit on fire.
You're able to dodge roll over the flames, make it to the other side unscathed.
Okay,
or at
so,
least very
like-
lightly singed. So you make your way to the other side of those fires. Meanwhile, Echo, you're over here, and you can see that Aiden is, again, pretty slowly going to work and trying to put out this fire. What do you want to do?
He's going to open a portal here.
Okay.
He's gonna open a portal here, jump in, and then try to like show up in the elevator just to see who's there.
All right. And you can move over to the elevator. And as you hop into the elevator, what you see are two of the little androids that one of them seems to have been banging on the door from the bottom, but they are now just lying on the ground here.
Are they conscious?
It seems like they are barely so.
Hey, we're gonna get you out of here, okay? It's all good. And he's going to go and help them through the portal,
Okay.
and just kind of try to get them back in the hallway.
Okay. Where in the hallway do you want to bring them to?
Just like right where Echo was, where it's safe. Fire.
All right. Yeah, we'll have you jump back in your portal. Which dimension did you run through?
Sand one probably.
Okay. And you pop out up here. And Aiden, in the meanwhile, is able to put out this fire. And then he slithers around. And he kind of like pushes some of himself under this door. And then, he looks back to you and just kind of confirms that this is the stairwell before he makes his way back over here.
Do you need a recharge?
Oh, yeah, a little bit of one, if you don't mind. And he'll,
Okay, don't be afraid to be. Don't be worried like for taking too much. Take as much as you can.
Okay. And he'll start recharging. He'll like put his hand down in the snow and kind of seems to gobble it up, almost like his arm is like a vacuum, and his body kind of starts to get a little bit bigger and a little slushier as he wobbles around and moves away from the portal, having recharged a little bit.
As Echo closes the portal, he just says, "I got two here. What's the evac plan?"
I don't know.
Was that on open mic or he asked Aiden?
That was open. That was on open mic.
Huh. Get them to the roof we were at before.
Okay.
All right. So is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you start portaling people up. Aiden will just continue on his way, slithering down the hall. And Terry, further down the hallway, where is it that you're running to at the moment?
Terry's just going to be trying to put out the... no, Aiden's going to... Okay, so basically as he's running, he's like, work behind me, go through the rooms. I'm pushing forward to scout.
Okay. I'll go into the rooms and check it out. And Aiden will kind of like glob against the doors and then like suction himself under them in order to disappear into the rooms.
Yeah. Terry just wanted, because like they were close and he assumed they're going to be done with this the elevator quite quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to hit these rooms, Terry's going to hit these rooms, and then maybe if he can't get past this fire, they can work together to get to the last two.
Okay.
So Terry is going to... Oh, he's up and gum. Also, try to stay low. Smoke likes to be up high.
Okay.
Aiden, you'll have no issue with that. Yeah, so Terry's going to crouch and then open the door and then look inside.
All right. I'm going to look inside here. And this is what you see.
Oh, they...
And roll to assess the situation for me.
Oh, no. That's a wall. But I feel like there's something very important here that I'm missing. What's the worst that happens? Someone just has a propane tank collection in their closet or something?
Don't tempt fate. Don't tempt fate.
Yeah!
All right. As you're looking into the room here, you're able to see past the flames into a few of these other areas. And it seems like there are fires all throughout this apartment in different key spots. But it's kind of hard to tell from here, if anyone is in this apartment because, you don't see anybody here. You just see flames blocking some of your vision.
Echo's taking them out.
Echo, you.
Does everyone have the blueprints? Does everyone have the blueprints of this?
Access
the building?
on your handbook? Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna like mental. This will be H1. This will be H2. H3, H4, H6. Oh god, why can't Terry just be a normal person? Terry is going to push through and try and get into the hallway and be like, Echo, I might need an evac at what he's gonna call apartment 3, because he's thinking quickly this is gonna spread or this is gonna spread and block his exit.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
he's gonna prioritize speed over trying to put these out, because even if he puts one out, one's gonna spread behind him and it's gonna be moot point. So he's gonna try and push to here so he can try and open these 2 doors.
All right. Then roll to directly engage a threat. And yeah, Echo, you've taken the other 2 up to the rooftop, and you're able to run along the roof pretty safely. And you can portal down wherever here in a little bit. But yeah, Terry, first we will engage this threat.
Is the floors on fire here? Yeah,
Yes.
that's what's on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think of like a smarter way to do this so I could like try and get a fun little addition. How tall is the fire? Give or take.
It's like it's kicking up towards your knees, I guess.
Could Terry move this table and jump off of it over the fire?
You feel like that would probably take some time if you're focusing on speed.
Okay, yeah, fine. You're just gonna fucking jump it then, because god damn. This homie did not watch Smokey the Bear. Yeah, that's about right.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, you end up, you try to jump over it, but you don't jump as high as you want to. So as you get into the hallway, some of the flames do catch on you and do start to burn you a little bit. And you think if that happens again, you're going to start taking a little pretty bit of damage.
Could he fear toxin his like leg, I assume, as he's opening the door? I mean, he's gonna move out of the way of the door before he opens it because he don't get blown up.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, you could probably pat down the flames and spew some gas onto it. But you just know that you're like, okay, yeah, like the flames are gathering. You can try to keep it off of yourself for a little bit, but you're definitely singeing the costume.
that's fine.
All right. You're checking this door next to you first.
Yep.
All right. First thing you see is well, when you open this up, you open it and it is a very small closet.
Nice.
It has a vacuum cleaner in it.
Nice. I love vacuum cleaners. And he's gonna move to the next.
All right. As you check this door, yeah, you'll see a little bedroom. Yep, little bedroom. You don't see anybody inside.
Okay. He's gonna push in, and he's gonna check under the bed, and then open the closet. If I assume this is a closet.
Yep. You open the closet. Doesn't seem to be anybody inside.
Okay. And he's going to leave the room, and I assume, is this a room that's just like completely, like, is this coming from the opposite side, or is this just in the hallway?
This just seems to be in the hallway, spreading into the surrounding rooms.
Okay, he's gonna try and put this out real quick,
All right.
because like he can't run through that, and he'll just light himself on fire for fun.
Then roll to unleash your powers.
No. I'm not as good at that anymore. Please, dice gods, give me like a 7. I'll take it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you are able to really concentrate your gas production and use it almost like a sort of fire extinguisher as you spray your breath forward and are able to put out this fire. And as you do that, you're able to see ahead of you as it opens up, and you can see that this opens up into a bathroom. And on the other side of this, there's a little closet next to you, and at the end of the hall, you see another bedroom with a droid inside. And they seem to be trying to open this window to no avail.
Okay. So Terry's just gonna quickly check this.
There is a closet here, but the closet doesn't connect to anywhere else here.
Okay. What is this? This is like an end hall thing?
Now, as you bedroom. Look in the room, you can see they have another closet. Like in the bedroom.
Droids aren't going to talk to us, are they? Oh, okay, there's no... Okay. He's going to head in. He's going to tell Echo to open a portal. He's going to, like, specify... I assume, like, the blueprint plans have, like, room numbers.
Yeah.
Open a portal in this room, and then he's going to check the closet, just in case.
All right. Check the closet. Nobody is inside. And yeah, Echo, you want to dash on over and help Terry ferry this guy onto the roof?
Yes, he's gonna use portals for that.
All right.
Why go through fire when you can just, cheat the system?
Yeah.
And yeah, in the time that Terry had going through all of this, you kind of ran in that direction in order to help out. So you open a portal, you guys ferry him onto the roof. And Echo, do you want to stay on the roof or do you want to jump down with Terry?
He's gonna jump back down with Terry, and as he does, he goes, Aiden, anyone in your room?
Yeah, there are 2 people in my room. Both of them are unconscious, and I got them near the front door. But I don't have a way to get them out to the roof.
All right, I'll be there in a second.
Drop me in the hallway, then deal with them.
All right, here. Come. All right, let's go. And then he opens a portal and goes to run through it.
All right.
Terry will do the same.
Just drop Terry off in the hallway.
Yeah, you both run through the other dimension real quick, pass through the portal, both of you appear in the hall, and we will move to one of our other groups. We'll move to the landslide. Now, landslide team, your group appears to be on a devastated highway, drowning in a landslide. Tons of cars have been crushed as if made of tinfoil, and debris is everywhere. You see a traffic block on the road behind you. Alex, what do you want to do?
Let me take a moment to look around. And so where is the safe zone? Where should we be aiming to get people?
It seems like all of this area in front of you that the landslide is connecting with is the danger zone. So it's like, it's a little ways back behind you that they've put up the traffic blocks.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess I could start by trying to hover the rocks off of some of these cars and stuff and start clearing cars and debris. If Nelson and Evan could start clearing people.
All right, yeah. Move to where you want to be, and just focus on where is it you're wanting to remove debris from at the moment.
For now, I'll deal with these 2 cars over here.
Okay.
And I guess Olivia can come help me with clearing debris, or maybe she can go to a separate area and we can split up, and then the other 2 can focus on rescuing civilians for now.
Okay. Yeah, you fly forward and you go to get the debris on this car. Evan is going to shoot out some tendrils of hair, and he is going to whip along in order to follow you, kind of perch on the fence here, and he'll start grabbing at the car, make his way to it, and as he looks inside, you both see that there are a few people in this car. So Evan starts making his way, kind of wrapping his tendrils around them and easing them out of the car as you create a safer space for them to do so without having to worry about the debris falling on them. Meanwhile, down below, Nelson is going to charge forward and create many copies of himself, as all of them are just going to fan out and spread as much as they can around the area. And as you look back, kind of floating in the air, you really do kind of see, like, man, they look like they're kind of scurrying around as they just sort of spread. These Nelsons are going to help usher these people down the highway. This Nelson over here is going to move to check on this car. And the rest of the Nelsons are going to run along. And notably, as they're running, this Nelson scoops up Olivia so that she isn't left behind and just starts running forward with her. And so now, Alex, if you want to free them from their debris, roll to unleash your powers for me to see the scope of, how much you're able to remove and how much control you have over it.
Let's see. Haha!
Yeah, you are feeling on top of your game today. Your powers, you really feel like you've gotten them under control. So you create a wide radius around you as all of these boulders and cars very, individually kind of float into the air, and sort of a stasis happens where Evan is able to safely get these two people out of the car and prepare them to move further down the highway where they need to get to. And all of the debris down here starts floating around. Nelson jumps off of this rock onto this car and opens the door as he hangs down, and he is going to catch somebody that falls out of the car. He will also ferry them along as you safely make this area safe enough for them to remove all of the people that were trapped. They vault over the fences to get over here. Now, as Alex sets all of this down, where do you want to turn your attention to next? As there's a lot going on this road.
There's a lot going on. I'm gonna head back a little bit and go over here with these two cars that look like they might have crashed into each other.
Okay. And yeah, as you come up, you can definitely see that it looks like these two cars were in an accident, as a almost entire tree has just collapsed on the orange car. So what do you want to do here?
I'm gonna try lifting up this log, and then I'm gonna recruit one of the Nelsons near me to help see if there's any people to rescue in these cars.
Alright. This time, I want you to roll to defend. You're rolling to basically get these people out of the car now that you know you've got control over your powers to do such.
Okay.
Let's see. On a failed roll... Yeah, on a failed roll, you go to pick up all of these cars, both of the cars and the log. You're sort of trying to separate them, and in the distance, you see this person kind of back up from the area, wanting to not be too close to it. But your powers accidentally flicker a little bit as you drop and smash the log and the orange car onto the ground, and the gray car, while it isn't dropped immediately, it is hit by this impact before it floats there and then kind of drops to the ground after them. And as Nelson is going to open the door, there are in fact people inside of the car. Nelson is going to pull this one out, but as the windshield shatters, this person in the front seat seems to be minorly damaged by the impact with the other cars. You've lifted them around, and this Nelson will crawl up and go to carefully try to pull them out, clear the way of glass, and get them out of the car. So you drop these cars back onto the road, and Olivia and Nelson are going to continue running past as they make their way down here. Nelson will drop off Olivia, and you can see in the distance over here that there are tons of cars and tons of debris in the way ahead, and Nelson is just going to say, "All right, Olivia, show me what you got," and he'll gesture to the boulder here, and Olivia will run up. She will grab onto the boulder and touch it, and it takes a second, but you watch as the boulder, a few cracks kind of start to form in it, and then it very slowly starts to crumble into a pile of basically gravel on the ground. And once that happens, Nelson is gonna hop up onto the car, and he's at the same time moving this branch off of the car, and just motions for her to go to open the door. And as she does, she tries to open the door. It's kind of jammed, so she presses her palms against it, and the door rusts and corrodes and falls off of its hinges, and is going to, once again, reveal another person inside of this car. Which after that, she steps back, Nelson hops down, and is going to help take this guy out of his silver car. Alex, in the meantime, you look down here as all of the Nelsons are really getting to work, bringing their people down out of the danger zone of the highway. while you see Evan and Nelson, like, running. This Nelson kind of parkours off of this car just because it's in his way. Evan is, like, grabbing onto bits of debris that are hanging around, and swinging and jumping and vaulting in order to get a bit closer. And he'll jump up here. He'll look to the few guys that are up ahead, and he nods back to you, Alex, and just says, "Hey, could you deal with the blue car? I'll handle getting these guys off the road."
Yeah, thank you.
He nods, and he'll start extending his tendrils ahead in order to get these guys pulled out of danger.
Right. And I'll make my way to this blue car back here.
All right, and how do you want to approach getting them out of this situation? Or at least, checking this car and, seeing what the damage is.
Start with Olivia. If she can get rid of this big boulder here, we should be good to be able to open the doors on that side and see who's inside.
All right. Then yeah, as you run up, Olivia is going to grab onto this boulder here, and once again, it starts decaying into gravel and falling to the wayside. And kind of halfway through the process, since it takes a little bit, Nelson will help by moving over, grabbing chunks of stone and kind of chucking them back towards the landslide to get them out of the way, so that she has more time to grab onto the door and pry it open. While they're doing that, what is Alex doing?
Good question. I don't want to mess with them by trying to hover what they're working on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm standing at the ready. I'm ready to assist, but I'm not going to interfere yet because I don't want to mess them up.
Okay.
But this is the last car we can see, so I will stand here and be moral support for now.
And you are looking and giving some moral support as Olivia once again steps back. Nelson makes a motion and brings this person out of the car, and then he looks across the way and just says, "Alex, someone is trapped in that car," or rather, he says, "Someone's trapped in the back seat." And you can look and see that there is a massive stone just sort of leaning against the car.
Climb to the front seat.
What are you wanting to do?
Can they climb to the other side of the car and get out from the other door?
You ask, and Nelson kind of points out, because he could see it on his side, that this only has 2 front doors.
It's one of those. I see. I'm gonna grab a chunk of rock from when the boulder was crumbling and just kind of try to crack the rear view window so the person can get out.
All right. In that case, let's see. Roll to unleash your powers for this very, I want to say, particular job that you're doing. Dude, wanting to make sure you don't exert too much force, but enough force.
Precision. Yeah.
Yeah, and precision you have. Alex, you pick up one of the chunks of boulder, and you are able to lower it onto the window in order to break it. You clear the glass away, and you chuck the boulder off into the distance, and you see inside that there is in fact somebody in the back seat, and they seem a little bit dazed as they kind of move towards you, but don't really seem able to move all that much on their own.
Shout to kind of give them a hand and pull them towards me out of the window, and kind of use the gravity to make them a little bit lighter so I can carry them.
All right. And yeah, you carry this person out of the back of the car. Nelson gets this person, and Nelson's clone, it's running down. He's running down the road to you, and he puts some gentle hands on this person, and just looks to you and with a nod and says, "Okay, you guys move down the road. I'll make sure that we're able to escort these guys to safety."
Thank you, Nelson.
And he nods to you, and will take the civilian and run with him. And as he does this, you're able to look down the way and see that Evan had finished taking his people to the end of the street, and he hops up, jumping from car to car to quickly make his way over to you, doing some flips in the air, because that's what he does. And as Nelson moves to continue taking people down the road, he looks to Olivia and nods to her as she runs up to next to you guys, And Evan says, all right, we're moving further down, other side of the landslide.
Let's go.
All right. And yeah, you guys end up making your way and crossing over a point where the road is pretty damaged. There's not a whole lot of room to move around, but eventually you are able to sidle across and make your way to the other end of the landfall. And as you make your way across, we'll move to our final group, see how they are faring. Once again, we're going to be at the bottom. As
Awaken, Daco.
Oh.
our final group will appear at the base of a snowy mountain beneath a stalled ski lift. And as you make your way up the snowy path here, you see that there is an aircraft that you're seemingly meant to signal with flares flying around in the distance, just over other paths that are on the hiking trail. What do you want to do first?
I mean, if Triff and I guess Lawrence are flying, then like they could just grab, because like I assume the ski lifts are like high, right?
Yeah, they're like 40 feet in the air.
Okay, then I guess we would just, go to position, like Gabe on his little funny hovercraft. Gabe and Lily would just go under while they could like go to grab them.
All right, yeah. Lawrence will shoot forward on his broomstick, which seems to be pretty good at picking up some nice speed. And, he kind of calls back to you guys and just says, I'll check out the next ski lift. Triff, you got this one? And she nods and says, of course I do, dear. And she'll fly up, and with, tender hands, of course, move to prepare these guys as Gabe is going to glide along the ground. And he will, he'll make his way, and he kind of almost creates what you watch him sort of almost walk up an invisible spiral staircase in order to get up towards them. And Triffany helps usher them into his hands, and he starts making moves to lower them to the ground, with Lawrence and Triffany flying around with their enhanced mobility options.
Damn, this one's pretty tame.
Triffany, flies around. She's able to see that Lawrence is off ahead, kind of just scouting out. He just says, okay, there are 3 people on this bench. Where are we taking these people? Like, what are we actually doing with them?
Well, we have flares, so I figure we could just get, a group and then flare for the group.
Okay. And Triffany looks back to you and says, should we flare them from an area lower on the mountain in case another avalanche occurs?
Do we have time to go down and then come back up to get people further up?
Gabe just looks to you and says, if we were to split up. And Triffany just looks between the two of you, fluttering in the air as you both make your way to the ground.
I mean, yeah, this is seeming a lot more tame than I thought, so I guess splitting up isn't the worst idea. We don't have to worry about people being in the snow, right? Like, do I have to dig someone out like Alto?
Do you want to roll to assess the situation?
Sure.
All right.
Could I actually just send my spirits out to comb the snow, since they can phase through stuff?
Go for it.
Yay, yippee, yay. It actually doesn't change the roll because it's superior either way, but,
It's good to know you're using your powers.
Fun flavor.
Yeah.
I get to add 1 because I'm angry, which is always fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, yippee.
And remind me, is there anything special on a full hit on this move?
No, it's just they do what I say.
All right.
And do a great job.
Yeah, you send out spirits on a pretty wide radius, and they start combing the snow. And you're able to feel that beneath the ski lift, there doesn't seem to be any presence of people in the snow. But they are able to pick up on footprints that lead over to a hiking path. And, you're like, okay, so people are probably off in that direction.
All right, I guess we're splitting up. Triff, you and Lawrence can take care of the ski lift. Gabe, you could just ferry people back and forth since you're, fast.
All right. Do you want me to meet back up with you when all of our people are down at the bottom?
Sure.
He'll nod to you. And he hefts both of these people over his shoulders, and then he just starts sliding down the hill.
I get on a little hoverboard.
Okay. And Triffany flutters in the air behind you for a second, and then she just sort of flies off in the direction with Lawrence in order to go help him get these people off of the ski lift. Whee! And as you make your way, you start kind of following these glowing footprints that you're able to see in the snow, and your spirits have picked up on here. And you make your way along a hiking trail, kind of going along the way. Thankfully, your hoverboard is very helpful for being able to avoid any kind of, I guess, like fragile paths or having to worry too much about, like, falling into somewhere. But eventually, as you make your way up the path, you're going to arrive up here.
What is the situation?
Yeah, as you look up here, it seems that there are two people that are half buried in the snow here. And it seems that there are, like, a bunch of, like, hand and footprints around the area.
Oh, god damn it. What? I'll start trying to think there's a funny way to use my powers to do this. Could I mean, I guess I could just start, like, or I could use the ghosts to, like, disturb snow further down so it's not so tightly packed. Just to make it a bit easier to dig them out.
Alright, yeah. In that case, let's go to unleash your powers to start, kind of shuffling through the snow here and making this area a bit easier to get them out of, not quite as tight.
Yeah, you be.
Yeah, you send out your spirits and you're able to feel them moving around the snow here and helping to dig people out. So you're able to get these two people pretty smoothly out of the snow. And as they are shuffling the snow around, you're able to see somebody is pinned under this rock.
And I assume the robot is moving.
Yeah, the robot is very weakly kind of trying to grasp out, but seems to have been buried in a little bit more snow before you got here.
Okay. Lily will, as she picks up the other two, she'll hand them off to ghosts to just kind of carry them fireman style, like behind her here. Just hold them for her.
Alright.
And she will, walk up to the rock and get ghosts to boost her strength and get ready to start trying to lift it. And just as she is, she's like, all right, I think a little bit of a suspension of disbelief. If you got hit by a rock during an avalanche, I don't know if you'd still be rescuable, but yeah, all right, fine, it's for her grade.
All right, roll to, roll to defend.
Yo, I'm completely and utterly neutral at that. Yeah, and that shows.
Yeah, as you are able to pick up the boulder here, you're able to see that, you're getting the ghosts to increase your strength, and you're lifting up the boulder, and you look beneath to see that the bottom half of the droid is crushed and, kind of mangled. It's still together, but very heavily damaged, and the droid starts crying out in pain.
This is kind of dark. Do we have, like, comms or something?
You do, yeah.
She'll hit the button and be like, hey, Gabe, are you done yet?
And he comes back on comms and just says, I'm in the middle of transport. And then Triffany comes on and says, I am free, dear.
I don't know if you have any experience lifting rocks?
I can try.
Girl, you can't. Sure.
Lawrence is just like, do you want me to come use some magic? I can get up there pretty quick.
Okay, Lawrence might actually be able to do it. Maybe.
You hear a scoff from Triffany as the line cuts. And Lawrence is just like, okay, yeah, alright, I'll be on my way in a minute.
No, that was, like, Lily starts trying to, like, defend herself or argue. Like, no, it wasn't a rude thing, like, literally, okay, and she's not on the line, is she?
And she's like, I don't know. And yeah, you have a moment here. These ghosts are floating these two people away, and yeah, it doesn't take very long as you're able to hear a burst of flame in the distance as Lawrence appears and whips around on his broomstick here, and he kind of is sitting cross-legged and is like, "Oh my god, okay, let me see here."
Yeah, kind of dark, right?
Yeah, this is. I mean, I guess this could happen, but damn. Okay. God, at least they don't look like people, I guess. Okay. Right. And he'll create a magic circle and move it forward as the magic circle sort of turns to envelop and create a ring around the boulder, and it sort of starts to glow with this pinkish purple as after a moment it just suspends itself in the air. Okay, it should be good.
Damn, alright. Scoop.
You scoop this person, and you scoop them up, and they kind of twitch a little bit and stop moving. But based on like the lights and readings, you can tell it's not like they died, but they probably passed out.
Alright, let's get this guy to a mechanic stat.
And Lawrence will just kind of move the boulder over and be like, "Okay, I guess I'll just drop it over here," and he'll just drop it off in the snow. And we will move away from this scene back to the raging waters.
Ooh.
Jay, as you have been moving across the water in order to make some progress on this flood, what you have seen first and foremost is that, of course, Robert's been jumping around from surface to surface as he can, trying to stick to what he can, not really wanting to get himself swept up in the water, but he's making good time, making good mobility. Priscilla, meanwhile, has been sending all of her duplicates out and creating light constructs and platforms in order to kind of ferry everyone off of the precarious roofs and off of their cars. And she has started to kind of cordon them into a large, like, light construct, almost sort of like a cup, holding it kind of above the water before letting it kind of taper down and become a little more flat. And as you move around, what is your next move? Because as you have mentioned, your boat's only so big, and you're kind of full up on people at the moment.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good. So I think the first move is for me is going to be getting and turning to Maya and being like, it's time for us to to bring out the flotation devices so we can connect them to the boat. Because that's going to be kind of like a permanent solution or not permanent, but like for this moment here.
Okay. Maya just sort of nods to you and says, "Okay, I'll get some of those fastened." And meanwhile, next to you, Priscilla reaches a cup of light into the water, and you hear some splashing as she pulls somebody out of the waves.
I was just about to say, can I roll to assess the situation? Because as we're leaving, this first little area, I kind of want to just look over and make sure there's no one in the water.
Yeah, go for it.
Ooh.
Now, yeah, you're looking around, and it's just there's so much going on, so much rain. All the waves are crashing, and it's kind of hard to tell what movement is the water and what movement is something in the water. But as you're kind of looking around and getting a little intense, one of the duplicates of Priscilla runs by and says, she basically just runs by you and says, "Hey, don't drown in it all. Stay with me, okay?"
Yeah, you're right. You should keep going. There's someone up on that car there.
I got him. And all of the squad of Priscillas, of course, run forward in formation. And Robert continues running along the rooftops. And you can really see that it feels like both of them are at home in this kind of job. Meanwhile, you kind of look back to Maya, and it's clear that Maya is basically single-handedly relying on you to be able to be helpful here.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep kind of following. I'm following Priscilla to kind of pick up these people and then moving down, but also kind of encouraging Maya as we go to be like, Just keep your eyes on the water. If you see anyone, just let me know.
Okay, I'll try. And she'll
Like a big tugboat.
and she'll kind of sit behind you, and she closes her eyes as she unravels. Her kind of hair unravels as it usually does, and snakes look in all sorts of directions. And she's like, "It's still kind of hard for me to see with all of this rain, but if I notice anything, I'll let you know."
Just try to make sure that everybody stays in the boat. We might be hitting some more underdrafts.
Right, got it. And as one of the Priscillas moves on, two of the other light constructs run along the side of the boat. And as you kind of attach some flotation devices and get some people fastened into them, the two Priscillas basically unfold themselves into like fractals. And they are going to create large scoops that are going to fasten onto the side of your boat to give you a few more seats as well.
Oh, yay! There we go. We've got room.
As you rush forward in the water, roll to directly engage a threat as the waves crash into you over and over.
Alright. Fuck.
Oh, it is not looking so good for you as the waves are going to crash into you, and it actually feels like you're about to capsize.
I would like to... Like, the boat is gonna just capsize in the water?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on one sec. Because I need to... I'm gonna, yeah, I can't use team for that either because it's so low.
It's so low.
It's bad. I want to attempt to essentially make a construct. Because what an underdraft tech is doing is it's like pulling the boat down in one direction.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to essentially use the construct to like immediately like fight up against the underdrafts because the buoyancy of the boat should be also like fighting up against it too. So I want to basically create weight on the other side of the boat.
All right.
And I'm going to spend my last burn for it.
Okay, yeah. Then you're able to do that. And what form does this weight take? Like, are you literally making
I want it to be
anchor,
literally like an anchor. Yeah, an anchor just like appears out of air, like with a chain on it, and it just falls down into the water for a second.
All right, yeah, you anchor yourself onto some more firm ground. You're able to hold firm and stop
I'm gonna
yourself.
be like, hold on!
Yeah, water is like splashing up into the boat.
Yeah.
Maya has to like curl in on herself to protect all of her snake's eyes before unfurling again. But yeah, spending some of that extra energy for that construct, you're able to stop yourself from being capsized.
Oh,
And of course, meanwhile, ahead of you, the Priscillas continue to run along their light platforms, with the real one being this one. And she is going to move to create more light constructs to allow this person to step off of their car and create a little receptacle so that you can come by and get him.
Yeah, as soon as we like find that like moment of peace again, I imagine that the anchors just like poof and we start zooming forward towards them.
All right.
Just to get away from the current that's happening.
Yeah, you make your way over here. Priscilla is going to usher him onto your boat. And it seems like you, once again, you're going to reach capacity again pretty soon, but you still have enough room for these people. And as this, as Priscilla's light copy is going to run forward in order to help out with where Robert is at on top of one of the roofs, Priscilla looks back to you and says, "We're going to need a firm evac point for these people so we can move further down the street."
Yeah. Each hero is equipped with one flare and one flotation device. How big are the flotation devices? I just am curious.
It's like a one-person flotation device.
Okay, because, yeah, the boat would have enough room for 3 of the civilians if all of us were on the boat. But since it's just Maya, I'm like doing the math in my head right now so that I make sure we have enough people.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be Maya, and then these 4, So these, okay, so I could use 2 more flotation devices, and then we could potentially fit everybody if I got Priscilla's and Robert's. So I think that's Jay is gonna be like, I need to use your guys' flotation devices. Priscilla, if you could have one of your copies, give them to me.
But Priscilla being right here in front of you, she just pulls it out, tosses it down to you.
Yeah, we're gonna just get that. I'm passing it back to Maya, basically.
Which I guess Maya's technically the captain.
Yeah,
of the
I was
boat.
gonna say. Yeah, I was like, Maya is. The boat's arm just comes up like, thank you.
Yeah, Maya grabs it. She goes to fasten it to the boat. And yeah, again, once again, you seem like you've got enough room for a few more people. And you're looking around ahead.
Yeah.
And you don't see that many more people, so you're thinking that you should have enough room for everybody that needs to be here. So Priscilla nods and just says, I can move forward while you get these guys onto the helicarrier, and then you can follow after us.
Got it.
And she'll
Going.
nod
We're gonna
to you.
zoom.
Yeah, you go to run along. And as you come up here alongside Priscilla, give me one last assess the situation.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You're able to notice 2 very important things. One, and this is something that Priscilla kind of seems to catch on to, but is happening very fast, is that there is somebody being swept in the undercurrent under the water here. And additionally...
I see.
Yeah. And then up ahead of you, you notice that this yellow car in front of you has a lot of splashing around it, as you kind of hear a thud of metal, and you see that somebody is in the water and has just smacked into the car.
And can I, since I got full hit, can I ask 2 questions?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is there anything in my surroundings that could be used to potentially help the one that is furthest away? Like any debris in the water or anything like that? Like on a grab onto this rope type of vibe?
Nothing of that nature, unless you specifically wanted to, like, hold on to the car and make it a more firm landing for them to crawl up onto. But the car is in a position right now where, because it's kind of at an angle, it would need to be like a flat surface that they were crawling up against.
Okay. And then... For, like, what here's in the greatest danger, which one of these civilians seems like they can hold on for longer?
Out of the 3 civilians...
I'm guessing it's the person... Yeah.
Yeah,
out of the 3.
Out of the 3, the person who's in the most danger is the one who is currently being swept up in the undercurrent.
Okay. On, like, the mic, and to Priscilla, just... Jay's gonna be like, do you think that you can get them out from under the water?
And yeah, Priscilla's going to look down and move to assist. So I want you to roll to defend.
Yeah, you got it. Go. Damn.
Yeah, sadly, you notice this, but there is a lot...
Are there any team points?
There are team points. You guys do have team points still, but you can only spend 1 per person that is helping you.
Oh, okay. So, and since only Priscilla is helping me, it would only be 1.
Unless you could find a way for someone else to help you, but then you would have to spend 2 team points to make that a success.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to do that. I actually, Can I use my I'll save you ability? So I can...
What does that do?
It allows me to defend someone as if I rolled a 12+.
Okay. Are there
and
any...
I can give insight to someone watching regarding my secret. At your discretion.
That's right, that's right. I remember that ability.
Yeah.
Yes,
I haven't used it in a while.
Yeah, you can use that if you want to.
Awesome. I feel like I would have... Because it's this moment where he's getting swept under and I can't really help. But but the way that I'm gonna go around the situation is by kind of like the boat is gonna come around to the side here and be able to like assist Priscilla so that she can hold on to the boat and be able to grab this person, you know? So that she's not just like in trying to get in the water, I guess, by herself, you know?
Yeah, you pull the boat up here, and you know, Priscilla's copies are all moving out and scanning the area, and you call out to her, to this person that is in the undercurrent, so she quickly drops down onto a lower platform and creates a scoop made of light in order to just sort of catch this person, so that she can pull them up out of the water with a straight motion. And yeah, you burst along in the water and boat over this way. And she is going to motion down to you and move this person into your care. But you kind of look at her, and you can see a reflection in her glasses as, once again, you know, this may have happened in the past, and it's happened in situations where different versions of you have seen this. But now, in the reflection of her glasses, you are able to see her make eye contact with your serial number and a particular logo for your creator.
What? I see it in the glasses?
You see the logo of course, Western Enterprise.
Both looking kind of shocked at each other. Jay, like, just brushes this off. Boat Jay is feeling crazy.
Yeah, you see it as it's like the boat sort of had to expand and contort and then pull back into shape, so some of the plates of your body didn't go where you wanted them to go, because this is normally on the inside. But you see this and are kind of taken aback. Priscilla looks at you with a level gaze for a second before just turning on her heel and continuing forward without a word to continue scouting for people.
He just is like, and starts to follow behind, kind of like, oh wait, I should actually get person on the car. Yeah. Almost follows, just like going off.
Yeah, you end up following behind here in order to make your way up to the boat.
My little army. I'm sorry. I'm just keep watching you remake the formation, and I love it.
So many people on the boat, and yeah, you.
I know.
You see as
big boat.
Robert, along with Priscilla, which this Priscilla up here kind of unfolds into a light bridge as Robert is going to, you know, carefully move along with this guy, wrap his tongue around him, and extend him over towards your boat to set him in the boat.
Yay!
And you continue tooting along as Priscilla is going to move in order to get this guy up onto the yellow boat, so that you can dock next to it. Robert will hop onto the boat as well in order to get this guy over to safety. And Priscilla looks to Robert and nods and just says, "We'll move on ahead. You activate one of the flares to call the ship."
Oh, me?
Yeah, she looks to the boat, but I guess also to Maya, because Maya's captaining the boat.
I was gonna say, I was like, I'm a boat.
And Maya
I'm
just nods
sorry.
and says, "Alright, I'll move back and set this off." And you guys nod. And yeah, Priscilla and Robert move along further down the street in order to kind of start preparing the situation for you and Maya, as you both, you know, kind of anchor down in the middle of the street to give this sort of first safe beacon to get people off of the road and out to safety. Oh yeah?
Go ahead. You're good.
No. Please, by all means.
I feel like as like they're starting to head out towards that area, Jay on comms is just gonna be like, "We did an amazing job. I'm positive that we got everybody out of the water."
And as they move forward down the road, you know, Priscilla's just going to calm back and just say, "We don't know that yet. We're gonna keep moving, okay?"
All right.
Yeah, and you see that, like, she basically immediately shot down your, like, you know, supportive backup as they just sort of move further down the street.
Yeah, what the heck? I wanna, wait, I wanna roll, I'm trying to roll mundane about it. I'm trying to comfort or support right now.
Yeah, go for it.
I wanna try. Damn it.
Yeah, this is not Jay's day.
I know. It's okay. I got a lot of potential.
It's true. You are getting a lot of potential out of this. Reminder for everybody.
I am actually gonna take an advancement after this, because I got a lot.
But yeah, it just seems that Priscilla just did not,
Yeah.
hear you.
She didn't take
not
well to being comforting.
She did not respond, and Robert is just sort of following in her lead as they move ahead. And you're anchored and you're letting these people get picked up. But you can feel the waves starting to get choppier and even more intense. And we will move back to the apartments. To Terry and to Echo. Now, Terry and Echo. Oh yeah, Terry did say BRB. So... Yeah, with Echo, you were going to move down in order to assist Aiden, right?
Yes.
All right, we'll follow you at first then.
Okay. Echo is going to go and just zip past this. He's going to enter another portal and go to enter this apartment. All
right. You pass through the wall, appear in the apartment here. As you appear and you're like, oh dang, there are some fires all over the place. And you can see Aiden here with two people as he seems to have run out of fuel. And there are still fires on either end of this room, but it seems like they're kind of recovering after being half put out.
All right, I'm gonna get these people out. Do you need a refill real quick?
Yes.
Okay, and he goes open a portal to the ice drum. Give him a good old refill.
All right. Are you going to try to multitask, get them on the roof through the ice portal, or are you doing one portal at a time?
One portal at a time. Focus on the objective. That's what Nightwalker said.
All right.
At a time. Don't squirrel.
Yeah, you start to allow Aiden to start recharging and absorbing some of this snow, but it seems that he is having to concentrate in order to do this as the fires start to spread in your direction and lick at you. So really quick, as you are in this room, I want you to roll to take a powerful blow, just from being in this situation, being surrounded in flames, and seeing these two unconscious people on the ground in front of you. That's a hit. So you can choose one from the lower list on take a powerful blow.
One sec. Oh, this is 7 and 9. I'm going to give ground to the fire. Actually, no, I'm gonna lash out at.
You're gonna lash out at Aiden?
Aiden, yeah.
All right, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say?
Come on, let's go. We gotta go. This is getting hurt. Ow, 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 ow.
You do that. He stops taking fuel and he's like, okay, get them to the roof, and he'll start spraying some water down over the nearby fires, kind of acting as like an area sprinkler.
Just when I get him out, get fucking out of here and go to the next room.
Oh, okay. All right, and you're ferrying them up to the roof real quick.
Yep. First.
And do you go with them so you can pop down somewhere else, or are you just kind of ferrying them up and then staying in here? Like, what's Echo's next move as Aiden, sprinkles around himself and then goes to like slip under the door to quickly get out and away from you because you yelled at him.
I'm sorry, my guy. He's gonna pop out in the hallway, kind of like a little bit frazzled by that as he sighs, and just says, "Check the other room." And then he gets on comms and goes, "Danny, what's your status?"
Danny buzzes in and just says, "The first 2 floors are secure. I'm going to be coming up to you guys in just a sec."
Okay, we're still making our way down the hallway. We got about... Brad. 4 rooms left.
Yeah, that was really helpful. Thankfully, there's not a whole lot of fires on the bottom 2 floors, so, I mean, how much fire are you guys seeing on the top floor?
Quite a bit. We're still working our way through it.
Okay. Well, just let me know if you need me to zip up there.
Okay, just make your way up.
All right.
He looks at Aiden. Do you need more?
Yes, I stopped taking fuel early because you yelled at me.
Hey, you gotta be quicker.
I'm only so quick, I'm sorry.
It's okay, just move faster.
He moves his hands into the snow and starts trying to absorb it. And then we will pause and wait here for Kai. Star Heights Academy.
Star Heights Academy.
Now, that's the first thing you said after we came back, so now people are going to sound, it's going to sound like you said that, like, as if you heard the ad.
Star Heights Academy.
Who knows who's going to do it? We don't even know yet. Yeah, we're back. Kai is back. So, Terry, Echo darted ahead and moved into the lower apartment with Aiden in order to help get a few people out. What is Terry wanting to do in the meanwhile?
They left just the guy with. Okay. You know what? No, this is fine. For Terry, this is perfectly fine. Oh, Christ. Terry's gonna open this door and just check the next one by himself.
I'm working on evac. What do you want from me?
What do you mean? What do you want from me?
I can't be everywhere at once.
What do you?
Star Heights Academy.
So, I'll actually also, there's a slight addendum to earlier, because this was something I missed, but you do check this door. There is a lot of smoke around this door.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You took Aiden with you. It's fine. What's the logic? Oh no, this, like, Terry would be perfectly fine with this because he's a weirdo. Okay, yeah, so Terry's gonna open this door, and with the smoke amount, he's gonna crouch and like be ready to dodge a fire blast because he assumed this is just chock full of fire.
It is. There's a lot
fantastic.
of fire right by the door. So Terry, roll to take a powerful blow. Let's see how you take it, champ.
Wait, even with him like preventing to dodge it?
Well, yeah, take a powerful blow is whether or not it actually hits you.
Okay, is that a flat d6?
There should be a button on your sheet that just says take a powerful blow somewhere.
Oh yeah, it's this one. Yes, with 4 conditions, take a powerful blow.
Wow! Full hit! Alright. You know what? This seems like a good time for this. Let's do this. Terry, you move to this door, you see some smoke, you're like, alright, I gotta move fast. You go to open the door, and boom, fire and heat burst out towards you, and you take a pretty nasty blow. You can choose one from the top list of take a powerful blow, or 2 from the bottom list.
I literally can't mark 2 conditions. Normally that's always the vibe, but I literally only have 1 to give. Two is
condition.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll make sure to do that. 100%. Don't worry. It'd be really cool if you guys didn't fucking leave. Good Scooby-Doo looking ass motherfuckers. So obviously gonna give ground because that makes sense. He's not gonna be like, I'm not giving ground to this fire and just keep standing there and actually die.
Yeah.
Oh. Did Echo leave? Did Echo just leave? Like, did you tell?
Well,
did you like?
Yeah,
there's some context here you're missing.
Yeah, you
Okay.
guys came out of the room, and Echo was like, okay, I'm gonna go help get Aiden's people like ferried up to the roof. And then, you're able to move across the hall here, and you were going to scout out the next room. But still, given the situation you're in, makes sense that Terry might, be kind of at his edge, because this is a stressful situation regardless. So you could lash out verbally and give ground if you want to do those two.
But who did I get mad at? Because that makes sense. No, what you did makes sense. Why did Aiden go with you?
Aiden was already down there. Echo was going to ferry them to the roof.
Oh, wait. So this is the top floor, and the floor beneath us is the other one.
What do you mean?
Like, is this the topmost floor, or
Yes,
is this?
you guys are on the top floor, and you heard Danny on comms also mention between talking to Echo that she has cleared out the bottom floors and she is making her way up to you guys now.
I can't get mad at no. Getting mad at any of them makes no fucking sense. It's fucking just doing stuff that. Yell at Aiden for the fun of it. I'm gonna start yelling. Don't start fucking yelling. Fucking Jay just starts freaking out at Aiden from like actually like a few kilometers away.
Even if you don't want to yell at them like, oh, you're doing the wrong thing, lashing out verbally to provoke somebody could just be like, hey, fucking get over here, I need help, like, you know, just in the tensity of the moment.
Oh yeah, okay. So in that place, Terry's gonna fucking give ground and yell, I'm actually on fire. Aiden, get here now. Because Terry's in the process of going up in flames.
Yeah, the door opens, you explode, you fly back and slam into this wall, and you're like, fucking Aiden! And we're gonna move down here. Echo, you're like, Aiden, get ice, faster, faster. You guys hear this from Terry as you look down the hall and see him explode, and Aiden just shudders, and you watch him just like burst into a puddle before like slowly trying to reform. It says, oh, I'm trying, I'm trying, I'm sorry, it's all so stressful.
Is he out of the portal?
He is out of the portal, yeah.
Okay, Echo's gonna close it and just go, listen, focus. Please.
Okay.
I'm gonna go help him clear the other room. He's gonna go to portal over.
Do you want to comfort or support, or would you like to provoke Aiden to action?
Comfort and support.
Okay, you're just trying to get him level. You're like, hey, I'm sorry, baby. Listen, hey, I didn't want to yell at you.
Oh.
Yo, that's a full hit. And because you actually got a 10 plus, not only do you manage to calm him down, you're like, hey, it's stressful, I know, you gotta calm. He gets a little calm, he's like, okay. Additionally, you can either add a team to the pool, or you can clear a condition.
I don't have any conditions, so I'm gonna add a team to the pool. You're welcome, Lily.
Don't need it. Have you seen my rolls?
I mean, so Echo, what Echo's gonna do, is Terry currently on...
Yeah, you run up here, and yeah, Terry is on fire. He has exploded back into this wall, and Aiden's gonna move into this room here. All right, so yeah, Echo, how are you wanting to help Terry here?
He's gonna from the sand realm. He's gonna grab Terry and literally throw him in the ice realm in the snow.
All right, then in this case, in order to defend Terry from the fire, roll to defend. All right.
Pretty good.
Yeah, on a 7 to 9, it costs you. You either have to expose yourself to danger or escalate the situation.
Do you want to just say his hands get burnt?
Yeah, your hands get burnt in this situation. And you know, you're like, okay, you're having to like chuck him in there, so you're also getting a little bit of the fire, and a little bit of the taste of that. And yeah, because he succeeded on that, Kai, you know, you're chucked into the ice realm and are rolling around to get the fire off of you. And it was a partial
thermal
success.
shock.
Yeah, it was a partial success. You can either add a team to the pool, you can take influence over, or rather, Echo could take influence over you, I guess. Or wait. Okay, yeah, this is for you, Will. You can either add a team to the pool, you can take influence over Terry, or you can clear a condition of yours. Or I guess you might be able to clear one of his conditions, honestly. I would allow
Yeah,
that.
let's clear one of his conditions. The poor boy needs a...
But I exist on the edge. Instantaneous
Not
death.
today, motherfucker.
All right, Terry, you're thrown into the ice and into the snow to roll around, get fire off. What condition goes away?
Well, I can just pick.
Yeah, you can choose.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
something that's like narratively makes some
makes
sense.
sense. Afraid doesn't make sense because he's always afraid. This makes him more guilty. He got saved by someone else that wouldn't really help with hopeless. That leaves insecure. How would that deal with insecure?
Maybe just in the moment, it's like you don't have to be as insecure about the situation because you're like, okay, you know, I blew up. Yes, Echo is here to back me up. You know, that could be a way
It could
of
also
looking
be
at that.
hopeless.
Mhm.
Because this is technically easy relief, and he's not. He thought he was. He didn't think he was gonna die. Insecure makes more sense. Yee.
Okay, so you're getting rid of insecure.
Duh.
Okay. So yeah, you feel a little more secure since
God.
Echo is here to help you out. You pop back out of the ice portal after being doused, and Echo, kind of burnt your hands a little bit. That's smarts, but you're both here, and of course, Aiden has been sent down to what again Terry has referred to as Apartment 2, in order to search for people in there.
As Terry was rolling around, Echo would have his hands on fire. He would have dipped his hands in the snow. Ah, that's smarts. You okay?
I'm fine. Let's move on. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
And down the hallway, you hear a door open, and you watch as a lightning bolt ricochets off of the floor and off of the wall, kicks off of it, as Danny lands right here and just says, "Which rooms do you need me to check?"
2 back.
One's further ahead.
Yeah.
And then she darts this way, and then darts down the hall, and you watch as her lightning bolt is able to fly and maneuver through the initial flames that are in front of you guys, but she very quickly skids to a stop here, and she just shit. As you guys, look down the way and see there are tons of flames just blocking these doors, and she can't materialize in order to open the doors with the flames blocking them.
I can go deal with that flame for her. Do you got this?
Yep. I'll
Okay.
try. Go.
Run.
Okay, and
Yeah,
of course,
Terry's gonna try and put this out with his toxin.
all right. Roll to unleash your powers. And Echo, of course, to get around the flames, I assume you just jump in and out of portals in order to get over to Danny.
You know it. You want me to just portal you
Wallow.
through the
Here,
doors?
we'll do Terry's roll first.
Walla walla bing. Yeah, that's
Oh.
all right.
All right, yeah, you're feeling the smog, but you're not quite used to using it to put out fires yet. So as you breathe it forward, you're just like, okay,
Oh yeah.
I might not be able to put this out on my own because this is a big fire. It's taking up half the room.
How would team make sense? You're helping Danny. Aiden's down the other room.
Well, no, you can take it selfish. You're feeling invigorated by the fact Echo didn't let you burn to death.
If he were to use team selfishly, it would have to
Shift a label.
Yeah, it would be shifting a label, and you could bump your freak up in order to get that bonus point, but it would have to be selfish and either ignoring or insulting your teammates in what you are doing, or it's the key of the action.
Yeah, I don't think Terry without it being semantics, somehow make that putting out a fire and doing what everyone's supposed to be doing selfish.
Yeah, might be a little hard to get that one.
Yeah.
All right, the flames stand in
It
your
does
way,
no worko.
and we are up here at Danny and Echo. You had a question.
Echo is just gonna go to open a portal to the ice realm, just to try to smother the fire with cold wind.
All right, roll to unleash your powers. Kapow!
My god.
Yeah, you open a massive icy portal, and you watch as the winds from a blizzard blow through and down the hall. And this is a very powerful, otherworldly blizzard that comes through. As it blows through, destroys these flames, and it clears the path further down the hall. And Danny, she shoots you a little finger salute, and she darts up to this door. She's going to, of course, quickly check it, and then dart her way inside.
He'd get on comms. Anyone need evac, people?
Aiden calls out to you and says, I found one person, but I don't know. I need to get him to the roof.
Can you do that, or do you need my help?
I might need your help.
All right, I'm on my way. Terry, you okay?
Help Aiden, I'll improvise.
Okay. And he goes to portal.
All right. You portal and run. Yeah, Terry, what are you thinking in terms of improvising to get in here?
How sturdy this door looking?
It looks, like an apartment building door. Why do you ask?
Terry's okay. This is my thought for what Terry's gonna do. He's gonna try and like kick it down onto the flames to give himself a non-burning platform for seconds to get across.
Okay, that makes sense. In that case, roll to directly engage a threat.
Ah!
All right, you can pick one from the directly engage a threat list, and this is, of course, regarding the fire or whatever pain you may take from kicking down a door.
Like, so, yeah, resist or avoid the fire. That's like the whole point of the action.
All right. Then, yeah, you kick down the door. You're able to block these flames and walk over them, kind of creating what is sort of like a bridge here.
Mm-hmm.
You're able to see down the hallway.
Yeah. So Terry's just gonna head down the hallway.
All right. And of course, you initially open up a little closet, and you check the first room on your way.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that there is a little bedroom here.
He's gonna do the same thing. He's gonna do the same way he swept last time. He's gonna check under the bed just by like crouching down and then turn to open the closet.
All right, open the closet, and nobody is in there.
Okay, in that case, he's gonna head back out. And when he opens doors now, he's gonna like open them while not standing in front of them.
Okay, yeah, you're doing like a sort of breach, push the door open.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to blow up again.
Mm-hmm. All right, which door, top or bottom?
Top.
All right. Open the door here, and you are able to see that it opens into a bathroom.
Okay, cool. Now he's gonna open the bottom one. Actually, assumes it's to the master.
Yep, you open it up, and you're able to see that the bed is on fire, but you can also see out through the window that it leads to the fire escape.
Perfect. He's gonna try and put the fires out. Fear missed.
All right. You know what to do.
Get there. Walla walla bing. Oh my god.
All
Blessed
right.
be.
You can mark a condition, or I can tell you how it's unstable or temporary.
Unstable or temporary. It's fine.
All right. Then you create a burst of fear toxin forward. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have properties that put out flames, so you kill them and they die down to embers, but you know that you're basically just creating a short opening for yourself if you wanted to get through to the window, and the fires will rev up again.
Yep. So Terry is going to run to try and grab, like, go through the bed, like jump on the bed, and he's going to try and like shoulder charge through the window.
All right. Roll to directly engage a threat. And this is more for the glass, by the way, rather than, fire.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. You're able to bust through the window without taking, really any damage from the glass, and create an opening out onto the fire escape, which you see connects to other windows.
Yep. So, let's say he's like here.
Yeah.
Okay, so Aiden and Neko are dealing with this.
Mm-hmm.
So Terry's gonna head up and look through this window.
All right.
Head up. Take a look.
You head up. You look through the window here. And you see that there is somebody against the window, and they're like rattling against it and then force it open. And
So they forced it open?
yeah, they're like forcing it upward and open, like they were in the process of opening it.
Mm-hmm. Could they fit through there, or is it too small?
No, it's big enough. And as you see this blitzing into the room, Danny bursts into the room here, and she kind of like is pushing this person along, and is motioning for him to move out of the window with you guys. And I'll refresh my page real quick. There we go. But yeah, Danny ushers this guy into the bedroom with you guys. And he crawls onto the bed, and these two are going to make their way out onto the fire escape alongside you. And then Danny will just say, "This apartment's cleared, I'm moving on to the next one."
Okie dokie.
She'll blitz away like a lightning bolt.
In that case, Terry would calm to Echo once he has time that there's two on the balcony to get put to the safety of the roof. because leaving them here is bad. And
Got
then this leads down, yeah? Because we're on top floor.
Yes.
Does this go further?
It goes on to like a couple more rooms just at the very end of the hall.
Yeah, Terry would go through the window and go to follow after Danny, just in case she needed help.
All right. Then as you do that, and I'll open up this path here as you're able to see your way going down into the hallway. We will move down to Echo as you portal into this room, and you portal just next to a fire, and you see right here is Aiden with somebody who is unconscious. And Aiden kind of like moves back and starts spraying water at, the fire that you almost appeared in.
Keep going, Aiden. You're doing good work.
Thank you. I'm trying.
You're doing good. Don't worry. Goes and grabs the guy and goes to evac him.
All right.
Roof.
Yeah, you move him up to the roof, and Aiden continues just like staring straight at these fires and spraying water at them.
Aiden, I guess within the time, would he'd go evac people and then jump back here? Would he still be spraying the water?
Wait, what are you asking?
So like by the time Echo would evac the guy and then come back, would he still be spraying the water?
Yeah, he's spraying at this second fire now, where he had put out the first one.
Don't worry about those fires. Just focus on getting the people out. Continue down the hallway. We got.
Oh, okay. I'll move further down the hall. And he goes to, kind of like slither between your legs and squeeze out beneath the door and move down the hallway.
I think it's the last one on the left.
Oh, okay. Got it.
No, yeah, Echo's like, I really hope he knows his mushroom rights. And then he'd go to evac the people on the balcony.
All right. You portal through. You make your way up here. And yeah, Terry, you have the time to move down through the hall and exit through the end of this apartment. You're able to see some fires that have formed in the edge of this hallway that Danny was seemingly just blitzing past. You run up.
Shit, I was muted. So like he'd have to like put this out or dive through it.
Yes.
He's gonna dive through it.
Okay. Go to directly engage a threat. All right. You can pick one from the list. I assume you want to avoid the blows from the fire. So yeah, you like wall jump on either side to go over the fire. You appear on the other side. And as you get over here, the door, kind of like shudders as Aiden comes under it. It's like, I'm here to put out fires.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna keep going.
Oh,
Danny's already moved ahead.
Okay. Good luck. And he'll just start spraying the fire here to put it out.
Okay. Terry's gonna assume that Danny's already in here.
Okay.
And is already working. But he actually, why is he assuming? Yes, he can ask her. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Danny, have you cleared the room adjacent to the one I saw you in?
You call out to her, and she just says, "It took me a minute to get into this apartment. I found 2 people that are unconscious, but they're a bit far apart from each other. One's in the bathroom, one's in the bedroom."
Echo support Danny after you're done with those 2. I'm moving up. Because like he assumes if he goes in here, there's fire she's danced past, and by the time he gets there, Echo could have already taken them, and this pointless.
Probably a good assumption.
Yeah, so he's gonna push forward.
All right. Yeah, you run down the hall, and Echo, you jump through some portals and go to Danny's aid in order to help clear out this apartment, and we are going to move away to our next group. Over at the landslide, now having moved to the other side of it. We'll zoom out a little bit. As Alex, you, Evan, and Olivia are all making your way down the road. You have made your way around the edge of the landslide, and you see a lot of destruction in its wake that has been left ahead, and a few scattered people. What do you want to do next?
I think we're gonna keep up with our strategy of what we were doing previously, and I'm gonna start by running up here and trying to get this log off of here.
All right.
Maybe I can get some help from Evan with his tendrils.
Yeah, you see Evan like grapple onto some of the edges of this landslide and move along the way. So he jumps down here. Actually, he's gonna stay up here as you like levitate this in the air. He'll move his tendrils to wrap around the log and grab it and sort of anchor it up to try and help move it just out of the way, fully up onto the landslide so that it is just away from the car fully.
Is there anybody in here?
As you check inside of the car, you will see that there is somebody in the driver's seat, and they seem to be unconscious.
Okay. I will let Evan take them. And I'll keep on going.
All right. Yeah, as you move along, Olivia, of course, is standing by, ready to support you. And as you run up this car, you see that there are 3 people in this car, all seemingly unconscious, with, just having smashed into the back of the red car with a large branch just sort of sitting on top of it.
Do we have any Nelson clones that can help with these people?
I'm on my way! You hear a few Nelsons on the line as they're all talking, and then eventually, after a few moments, see Nelson running up down here as he sent some clones to ferry people off of the road and get them to safety, as these clones are running and just say, all right, where do you need me? And me!
Right here.
They'll run up with you. This Nelson will move to just charge ahead. Olivia will run after him to charge this way. And these 2 Nelsons split up next to you and move to start opening the car doors and moving people out of the car. And we'll just nod to you and say, all right, we've got this car, you can move ahead. And we move up to the top section of this road.
I'm gonna have Olivia help me and dissolve this giant boulder, because if I mess that up, it's not gonna be good.
Mm-hmm. Olivia moves a bit closer, and she goes to grab onto you kind of moving out of the way. Moves to grab onto this boulder and start dissolving it and letting it crumble into pieces and corroding the car. And you do see that inside of the car there is a droid that looks to have been smashed, but the other car door is kind of busted up as there is somebody out on the sidewalk off to the side, just sort of like laying there. Which Nelson, of course, is going to run over to assist with. And as you guys check the inside of the car and note that there is not anybody inside, this droid is going to run over towards you, because heroes are on the scene. Looking for help, and is going to start gesturing over to the other gray car. But at that moment, there is a rumbling that you can feel beneath your feet, as you can feel that some of the earth around you is starting to shift, and it seems that the aftershock tremors are taking place. And while all of this intense shaking is going on, I would like for you to roll to take a powerful blow as this happens.
Full blow again. Conditions?
Yes. Alright, that is a hit. You can choose one, or you have to choose one from the lower take a powerful blow list.
See. I'm gonna give ground
All right. Then, yeah, as you feel this shaking beneath your feet, the road actually fully collapses as large cracks along the road fully shatter. And what you see here isn't just like that, the gap where you're able to see the grass and everything below is not just, oh, that part of the road isn't here anymore. It is more like the bit of road you see at the top of the screen is what you were just standing on, having fallen into the distance. It's like a perspective sort of thing. So as the road falls and the highway starts to collapse, Olivia barely manages to catch herself and grabs onto the edge of the car to pull herself back. The blue car, of course, going tumbling down to the ground below. And you are going to fall, having been caught off guard by this. So, as you go to fall, this blue car is going to fall after you. Thankfully, the other civilian is safe. So, as you fall with this blue car, roll once again to see if you take a powerful blow from this car hitting you, as you give the opportunity of, hey, all the debris, it has a chance to hit you. Alright, that's good. As you're falling, you're able to sort of create this zero gravity field around yourself to quickly catch yourself from falling any further. The blue car orbits around you, and you are safely able to drop it to the road below.
God.
It'll fall down here. I'll actually, once again, for perspective's sake, I'll drop it down to below. But as you catch yourself and you start flying through the air, you levitate yourself back up, and you look to the end of the road, and just quickly roll to assess the situation for me, as you see the chaos that this aftershock has brought on. Alright. What you are able to see around you is that, first of all, the first thing that you notice is this guy off in the distance was caught by the road falling, and he is mid-air falling. Meanwhile, you look over your shoulder, and there are two people that are trapped in this car, which is about to teeter off the edge. And finally, as you look back at the guy that is about to and is currently falling off of the highway to the ground below, there is somebody pinned under this car, and as the aftershock tremors commence, the giant log that is on that car threatens to topple over and crush it. What do you want to do?
Let me think.
Okay.
If I wanted to use my flare shielding that says I can spend one burn to defend someone else from an immediate threat, rolling plus freak instead of plus savior, can I do that and kind of like get everyone like frozen in place so the guy like doesn't fall and
you could
the
if
person isn't crushed?
You could if you charged your burn before, but you did not.
I have one that must be from a previous session.
Yeah, you did not charge them this time, so you do not have those ready. So you cannot, if you wanted to charge them here, this is a time sensitive situation. So you would have to already have them if you wanted to use one of those abilities.
Okay. I didn't realize, or I forgot they didn't carry over. I just had it on my sheet. There's a lot going on.
There is.
And where is Evan? Can we get Evan over here?
Yeah, in this update, you had run forward and were helping with this car. Evan had kind of like, sanctioned this guy that was on the red car over to the Nelson clones and began jumping along, getting over to this perch, jumping over onto this metal gate, and was the metal fencing of the road, and was running along before the tremors happened. And now, after the aftershock, he is also looking forward at the chaos at about the same time you are. But this is about where he would be.
He uses tendrils and try and grab this guy, and maybe also try and help keep that from tipping over. And me and Olivia can go help this person over here.
All right, yeah, you call out to Evan in a split second to just let him know what you have seen being down here in the middle of the collapsed road. So roll to defend someone.
Okay.
And if you want as well, you can use +1 team because, of course, Evan is directly aiding here. In fact, you are assisting him with this in a way.
Okay, so I'll add a +1.
All right, that is a hit. And so in this situation, you are going to either escalate the situation or expose yourself to danger. Which of those would you prefer?
Prefer to expose myself to danger rather than escalating the whole situation any more than it's already escalated.
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, along here, along the top of the road, Nelson runs back. He's going to be taking these people to safety. Olivia is going to try to run in areas where there are not cracks and damages to get over to where you've asked her to go. And in order to just go from point A to point B, you are like, okay, I'm going to fly straight to my destination. So you are flying around down here in the basically right between the broken sections of road. And as you are flying around and pivoting, you know, there is going to be debris that is falling towards you. But in the very least, Evan is able to quickly jump over here, jump up in the air, and do a little flip as he sends out his hair tendrils in a bunch of different directions. He's going to send them over here to this car in order to grab and tether it to some heavier pieces of debris before his hair tendrils wrap around and sort of grip and anchor into cracks in the road. He'll send some tendrils out in other directions in order to create a net in order to catch this guy. So you watch him jumping around and just basically creating a giant spider web above you in order to catch all of these people before they fall into the pit. But as you fly along and debris starts to fall, I would like for you to directly engage a threat.
Okay.
All right. Very good on a full hit. So yeah, you can pick 2 from the directly engage a threat list. What do you want in this situation?
I'm going to create an opportunity for my allies. And I guess resist or avoid their blows, I guess just meaning not being hit by any more debris.
Okay. Yeah, you fly and spin and pivot through the air, dodging through all of the debris as it comes, and you watch as, like, you know, the cars start tipping, people are falling, and Evan is trying to catch them all in his spider web, so you very quickly send out an anti-gravity field to catch everything, giving him the timing he needs to grab it all and fasten everyone into place so they are safe. You continue to fly along as Olivia basically just runs in a straight line towards you, holding out her hands and burning through the metal fences in order to get to the car and the log here. And in this area, you can additionally, you know, how do you want to prep this for Olivia to be able to properly help you, given the positioning of everything?
A little tricky, but I wonder if maybe I can get her to kind of hover so she isn't at risk at, like, falling and walking on this dangerous area. But if I could, like, hover her right above this so she can dissolve the big log, and then grab the person, and I'll hover them both out of this little corner here.
Okay. She moves forward in order to, like, put her hands towards the car, and you kind of catch her and let her know what your plan is. And she looks to you and is like, I don't think I should grab the person when I'm trying to take them out of the car after using my powers. I might accidentally hurt them.
Good point. I hover. In
this moment of hesitation, the log from above is going to start sliding, and it is going to smash a part of itself into the windshield, and is going to, almost like an anchor, start pulling itself down towards the depths below, actually towards this other civilian who has been, you know, suspended, and Evan is making his way towards in order to pull out of the scenario. Now, how does Alex react as things start to move?
Real quick, can I just make the whole car and the log anti-gravity and get that whole situation kind of flying in the air so that they don't fall?
Sure. You can roll to unleash your powers and affect this whole area around you.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Just, you're like, okay, there's too much going on. You pulse outwards, and the whole area becomes anti-gravity. Olivia floats in the air, the boulder, the car, the log, and the two civilians that are around you start floating, and giving you a better chance to, nod to Olivia. She floats through the air, and presses her hands against the log, and much quicker than with the boulders, the log just completely just evaporates and rots into little shards and pieces that start floating around in the air. And she'll also press her hand to the glass as it just sort of cracks and falls into pieces. The metal around it rusts as she says, okay, there's an opening. They should be able to pull themselves out. It kind of feels like swimming up here, so then she'll just float back as she does this. And yeah, as you do this, you start pulling everything around with your gravity, and you safely are able to manage to get everyone out of these cars. And, the situation seems to be turning a little bit for the better. So Evan very quickly moves along his tendrils that he has created, this giant webbing, in order to get these people out of their car, and creates a sort of impromptu bridge for them to cross over to the other side. And he'll jump along his threads to come back over here. He'll grab this guy and start moving him out of the way and just say, hey, do you have the guy in the blue car? Nicole?
We got him floating. And I'll kind of bring the car towards me and, float it along.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey, yeah, we got his whole car. I mean, it'll probably need repairs, but yeah, let's get him out of here. And he'll run along here, get these guys out onto the road, and all of the Nelsons are just sort of cordoning people off and moving them to a safer location. You pull this car out, and Olivia floats alongside you as you guys make your way further down the road, and you have successfully, in terms of the area affected by the landslide, gotten all of the cars and all of the people that you can see out of danger.
Yay!
And so now, we'll move back to a familiar location as we move back to the avalanche. So yeah, Lily, you're in this area, and once you have these three people ready, what is it you want to do? What do you want to do next?
I guess if there's no one else, is this a cave?
Yeah, you do look ahead, and it does seem that there is a small cave up here.
I narrow my eyes. I wave my hand to send a ghost down it, just being like, this would be some bullshit this school would pull.
You send a pulse, and you send a spirit into the cave, and it starts feeling around, and you do feel as though there are three people inside the cave.
All right. Hey, Lawrence, can you carry these?
He kind of starts looking through his book. I have to cast a lot of spells.
Can you carry one of them?
I can carry one of them on my broom, yeah. And
Okay.
then, as you are sort of talking with Lawrence about this, you hear some, drifting in the snow as Gabe catches up to you guys and starts sliding up the mountain.
Okay, good, Gabe.
And he'll just move over and wordlessly go to pick these two up as Lawrence hovers his broom down. He's like, okay, I guess I get the half guy. Sure, cool.
Oh, okay, sure.
Because yeah, Gabe's just grabbing the other two and hefting them over his shoulders.
Well, there's more in the cave up there, and I point.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'll go do that.
Should we just set a flare at this location for the airship?
I mean, is this not... we took the others down because it was too... You guys didn't feel comfortable doing it this high up on the mountain.
Right, but we're much higher up now.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then he'll set up a flare, and he'll just start it going with the light and the smoke pillaring up into the sky. And yeah, as he sets off this flare, he'll move over and just kind of set these two on the rock, not having to rush away anymore. And then he'll just slide over to Lawrence and move this guy on his own while Lawrence is just hovering on his broomstick.
Someone want to check with Shrift, make sure she's not, I don't know, crashed?
Yeah, I'll go check down on the mountain. Lawrence will pivot around on his broomstick.
I mean, how high is this? Is this like a whole wall, or is it just like a ledge?
It's just a ledge.
Okay, I climb up.
Yeah. You climb up, and you go to check inside the cave, I assume?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, you go to check inside of the cave, and as you poke your head inside, very quickly, the three people that are inside of the cave, they look up and notice you, and they kind of get up, kind of tentatively, due to whatever shaking may have been happening before, but they quickly move over to you.
You guys, these ones are fine.
Yeah, they were just a bit deeper in the cave as you move in to escort them out.
Damn, alright, I thought I was gonna have to try to lift more rocks. Whoop.
Alright, you run out, these guys move down the way, and you hear from Lawrence, and he's like, okay, like, me and Triff are good. I think we got everybody off of the ski lift, and there was another hiking path. There were a few guys that Triff got, so I think we're good down here as long as we get those guys onto the ship.
Cool.
And yeah,
This seems like it's it for us, so I guess we just gotta make sure these guys are fine.
Yeah, the flare starts, it keeps billowing into the air, and eventually it's light, high up in the air above you, calls the air carrier to fly over and basically prepare for aerial evacuation as you guys escort all of these onto the ship. One by one, each of them start moving up there.
Man.
It's like it because of the height of everything, it's like it's kind of having to fly in the air and move a ladder down, or like this sort of hovering platform. So, they move everybody up one at a time, and it's a bit of a hassle, but everybody gets onto the ship just fine, including the injured.
As the last ones get on, Lily, like, claps her hands, dusting them off, looks to Gabe. It's just like, this is easy. Am I crazy?
He kind of like looks around and just says, well, I guess if that's everyone. And then suddenly you hear a rumbling in the distance. And we're going to cut away from you.
Oh god, I'm dead.
As we cut away from you, we're going to cut back to a familiar sight. As Jay, you in boat form, and Maya successfully got all of the droids that were on your street up into the helicarrier. And we're going to cut back to you.
Yay!
As you move further down the road, and there is an even heavier torrential downpour occurring. And as you move down the road, Priscilla gives you directions down the street to another block. And as you move down the way, you're immediately able to see, oh, there are more people that are in danger here.
Yeah.
So,
Got it.
as you are able to see Priscilla moving, what do you want to do?
So I want to boat my way up to this car here, to be
Alright.
honest. Can I see the person in the car, actually?
This person's on top of the car. Anybody that
On
would be...
top? Yeah, okay. That's what I was hoping. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
so I'm gonna find myself close to there, because I bet the car is probably sinking.
Mm-hmm. You make your way over here. Maya moves around to the front of the boat and extends her snake arms in order to wrap around this guy and pull him safely onto the boat, which, of course, now has been very much expanded with all of the additions you guys have made. And as Maya looks around, she just says, there are a lot of cars on this road. I can't tell if there are people in any of them.
Robert, is there one in the car that you're on?
He looks over here and checks as he had just sort of landed here, and he nods and says, yeah, there's somebody in the driver's seat over here. Looks unconscious.
Oh, gosh. Here, let's get our way over there. I'm gonna start driving over.
All right. And Robert is going to basically like rear back and try to kick through the sunlight here and reach through in order to pull them out. All right, here you go. Get him safely onto your boat, and then he'll jump and leap over here to get onto this roof.
Looking back towards like Priscilla, asking the same question, like, is there someone in that car by the roof you're at?
Yeah, you spin around, and both of the Priscillas that are directly over this car and running on light platforms, they make their way over. One of the light duplicates moves down towards the car and just says, "Yep, there's one in this car too."
All right, I'll come back towards this roof. I just got to get those two people. Saying that to Robert as we speed towards Priscilla.
Yeah, you guys speed along the way, and Robert nods, and you kind of look back as you're boating ahead, and you watch Robert just do some parkour, running and jumping between the rooftops as he very quickly jumps over here. He jumps to the edge of this roof, whips his tongue out to grab this person as they fall, and he pulls him up to the roof with him as he sticks there and waits for your return.
Heck yeah.
And once again, the Priscillas are all making work with creating basically like light scaffolding around this car and around this building in order to help these people get down to you.
Heck yeah.
All right,
we're gonna
move on ahead, okay?
Here.
Oh, what'd you say?
Priscilla said they're gonna move on ahead?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely keep checking the cars. I would make sure no one else is in there.
Got it. And of course she runs along with her whole squad and starts checking all of the cars up ahead. And this car too. They just... Actually, you already checked that car, so she'll run this way, and then actual Priscilla will just run along further down the road.
Okay. I'm loading up these people here, yeah. Thank you.
And we've got everybody getting onto the boat, and of course there are more currents that are coming your way, so roll to defend them from the harsh waves of the flooded road.
You've got it.
Oh dear. No,
Damn,
as
I'm
all
rolling crappy tonight.
all of these waves start to buckle into you, it eventually does cause you to capsize, and as you flip over, you float in the water upside down as you watch, these people have been fastened with some of these flotation devices, and they go drifting down the river. Meanwhile, Maya just spills into the river without a flotation device.
Can I not use my I'll save you move and mark a condition?
Yes, you can if you would like to.
I kind of would, because it will give me a 12 plus. I can do that, or I can give insight to Maya regarding my secret.
It's whatever you would prefer.
I don't even know what my secret is, so it's kind of fun. And I haven't done it in such a long time. I'm like, I think I'm gonna use my I'll save you move again, because I don't want to capsize this boat. I don't want to lose everybody. You know. I'm gonna use it to take a 12 plus. And at your discretion, if you want me to mark a condition, I will mark one, or if you want to give Maya insight, you know?
Let's see here. You know what? Let's have you mark a condition, because you're being pushed to the edge here.
Yeah, I'm gonna mark, hopeless.
Okay. Then yeah, you go and you start capsizing, and all of the civilians and Maya go tumbling towards the water, and so you're very quickly like, okay, this is getting really intense, this is getting a little too close for comfort. So the whole shape of your boat basically unfolds like a cardboard box, slides under them, cupping some of the water, pouring it out, and reforming the boat underneath them so they can all land perfectly inside of it again.
As this happens, he's gonna be like, no, we're not sinking. This isn't happening. Priscilla, can I get some copies over here? I'm trying to clear angry.
Okay, yeah, what, with angry here, angry is hurt someone or break something important.
Yeah, I'm trying to hurt Priscilla's feelings.
So you know what? I'll do you one better. You're shouting out to Priscilla like, hey, we need some duplicates over here. So she does create more mirror copies, and they run back in your direction. But as you're forming the boat and it's all coming together, all of the drones land in their places, and you're like, you're just kind of pissed off. You're trying to form the boat back as quick as you can because you're like, this can't be happening. And as you do, one of the metal plates smacks into Maya's head and knocks her unconscious.
Oh, damn. Okay. That works. But it kind of doesn't work.
Yeah, Maya just conks out, lands in the boat, and you're able to see what's happening on the boat, but you look as her body just unravels into a pile of snakes on the floor.
Oh.
Good form.
The Priscillas move over and are just like, hey, is being a boat for this long stressing you out? Like, are you starting to fall apart on us?
I just don't need you running ahead whenever I still have all the civilians back here. We need more hands on the boat.
Priscilla will kind of narrow her eyes at you, and the Priscilla above you will unfold and start to create this large cube sort of receptacle. This duplicate is going to move forward as it opens up, and she's going to start cordoning these guys into the light cube off of the boat. And just like, all right, you don't need to have people on you right now. Just move on ahead. I'll hold these guys here and light one of our flares.
Okay, fine. Jay's gonna just kind of leave at that point, and is kind of feeling pissed at Priscilla, to be honest, because she is just moving ahead and leaving the civilians behind.
Alright, so you boat ahead. And with Maya, Priscilla will move Maya into the cube since she is unconscious. And you hear Robert on the comms just say, hey, I need a little bit of backup over here.
Yeah, I'm making my way there.
Alright, thanks. And you speed around, and as you make the turn here, you see these other two Priscillas checking their cars, and you watch as the Priscilla over the road is once again creating a light scoop and bringing somebody that was in the undercurrent out of the water, out of the road. And she moves over with her copies so that they can send them towards the other evacuation point as these two move forward. And Robert will move towards you and lower this guy down slowly with his long tongue and just says, thanks, Jay.
I've got you. I'm gonna take this one back to the platform.
Alright, I'll move on ahead with Priscilla.
And we already checked this car right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Priscilla copies, we're checking them.
Okay, both of these. Okay, got it. I'm gonna bring these people back. Or this person back. Before
right.
I move on to the further down the roof. Wimp. Oh, whoops. What?
And you move over here.
Join the others.
Yeah, you let this person get up onto this platform, and then Priscilla hops down, or at least one of the light copies hops down onto the boat and just says, I'll stay here with you in case you need another platform.
Yeah, maybe some hands to pull someone out of the water. Kind of like keeping their eyes, like, downwards.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, roll to assess the situation and get some info.
Yeah.
All right, you're scouting the area, and you're trying to keep a major eye on things as you boat forward, and you're looking ahead as these two Priscillas move out in these directions in order to try to help the people that are stranded on these cars and the roofs. But you hear a splash in the distance, something that you wouldn't normally pick up in this thick rainstorm, but you're able to pick up the frequency of it, and as you look in the direction that it happened in, you're able to see between the houses, up above, that somebody has fallen off of one of the roofs and is just trailing down the undercurrent on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hold on. So I'm gonna place myself like I'm coming down here, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Because I have like this situation to my left and the situation to my right, you know, essentially.
Yeah.
So Jay's gonna find themselves being like, all right, we're gonna make a hard right. Hold on.
Okay.
And he's gonna try and pull themselves up. See if you can get to the. Are they in the water or they already fell down?
They already fell down into the water.
Okay, got it. I'm gonna try to pull you up as close as I can.
All right.
Zoom in. I'm gonna zoom over there. Is this something that Priscilla could light walk over there, or is this something where it's too, like, narrow?
She's able to get off of the boat and light walk, but it seems that you are faster than her just on her light platforms when you're, like, gunning it like this.
Okay, because I just didn't know if this was something where the boat could fit. Because if the boat can fit, I'm just gonna gun it to them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can make the boat fit.
Hell yeah.
You have shapeshift.
Hell yeah.
At this point, you
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
only need a few people at a time, so you can turn into a speedboat. But you dart
Okay,
this way,
cool.
and you shift yourself to fit between the houses, and move up to this person who is drifting along in the water. And let's roll to defend someone. All right.
Ooh.
All right, on a 7 to 9, it costs you. You'll either expose yourself to danger or escalate the situation. Which would you like?
I'm gonna escalate the situation.
Okay. You pull yourself into form and glide along the water between these two houses, and you're gunning it. You're trying to make sure you get to this person in time, and as you boat forward, you smash into this person and hit them with your boat as they go from being conscious and panicking in the water to unconscious and drifting along. But you do make it here and pull out into the space behind these houses after hitting the speed bump in the water. And of course, Priscilla will very quickly move into action. Her light clone will unravel into threads and will create a cup in the water and will hoist him into the air and tip him into your boat before disappearing.
And for defend, does it say that add a team to the pool, take influence over someone you protect, or clear a condition?
Yes, it does.
So I could be clearing a condition whenever I defend people?
Yes.
Wait, I would have... What? I should have been doing that this whole time.
Sorry, I did not remember to mention that.
Dang, because I took that, my full hits to save like twice. Aw, dang. Okay. I'm going to clear a condition for that.
Okay, and yeah, if we...
And I'm...
Was it specifically 2 other times? Because you hit...
Because I did it for Maya, and I did it for,
That's right.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
I did it the first time to make the anchor, and then I did it the second time.
That's right. I think it's because when you use your moves to do that, that just makes me forget of like, oh yeah, that counts as a success.
I kind of forgot that this was my whole like thing, is that I like take conditions to do my damage, and then I clear conditions because I'm constantly saving people. Okay.
Yes, in that case, you can clear conditions for those successes. I won't say in hindsight, oh, we forgot them, you're not allowed. Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you so much. I've literally just been sitting on those.
What conditions are you clearing?
I am currently clearing hopeless, insecure, and afraid.
All right,
for those 3, and I'm feeling pretty great.
All right.
I feel so much better now about myself.
You're feeling
after saving this person.
You're feeling pretty good. You do hit this person with your boat, and sadly, you do injure them. But you're like, okay, hey, at least they're not in the water. You collected them. You're doing good, and things are starting to turn around after maybe what felt like a bit of a rough middle earlier, as you boat back down the way. And of course,
I find myself down here. Yeah.
Priscilla is helping this person onto a light platform, and lower down, it seems that on this rooftop there's somebody panicking about, their other on this red car that is drifting in the water, and Robert and Priscilla are making their way to try to solve this situation in time. What are you going to do?
So I'm going to... Oh, this is great. This is fantastic. I've got so many things I could do. I think I'm going to... Because they're both, like, these are both time sensitive on both sides.
It's more of the bottom event is more time sensitive, but the top event, it seems that this Priscilla is dealing with this person.
Okay. So I think then what I'm going to do is I'm gonna rush myself down to the bottom.
Okay.
And be like, I'll be back for them to the Priscilla.
Mm-hmm. All right, and you boat down
find
this
myself
way.
over here.
And as you get here, Robert has made his way over to this person and is supporting them so they don't fall off of the slick roof as they're in the corner here. And Priscilla has made her way over to this person, and it seems that she's like just catching them with some of her platforms and raising them into the air. And thankfully, as you're boating along the way in order to make your way over to them, they're able to move over to you. And very happily will place these people in your care. Which at this point, you're only able to handle so many people because you've slimmed yourself down, but Priscilla will create light platforms for herself and Robert.
Heck yeah.
Alright, and with that, you pick up these people in your speedboat, you pivot around, maybe light a flare in order to just make sure, hey, we've got a bunch of people in this direction. You start signaling for the ship.
I'm gonna, place myself by the green car while while Priscilla is over here, so that we both have like two flares that are going up essentially.
Mm-hmm. And Priscilla and Robert will make their way just in this direction, and Priscilla and Robert are like, okay, we're gonna keep checking between all of the houses. We're gonna keep our scope outward. We'll let you know if we need to pivot, but. Yeah, some time passes, and eventually the airship comes to pick up all of your people, and you have successfully cleared out the roads for as many people as you can find.
Yay! Can I do one last assess the situation?
Yeah, go for it.
Woo!
All right, yeah.
Is there any one person in this scene that I did not find?
No, you look around, and as you are scouring the scene, thankfully, it does not seem like there's anybody left in the cars. There's nobody being swept up in the undercurrent. You guys have been, thankfully, very thorough.
Woo! Are we kind of like all together also like just it's the end of simulation type vibe?
You guys are ending your job, but at the same time, you're going to go to a job that is not done yet. Let me get these guys ready for us. We're going to make our way back to the series of burning apartment buildings. And we are down at the bottom of it. At the bottom of this hall. Harry, you make your way down the hallway, and you see that, you kind of had made your way down the hall, and you spent some time evacuating some rooms with Echo. But now, as you guys have scoped out the whole building and have moved through the floors, this is like the final stretch of rooms that you guys have not checked yet. So what is Terry's initial plan as he moves ahead?
Should have brought a fucking fire blanket. That's his thought process. Well, he's gonna want to just like try and put out this fire at least before he moves on. He's gonna try, and if not, he's gonna try and like wall run this shit.
All right, go for it.
Please. Actually, no. I don't need to freaking beg. Hell no. I know. So Terry tried to put out the fire, it wouldn't work. So he's just gonna go run on through it.
All right,
Oh boy.
time for some wall running. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see. I have like a cool mental image, or it won't work. I know how the give and take works in this awful dice game. Yeah, he's actually just gonna go like mirror's edge wall run it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to do you want to use team?
How?
Because in this situation, I'll say that we can make this work because you guys are starting to move down the hallway. You're just the one that's ahead of the group.
Can
Okay.
I go see Terry like going to run and use like his portals in some way to propel him just a little bit further?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, you go to wall run and you almost slip and fall into the fire, but Echo creates a portal that you kind of like fall into and pops you out on the other side of the fire as you're able to roll to safety. Well, relative.
So
safety.
if he was gonna fall into the fire, he's gonna use that momentum to roll and then like hit here and then siege open the door so he doesn't get blown up again.
Okay.
And look inside.
Roll to assess the situation for me.
Okay. There's no way I get blown up twice in a row.
All right.
Wow, I'm getting so much experience. This is gonna be crazy.
You check the door. You think, all right, this
That's
one's
3,
probably
right?
good to open. You go to check it. You're trying to be safe, but there are flames right in front of the door. So while you're siege opening it, some of the heat and gas is going to burst out towards you, and is still going to potentially damage you. So roll to take a powerful blow.
This. Come on, game. 4 misses in a row. That's statistically likely, right?
A hit. All right, you could choose one from the list below.
I swear. Gonna give ground. Because
Okay.
again, like whenever this happens, of course he's gonna give ground. 'Cause
Yeah.
What else is he?
All right, it once again it explodes, blows you back into this wall, and you land on the ground. And it's like, man, this has just been unfortunate. Like, it hasn't happened to every door. It just happened to occur in quick succession.
It's not really a goof, but could you like kick open this door?
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, just take a look inside.
Yeah, you open it, and there are some flames in that room, but thankfully it's like, okay, all right, this one's not also gonna blow up. And at that, a bit down the way, Echo and you're kind of transporting yourself and Aiden, and you hear a crash down the hall with a loud boom as Danny blitzes to your side, and she says, all right, which one do you want me to take?
Mine. You like the one behind him. This one. Aiden can put out the fires in the other one.
She nods, and then she bursts and blitzes down the hall in a flash of light.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Echo and Aiden are going to appear at the edge of the hall here.
Terry, you okay?
I'm alive.
Good.
So yeah, I suppose it'll do for now. Aiden, please try to start putting out fires into this one. He'd point to the one that just blew him up.
Mm-hmm. He
It's a bit volatile.
starts moving over the fire here, and he's like, okay, I'll try my best. And he's like kind of globbing his body over the fire and spraying with his arm into the next room. And Danny on comms just like, all right, I've got 2 people back in this bedroom. Echo, you got me?
Yeah, I'm on it. 2 shakes. And he goes to portal
To the left.
run. Yeah. Oh, she's in the left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? You're gonna portal and appear in this far room. And Danny is here alongside one person that's unconscious and another person that is just on the bed, kind of backed into a corner. And thankfully, yeah, it doesn't seem like there are any fires currently happening in this room, as much as some smoke is poured in here.
I got this. I think the room right across from me's clear.
Right. And she'll run forward, kick open the door, and then in a flash of light, she blitzes down the way.
And Echo's gonna go to evac these 2.
All right. Send them on their way to the roof. And
Yeah.
Terry, you watch as Aiden is, a little bit slow, but getting a bit faster at putting out some of these fires. Though
Can
sadly,
Terry help him with this one?
Yeah, you can help him with that one if you want.
Yeah, just so Terry doesn't have to wall run through another fire and then potentially fall into it and light himself on fire. Yeah, so just roll. Let's see. With powers combined.
All right, and you can use well, I guess a team actually would still be a 9.
Yep.
So yeah, with an 8, you can either mark a condition, or I can tell you how it's unstable or temporary.
Yeah, if it's unstable or temporary, Terry can still get through, and then Aiden can just like put it down for good if he just works at it a bit longer, or at least that's Terry's thought process.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Aiden is, of course, focusing on this room and is putting out the fires in it. So yeah, you just spray your toxins along the floor and pare it down. You're like, okay, it's more manageable. Aiden can get it, and you can get through safely. Meanwhile, you see Danny, like, blitz between the 2 apartment doors as she gets into that series of rooms. And you move further up the hall.
Yep.
As Danny says, okay, I got one at the end of this hall. I'm checking the bedrooms now. And at this point, Echo, it really seems like Danny has gotten in a groove now that she's on the same floor as you guys, of, like, sweeping an apartment, trying to figure out, okay, where are people? Are there fires that are actually inhibiting how I'm able to move through them? And she's able to call you to, like, the specific rooms where she's getting people. But in this apartment, she says, okay, I think I can get them out onto the fire escape. You move with Terry.
Okay, on it, thank you.
And Aiden's like, oh, okay, I'll follow Terry too. And he'll put out these fires that are in the hallway. Thanks to Terry's help, they go out very quickly.
Yeah, Terry's just gonna try and be putting out this one because it's just in the way for everybody.
All right. Yeah, Aiden is able to catch up to you as you are putting this down. And with your concentrated efforts combined, it's pretty effortless to get the fire put out in front of these 2 doors. But sadly, Aiden kind of like withers down and is like, "Oh, Echo, I'm out of fuel."
Echo drops behind you, runs out of a portal. On it, and he opens a portal.
And as the smoke clears, you see someone was unconscious behind the flames.
No.
Aiden starts catching some ice to, grow himself.
Yeah. Terry's gonna walk over and ask Echo to take them up after he's done ice cubing. But he's also gonna move him out of the way of the doors, actually, just in case,
Okay.
Echo goes to help him.
Just in case.
And Aiden is, pumping some ice into himself. He's like, okay, I think I have enough for the rest of this haul. Maybe, I don't know. I might need to recharge one more time. We'll see.
Okay.
Okay, I got this guy.
Okay. Aiden, you take that door. He'd point to the door across from him. I have this one.
Okay.
Be careful, they might explode. Don't be right in front of the door when you open it.
He just slips underneath the door and gets into the room.
Yeah, Terry would kick this open and be in the side. Doesn't get majorly blown up again.
Yeah, thankfully,
Oh my god, it's a straight path.
this room is on fire, but is open enough, and you see in the corner of the room, somebody is panicking and is they are literally backed into a corner. You also see into the kitchen, and you see this person.
Okay, well, Terry's gonna focus on this one first.
All right.
Wait, is this person unconscious?
Roll to assess the situation.
They could be straight dying. Priorities.
All right.
Yeah, so
Yeah, you're getting a good view of this room, even with the flames, and it does seem that person has passed out on the kitchen floor.
is that fair? I feel like that's kind of fair. Oh god.
Wood, tile,
Yeah, that was also a thought. And conscious people are actually more likely to do dumb shit. So yeah, Terry's gonna try and put out this fire first.
All right.
And then in comms, he's gonna ask. Okay, so just from how Terry understands Danny's ability, Danny could go from like here to here.
Do your
Yeah.
pings again?
From here to here.
Based on your understanding of her powers, she's very good at moving in straight lines.
Okay, so maybe not then. In that case, Terry's like, Echo, I need help with someone. They're pinned in by fire.
Okay, on my way.
And
Alright.
he's gonna try and put out this fire.
And and as you go to put out this fire, instead of rolling to unleash your powers, I'd actually like you to roll to defend this person from the flames.
Never defended someone ever in my life. Wow, this is the first time I've done this. I'm gonna roll a 2.
Oh, but it's really close.
How much team do we have left in the...
Good question.
There are 5 teams still left in the pool.
Take it!
How?
Echo's about to run through.
True, this is legitimate. So how would Echo help? Will, what would Echo do to
Echo-
assist?
Echo shows up, ice or sand portal, gets assessed the situation, and tries to drop a ice portal to put out these fires.
All right. So yeah, you pop out of a sand dimension portal, you close it, quickly open the ice portal, and you send some icy winds along as Terry is using his spray, and it seems that together you guys are able to, with your teamwork, very quickly put out this fire. This
Good.
guy runs out towards you guys, and then there's the
Okay.
fire behind you.
Yeah. Just both turn, like Terry's gonna try and put it out.
Echo's gonna help him.
All right. Then both of you roll freak for me. Roll to unleash your powers. Ooh.
I'm already full of potential, guys. It doesn't. It's already.
Yeah, you're not built to really put out fires. You're trying a new application. You're practicing it, trying to get it in your repertoire. But thankfully, with Echo's help here, with both of you working on it, it's a little bit unstable. But you guys are able to pare down the flames enough to create an opening to get into the kitchen.
Okay. Echo, go and get him out, and take the other one with you. I'm going further in the room.
On it. Echo's gonna go and grab this guy and then go to evac them both.
All right.
Okay, we'll check the closet again, even though he knows this is a closet.
You check the closet. It's still a closet.
One day there's gonna be a person in there who's gonna shoot him with a gun. It's gonna be Maul. Monka Giga. Yeah, so he's gonna clear all these rooms.
All
Same
right.
way he has been. He's gonna run in here. He's gonna check the closet and then check under the bed.
All right. You check under the bed, and of course, you do not see anyone under there. And you go to open the closet, and you see a small droid in here, just pressed up against the back wall.
Okay, Echo, I got another one. I'm gonna bring them out of the room and then head back inside.
Where are you dropping them?
Outside the room.
Okay.
Yeah, so Terry just grab it like a freaking potato sack
All right. Pick them up
and run it outside the room.
They move out, and as you are moving this way, Echo, where do you want to pop out at?
He's gonna pop out in the hallway, a little out of breath.
You appear
Mark,
out
how we
here.
looking?
What'd you say?
He's asking Mark how they're looking because he's never used his portals this much.
Roll to assess the situation again. All right. You check with Spark, and Spark is kind of feeling overheated, and it's like, oh, you can tell with a little exclamation point, little magical symbol notating it. It's like, oh, we're getting in the danger zone. We're kind of pushing it a little too close.
Okay. Just a little bit more. We can do this.
Does Echo tell anyone this?
Yeah. He'd get on calls and be like, guys, I'm running a little low on juice, but I can probably push through. We just gotta try to keep it to a minimum.
You make your way into
In that
the
case, don't go with singular people. Take larger groups.
Yeah.
Gather them in the hallway and then get out.
Yeah.
We still have to have enough juice to get ourselves out, Echo.
And Aiden just says, "Oh, I have one person back here, but I cleared the fire, so I'm gonna try to drag him into the hallway."
Please do.
Oh.
Danny,
Yep.
how are we looking?
I ran along the back. I went along the fire escape. There is one person in the top right room that I'm going to get them out of, but I don't think there's anyone else in this apartment. So I'm focusing on getting them down and out of here.
You got them though.
Yes, I have them.
Okay, thank you.
Can
you-
Understood.
come out in the hall?
Never mind. Good job. He's not saying, can you grab the other guy? But nope, that's fine.
Aiden's like, "I have him. He's here."
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
So Terry's gonna check these last 2 rooms.
All right.
And Danny got this one, right? Like the final one along the fire escape.
Yeah, she got that one in the very back.
So this one's still unexplored.
Yep.
Okay. So Terry's gonna check in here. Doesn't
See
find
the-
anything.
Yeah, just the bed's on fire.
Damn, that sucks. Okay, so Terry's gonna run back out. He's gonna say, "Okay, Aiden, everyone, let's work together to clear the fires in the hallway. Echo, you get these 2 out, and then maybe we'll have one last group for you, including ourselves."
On it. Do so.
All right.
Okay, so-
Let's do it.
Okay, want me to roll freak?
Yep. Let's roll that freak. Yes. All right, you can mark a condition, or I can tell you how it's unstable or temporary.
Unstable or temporary.
All right. You and Aiden are moving in order to put out these fires. And like Aiden has mentioned before, he had enough for most of the rest of the floor, but might need a recall. And so Aiden runs out of juice. You're not really quite putting the fires out, so there are embers along the floor, but you do think that you could at least make your way to the last door before the fires kick up again. And on the other end of the hall, you see somebody is trapped against the trash chute.
Okay. Aiden, focus on someone at the end of the hall, if you can get them.
Oh, okay. I got him. He'll move around to grab this guy. Just sort of coil around him.
Shit. A risk, one could say this is. But Terry's gonna try and just get through this door because he thinks there's enough of a gap here.
Yeah. You have enough time to get to the door.
Okay. So he's gonna open the door so he doesn't get blown up. Hopefully, for Aiden takes him through so we don't both get blown up.
All right, roll to assess the situation. All right, yeah. You are able to tell that this door seems like it's got a lot of activity, so you go very carefully about it. Everybody gets
He'd wave
into their
Aiden off
position.
too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And you open the door. The burst does happen and pour out of the door, but thankfully everybody is out of the way of it.
That's a lot of blue. Okay. Danny, could you come back for one more room? There's a lot of fire.
Yeah, I got you. I'll be coming through the room on the opposite end of the hall.
Okay, Terry's just gonna step back so he doesn't get like fucking trucked by thunder.
And yeah,
Terry, where do you need me?
you see as the door is kicked open, and then a streak of lightning just flies in front of you and through all of the flames deeper into this apartment. And after
Terry,
a
where
moment,
do you...
oh
sorry.
yeah, go
Huh?
on.
I was gonna ask, where do you need me?
Danny's gonna be getting the last few people inside this last room, and then we're all getting out.
Okay,
Unless
so end the
someone
hallway?
wants to make a last sweep. But I think we've done well.
Okay,
Okay,
there's somebody in the bathroom back here. No fires. We need to get him evac'd.
Can you get him to the hallway?
No, there are too many fires in the way. Can you just portal over here?
Yeah, kick it. Do so. You poop it?
You come over here, and you see that Danny is in here with you, and this person is just passed out in the shower in the corner.
It's one place to be safe.
All right. You make your portal in order to ferry him up onto the roof. And Danny will just kind of go through with him to make it one less person that you've got to take later. She's like, alright, I'll see you at the top, okay?
See you there.
Okay, so Terry, if that was the case after, Terry would go just stand with Aiden and be like, okay, Echo, one more travel and we're out.
Okay.
Alright. Echo, roll to unleash your powers. You're pushing your limits. Let's see what you got. Alright, you can mark a condition, or I can tell you how it's unstable or temporary.
May I use team to get that to a 9? What?
I mean, you could get it to a 9, but it wouldn't really change anything.
Oh, right. Is 9 not a full hit?
No, 10 is.
10.
10 is shit. Alright. Unstable and temporary.
Alright. As you go through your portal, and you appear here, the flames are starting to kick up around you guys again, and you appear near the group. You're like, all right, time to go. You go to activate your portal gun, and you're out. You've overstressed your portal gun, and unstable means that was your last portal. You guys are in the corner, surrounded by flames.
I'm out. We got a small problem.
Okay.
No, wait, hold up. Danny said there was in the other room, there was the sideways staircase. We could probably get through there.
Oh, yeah, you want to help me put out this fire?
Yep. And if someone were to fall on you, could you catch them without them, horrifyingly breaking all their bones?
I think so.
Okay. That might be a thing. Let's put out the fire first. We don't cook.
And then yeah, he'll start moving to put out the fire, and with all three of you here, you're pretty quickly able to get rid of this fire.
8. Okay. In that case, Terry's gonna move, and he's gonna go to safely open this door.
Okay, roll to assess the situation. Yeah,
Seems safe.
It seems safe enough. You're not quite sure, but this is a tense situation, and the fires are spreading around you. So you kick the door open, and thankfully there are no fires immediately in front of the door.
Nice. Let's go.
Echo's gonna go to grab the guy.
All right, and Aiden will kind of help you as you guys move along together.
Mm-hmm.
You see that there are some flames at the very end of the hall here.
One more fire.
Oh, yeah, do you guys got it?
Sacco got it. Or
Let's see, what do you think? You guys want to roll freak for me? Actually, Echo, you roll it this time.
Freak? I don't have my portals.
Oh, that's right, you don't have your portals, yeah.
yeah, that's
That's only
yeah.
Terry. You guys look back to Aiden, he's like, okay, right, sorry, I forgot, hold this guy. And he'll like climb along the ceiling to you guys in order to get in front, and he'll start moving to put out the fires.
Yeah, Terry would help him, so roll freak.
Yep.
Oh, dude.
All right, you miss, so sadly, you're not really able to help, and it takes a little bit of time, and the fires are starting to spread to Echo and the civilian in the back. So Echo, roll to take a powerful blow. Let's see
Echo's gonna
these fires do
jump
anything.
the guy behind him, so he takes the most.
Ooh. Okay, in that case, instead of let's roll the defend roll first. Let's see how that goes.
Put his hands up like an X cross. Ugh.
Now, sadly, you're not quite able to get him out of the way in time, so now roll to take a powerful blow. Alright, that's a hit. It's one from the lower list.
Marker condition.
You're gonna struggle past the pain, mark 2 conditions.
Oh, right, it's that. I'm gonna give. Yes.
Okay. Which 2 conditions do you want to mark?
Duh. afraid, and insecure. Or rather, hopeless.
All right. Then yeah, the flames lick at you and start to burn the fringes of your armor. And you don't quite get the civilian out of the way in time to fully remove them from the threat. They get a few singes as well, but you are able to barrel forward down the hall with them as you just you struggle past. All right, we're getting you out of here. Aiden finishes clearing the flames that are down here at the end of the hall, and he says, "Okay, let's move." And he'll open the door for you guys to make your way into the bedroom.
So just gonna follow along. I assume we're just gonna break out the window.
Thankfully, the window is already open.
Oh, thank God! Just crawl. Less property damage, so it can melt instead. Fantastic. Okay, so it's a fire escape. So we're gonna use it like a fire escape. So yeah.
Time to escape the fire.
Yeah, like one plan was just having Aiden like catch us like a trampoline repeatedly, but like just go down the fire escape. That's this isn't a Rush Hour movie. It's not falling apart.
Yeah, you're able to run down the levels of the fire escape to the bottom of the building and make your way out and away from the apartments as, they burn, but thankfully you've gotten everybody out that you can find. Yes?
Oh, no, I was just going to say a little flavor thing. Terry, as you guys, run away, you can see Echo very visibly shaking. He's, looking at his hands, which are burned, and he's just kind of shaking.
All right. And as the landslide has been cleared, we're going to move to our final group. As Lily, you're standing on, one of the paths of this mountain, and you feel shaking as the airship, who, has all of the civilians taken off of this course, it starts to kind of shake and shudder in the air, and you can see massive amounts of snow and slates of ice coming down from higher on the mountain. And the airship, meanwhile, is flying pretty high in the air, and it has just brought up its platform with the last civilian. What do you want to do?
So I don't think I could make it onto the ship.
You don't think so?
Hey Gabe, how you think a dome of yours could not get crushed by ice?
You ask that. You both look at the avalanche incoming, and Gabe will slide around next to you, and will hold his hands out to the sides as you watch the air vibrate around you, and you basically watch as the air almost seems to become solid, and you both brace for impact as the avalanche slams down onto Gabe's dome. And really quick here, as all of this is kind of moving pretty quick, roll to take a powerful blow just to see how this situation treats you.
I'm so good at that. Yeah, it could be worse.
All right, that's one from the lower list.
Let me open up the thing. Where is it? Basic news, that's it. I'll definitely not give ground because I want to not be moved. I guess since I'm telling Gabe to do a thing, I'm telling him to take foolhardy action. If I take that, could that mean it complicates somehow? Because I feel like that makes the most sense that I'm telling Gabe to do a thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because you've called out to him and you're like, maybe less of a, hey, do you think you could do this? And you're more like, okay, hey, protect us, it's time. And all of the slates of ice roll down from higher up on the mountain, and he goes to create this protective dome. And it does slam into you guys, and there is the briefest of moments where his body twitches a bit from elements of the impact, and you guys are sent sliding a little further along as the avalanche seems to push you, and you guys go flying a little bit out into open air above what looks to be a fall onto further bits of the mountain trail. And as you guys are flying through the air, Gabe lands for a second on solidified ground, and you're going and falling, and he just pulls out his hoverboard and watches to see basically how you're initially reacting to a free fall.
I will reach out and just latch onto him like a monkey.
All right, then yeah, you reach out, and he kind of in a swift motion extends the hoverboard towards you. You grab onto it. He hits the button to pull it back. It pulls you back towards him as he basically just scoops you up with one arm, and he's standing on this solidified air, chunks of ice flying through the air, so he throws the hoverboard under his feet, and basically just goes to start gliding along the air, as he does a sweeping motion around towards the ship, and just says, "Okay, I think that's the last of our surprises."
Yeah, hopefully.
And with that, you guys are able to make your way back to the ship, and you have cleared your challenge. And as all of the simulations come to an end, thankfully, everything starts to shut down. You all get a tally of, okay, how many people did we get? Did we, what did we do? But yeah, Nightwalker walks out with you guys and commends you on a job well done.
And I really took the managerial strat. I just picked I just had 3 people who could do the job themselves.
Yeah, they went out on a few of the different paths and whatnot. Probably for the best.
Those look fun.
But all right. And here we are. We'll get this. So, after completing today's training simulation, Nightwalker again comments to you all, describes that your efforts will be graded, and you will see the results later on this week, maybe at the beginning of next week. And the bell rings to signal the end of the day. Everyone is sent on their way, and you move to your lockers to grab your things and head out of school. And immediately after school ends, we're going to join a few students who are paying for some food crimes. Yes, a little while after the bell rings to let out the day, Alex, you sit in detention yet again. And it's been this way for about a week now, ever since the food fight. The TV at the front of the room is thankfully shut off, not being weaponized against you. But you've tended to see the same faces in detention, but notably you've shared detention with one other person for the past week, Lawrence. It seems he also got in trouble for helping start the food fight, so here you both sit, wallowing in boredom. And you sit here kind of thinking to yourself, exhausted from having just finished that test, and still kind of reeling from what your thoughts even were on it. But the school's disciplinary officer, Mr. Richard Crumb, also known as the Monitor, sits at the front of the class reading a newspaper. He's assigned you to write a report on why what you did was wrong, both initiating the food fight and damaging school property. You're also to list the steps you will take to ensure that you won't make the same mistakes again. This is to be turned in by the end of detention today to end your sentence here. And you're thinking to yourself, you're like, okay, well, what do I write? What do I put here? And suddenly you feel something hit the back of your head.
I turn around.
And you look on the floor as you see a little paper football has hit the floor, and you look at Lawrence, who puts his hands under his desk and crosses his arms and is just kind of looking in another direction.
Can I stealthily pick it up?
Let me see here. What would the stealth roll even be in this? Yeah, I'll say you can just quietly pick it up. You're not really drawing
Okay.
attention from him underneath your table.
Sweet.
Yeah, you pick it up, and yeah, what are you thinking? What's Alex doing here?
Is there a note inside of it?
You unfold it, you just see like random doodles and scribbles.
I glance back at him and give him a confused expression as to why he even threw this at me.
He looks at it and looks at you, and like he furrows his brow and he shakes his head, almost as if like, oh, I didn't do that. Who did that?
Sure. I'm just gonna ignore him and go back to writing my little disciplinary essay.
Okay, yeah. You keep writing. Something hits you on the back of the head again.
I turn my head around even faster.
You see him like push his notebook off of the desk and like into his lap, and he like crosses his arms and sits upright, and he just shakes his head again like, oh.
I roll my eyes and try to ignore him again.
You feel something hit the back of your head again.
I'm getting ready to snap.
You just hear snickering coming from behind you.
Tempted to try and use my powers on him, but I know that'll probably just become another food fight situation, and then I'll get more detention. So I'm just gonna leave him alone.
All right. Yeah, you pass time, you keep trying to write, and yeah, you had gotten hit by a few paper footballs, and eventually detention passes by, and you are let go for the day. So of course, the monitor, he gives you all a stern talking to, and everybody starts getting up to leave, and he makes his way over to the door. But as you start grabbing your things and moving to leave, Mr. Crumb stops you at the door to speak with you and take your report.
I hand him my report.
As he takes it from you, and he gives it a once-over and just says, "Now, Miss Cruz, I expect that this past week has taught you something. I'd better not see you back here, or next time I will have you running laps around the academy. I will not tolerate tomfoolery like that again, understand? Breaking school property is a serious offense."
Understood.
Oh, you said understood. I thought you said something else.
No.
Yeah, you say understood, and you give him a nod. And it just from his shades, you can't even see his expression, but you can tell like his face is like curled and crinkled and rock hard as he just gives you a nod and says, "All right, you're free to go. Get out of here."
Thank you.
And with that, after a little bit of tormenting from Lawrence, you escape detention to enjoy your newfound freedom. And we'll make our way back out to the school proper. And the week, of course, continues on. Regular classes, the usual passes you by. However, as Nightwalker had promised, your usual lessons were about to get more intense, as at the end of every school day, at the end of all of your classes every day, you all would come into contact with the power stress tests. Now, with the power stress tests here, Nightwalker addresses you all at the end of every school day. During your last period throughout the rest of the week, your class is brought to the dome to participate, and Nightwalker and Jackhammer explain the purpose of these tests, to give you a space where you can flex your powers and test their limits. Some students will aim for greater control, while others will test how far they can push themselves. Results will look vastly different, but the goal is the same: to better understand and master your own powers. And of course, all of you are given some suggestions on how you may better be able to do this for yourselves. So during this process, we're going to go one by one as you all take a freak skill test, rolling plus freak. You may each spend 1 point from the team pool if you and another player can describe how they might have helped you with your stress test or helped you better prepare for it. So, and as a reminder, we have 4 team points left. So first, Alex. As the week goes by, and everybody is kind of still reeling from the natural disaster simulations on the first day, after school, for the rest of the week, it has been recommended that you create a personal gravity field for some high G training, similar to how astronauts use an aerotrim device. Your goal is to float midair for a prolonged time, spinning and rotating at higher and higher speeds to increase your endurance, but also to practice stability without your suit.
Freak.
Yep, just rolling plus freak.
7.
All right. Rolling a 7 here. So on a 7 to 9, you did all right, but you're going to have to sacrifice something to make the cut. You can disappoint an adult, you can sacrifice your social life, you can lose a responsibility, or you can hurt your academic standing. What are you thinking in terms of something that Alex would sacrifice to achieve greater control of her abilities as the week progresses?
I mean, I guess I'll do disappoint an adult. Maybe Nightwalker thinks I can do better than how I'm doing.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Mhm.
In that case, on your sheet, give influence to Nightwalker.
Makes sense.
Which, of course, all adults automatically have influence over you guys, but we have special influence for, when you give it to an adult.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, you're training and training harder throughout the week, trying to up your stability, and the whole time, Nightwalker's basically cracking the whip on you and is like, I know you can do better. Hold firm. And throughout the whole week, eyes of a hawk. He is just like watching you and making sure. Basically, you feel like he's got to watch you to make sure you don't accidentally like shatter yourself into pieces by mistake. Next up, Echo. You're tasked with testing the limits of your gauntlet. It was suggested that you clock its timing with some rapid portal creation and test just how big you can make portals and how long they can stay open, along with any other ideas you may have to stress test the device.
All right, let's give it a whirl, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, that's an 8. So once again, you can sacrifice something to make the cut.
What were the options again?
You can disappoint an adult, sacrifice your social life, lose a responsibility, or hurt your academic standing.
I guess I will also disappoint Nightwalker. Give him that pep talk.
Yeah, Nightwalker, of course, he's also got his eyes of a hawk on you. You can give influence to Nightwalker, as you're creating portals rapidly. You're trying to test the limitations of the device, and Nightwalker gets on your case a little bit early on in the week when you're testing the device, and says, he basically gets on you like you should be testing yourself and the device. You never know when the device's limitations will fall short of what you could do, and so he pushes you to go even further beyond of all right, you're gonna do an obstacle course while testing this and juggle all of this at once. So he's also getting on your ass about it.
Question for you. I have max 6 already. Who do I delete? Or do I not delete him?
Oh, that's a good question. Are you even capable of giving another person influence? Or can you delete people? Are you capable of overwriting people? Let me see. You can take influence away, but it's through specific moves. So you're actually full up on people. So I don't think that.
Then maybe how about let's spin it like this? How about instead of that, then how about he kind of becomes a bit of a recluse, just trying to gauntlet, because he's even in the simulation he was having issues with it, so he kind of is like, fuck, I gotta get this thing fixed, or I'm gonna be useless.
Okay.
Sacrificing his social life for a little bit.
I'll say, because sacrificing your social life is also giving influence to an NPC, but I'll say like this: since you can't give influence to Nightwalker, instead he is going to shift your labels, and that's going to be the alternative we go with.
All right, that works.
So in this case, he is trying to train you to better control your powers. So he's going to move Freak up, and he's going to move Superior down, because you do not feel like you are above the world when Nightwalker is around.
Yeah, that's understandable.
All right. Next is Lily. Lily, you've been allowed some freedom to explore your understanding of your powers, and you've done some research on your own time, having the materials you gathered from your mother's office, so you're well equipped to at least practice this prolonged communion with nearby spirits to better hear and understand them as you practice scrying.
Yo.
Oh, I think I missed the button. There we go.
Yeah,
Yo.
full hit. Let's go. All right, yeah, describe this process for Lily as she's like looking into how to scry better and figuring out like this communion with spirits.
Yeah, what was it I stole from my mom's office?
You stole a bunch of notes on just like, you know, in general, you stole like lore notes. I think you said you were writing down somewhere what you got, but you also took like directions of basically the steps that your mom takes to communicate with spirits, which likely involves a lot of incense and crystals and stuff.
Mediumship notes, an obelisk of quartz.
Yes, yeah.
And I took the photo of original Gretchen, as I called her.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the, you know, grand goal of getting to someone, but I guess she'd just like, I don't know, bring the newspaper with her for today and like look at the recently deceased obituaries and like try to summon a spirit from it.
Okay, yeah.
To like reach out and tap on a specific person, basically.
Mm-hmm. And you realize that this black obelisk that you're using seems to be like your equivalent of like a crystal ball. So you're kind of channeling the spirit through there, and the spirit's able to like kind of focus around that area as you call them in to communicate with them.
It's like Lily's. They're like, all right, Lily, you know, show what you got. Walks in, sits on the floor, starts just reading the newspaper, and then like 5 minutes later, like eyes rolled back, and she's like channeling a spirit.
Yeah, and you know, you're doing it super well. You're able to communicate with these spirits, and they start like, you know, talking to you about their regrets, you know, things that they wish they had done before they moved on.
Don't care.
One of them
Don't
is
care.
like, I need you to tell my daughter. I need you to tell my daughter about what I've buried under her bed, please.
What?
And you're talking with these spirits, and you're trying to figure out like, okay, like I need to ascertain what I can actually take away from what they're saying.
This is just a proof of concept. I'm not doing anything you guys are asking. This is just a proof of concept.
Heartless.
I'm just proving I can do this. I don't owe you anything.
But yeah, with an 11, a full hit, you pass with flying colors. So you can mark one potential or shift up the test's label and down any other label of your choice.
The test is freak in it.
Yes.
Nisa think I'll just take potential, because then it marks me for I've hit.
All right.
And why would Lily want to be a freak?
She's understanding her powers more, but she's like, I'm not like, you know, it's not that big a deal. Like
Understanding her powers more and vocally denying them.
All right. Next is Jay. Jay, you've been tasked with prolonged, continuous shape-shifting to exercise control over your entire body. Your body has transformed wildly and chaotically before, so exercising it like a muscle may help you to understand how you can better keep it under control in tense situations.
My bad. So you want me to try to shapeshift for an extended period of time, or
The idea
try
is
to
like, yeah, the idea
extend the shifting ability?
The idea is just like you're basically just doing a bunch of like rapid, continuous, like sort of fluid shapeshifting, just constantly ebbing and flowing, just to like work it out and make sure you're as comfortable with it as you can be, and like seeing, okay, if I do it this much, my body starts to freak out. You know, where are those hurdles? Where can I cross over them?
Okay, cool. So I feel like it'd be kind of funny to describe it almost to like starting small
Mhm.
and it being like, all right, like here's the rocket arm, like, and here's my roller skates, and then I'm gonna add and keep like adding onto it, And I like the idea of this final form though being like trying to turn into a big octopus.
You're just shape-shifting and going crazy, being like, okay, how far can I push it? Because you remember you pushed it pretty far before as a Joey, turning into like a weird geometric, not houseplant, weird sculpture thing. But
Yeah.
you've got a lot of potential for shape-shifting.
Yeah. Okay. And
yeah.
it's the freak stat.
Yep, it is the freak roll.
Okay. I've been rolling really bad, so I'm really hoping. Dang!
Ooh.
What the heck, lilies?
Whoa! Damn. Well, you need.
Clearly, just channeling that I was already mid-typing something me.
Oh, my bad. It actually like loaded weird, and it made it seem like I rolled full hit for a second because of Lily's roll, and then it was like refresh chat, and I was like, no, that's Lily's.
All right.
I was so excited for a second.
God, yeah, because you would need to spend 3 of the remaining 4 team points, if you wanted to make this into a success.
Dude, it's really tempting actually because I've been getting a lot of L's, and I actually did not use any team points during this match.
That's true.
Like I didn't use any of them the whole time.
Do it. I don't
so
need them.
There's a part of me that kind of wants to be selfish because I've been rolling really bad this whole time.
It's been a bad night for Joe.
I don't know.
Jay.
I don't know why. Like, and last time was actually pretty bad too. I don't know if you remember, but I rolled really low last time as well.
All right. Well, yeah. Everybody else here, you see Jay doing this. How do you guys want to try to help Jay? As like, you see Jay trying to shapeshift and do all these different forms, and they either get caught up in something or like their body kind of like wigs out and they like fall into pieces and have to pull themselves back together. How do people here want to help? And remember, 3 of you have to be able to help in order for Jay to pass.
That's true.
Seeing that Jay was really into the octopus videos or whatever, Lily shows Jay someday like this universe's equivalent of Jaws, but it's like an octopus instead. So it's called like cups.
Oh my god, that's so cool! I want to do it. I want to be
It's
able
just
to
a
do
big
that.
monster movie.
Okay, yeah. You guys watch like this horror movie, Cups, about the giant octopus that is going through a town and destroying things. And Jay, you're able to watch this and take away like, oh, how does an octopus move? They have like really good effects for this. They have a real octopus that they used in this. It was all practical. And you're like, okay, how does an octopus move? It's all muscle. I just need to move like that.
This movie actually had a huge PETA like protest on opening night because of all the octopuses they went through and shooting.
Oh my god.
Jay's just like stressed out, like arms out, like, oh my god, that's so sad. That's so sad to learn.
I think it's pretty cool.
All right, who else? Who's up? How do you want to help Jay this week?
Wait, it's an entire week?
Yeah, you guys are doing. This is over the course of a whole week.
Oh,
that you guys
yo,
are doing these
okay.
tests.
These are our week
So-
tests.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, we have like facilities to work with, yeah?
Yeah.
Or is it we just like, okay. Like those those game shows where a person has to like be in a certain shape or they get like smacked off the conveyor belt into like a pool of stuff?
Yeah.
Like, right now?
Yeah. Terry be like, we gotta build this.
That's great. Yeah, you guys are able to go into the dome at some point after class, and you're like, I've got it, perfect idea, and you make like the ultimate game show setup for Jay to do all these like shape-shifting shapes into.
Yeah, but they're like they're like it's impossible for like a regular person to bend into this, but because they can
Because Jay,
shapeshift.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they can shapeshift is actually doable.
Okay, yeah, that absolutely works. All right, we need one more person.
Slowly, the tentacle arms just expanding.
No one's gonna do it. Sorry, you're still gonna fail after all.
Can Echo give Jay like a pep talk? Like, I don't know.
Hit me with the pep talk. I gotta hear it. What's the
What
pep
are you gonna
talk?
say?
So is the issue with Jay is they're struggling with like taking these shapes and forms, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Echo would be like, "Hey, just try to like picture it in your mind, close your eyes, and just try to focus on what you're trying to turn into. Just
I'm sorry.
focus your best and just try to only focus on that thing. Don't let anything else enter your mind. just go for it.
Okay. So this is like we have the setup with Lily watching the movie, and Jay's like, okay, I have like something to sort of like research how I should move. Terry puts in the test of like, all right, this is where we're going to test out, getting Jay more used to it. And Echo, you're like the person on ringside, like massaging Jay's shoulders, like wiping them down with a rag. You're like, okay, Jay, you've got this. You're gonna go out there, you're gonna knock him dead. Just focus your mind, do some image training. But when you go forward, so you're giving Jay the pep talk. And Alex, do you, just for fun, do you just want to like be around and help out with like moving things? Maybe you help build the set.
Oh, what's that?
Nicole. Oh, there
Rest
you
in
go.
peace.
You're unmuted. But
Hi,
oh, there you are.
my mic is being weird. What?
Yeah. Do you want to just help out with them? You help move the pieces and get everybody in on helping Jay with their test.
Sure. Do I need to roll anything?
No, it's just for fun, just for flavor.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay, I'll do it.
So yeah, all of you help out, and you boost Jay up, thankfully to a partial success, so Jay does not fail. You guys go through the training montage all week, but Jay, you still have to sacrifice something to make the cut. So you can sacrifice your social life, you can disappoint an adult, lose a responsibility, or hurt your academic standing.
I'm gonna sacrifice my social life a little bit.
Okay.
And it's gonna be in a way where I'm like kind of turning to Vazula and Nelson just to be like, hey, for the friendship gatherings, I might need to just kind of meet up with you guys separately to like study and maybe do some like arena training.
Okay. Yeah.
Like it's gonna be on a vibe of like I might not be able to host it because I need to specifically like be able to do run simulations.
Right, that makes sense. So yeah, since Vazula is the regular, attendant of that club, you're just,
They're like the most regular, I would probably say.
yeah, you're like, hey, I need you to take over for a bit. I promise I'll be back. I have to focus hard study this week. And yeah, you kind of, you feel a little bad about having to do it. So give influence to Vazula.
Yes, and I also wanted to ask, after Echo gives their pep talk about like just to keep trying, I feel like that and like doing all the tests kind of pushing it over the edge, and just for like this specific test, can I embody my lesson, which is a superhero should always keep trying?
Yes, you can.
Okay, cool, because I can shift one of my labels up and one of them down.
Okay. What label do you want to shift up, and which do you want to shift down, and why?
I personally think that I'm gonna shift mundane back down.
Okay.
And I'm going to shift freak back up. Just also in the context of that's kind of the thing that we're studying for, like for this test, and because right now Jay is specifically trying to teach themselves how to transform into like weirder things, like not just like they're trying to give themselves like the variants, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like
of different things, like how you're saying the potted plant or like the octopus arms or just like crazy shapes and stuff, so that it's not just within the realm of like a boat or a car or a ship, even though that's kind of like their hyperfixation, you know?
Right, like Joey
It's just they're kind of, yeah, Joey really liked all the racing and stuff, and Joe was more keen to end up trying to fly and everything, but right now it's like Jay is really interested in aquatic animals and stuff. and they just like they have different interests, you know?
Yeah, makes sense.
Cool.
All right. Well, finally, that leaves us with Terry. And Terry, you've been allotted a wide space far away from the rest of the class, as it was suggested that you practice continuous exhaling to test your lungs and maximize your smog generation. You were also given various breathing techniques and exercises to steady your breath and control your output. It's your Haman breathing, we've got it.
Yeah. It's okay. Let me cook. Everyone stand aside. I hope you're ready to see an 8.
How much team do we have left in the pool?
We have
One.
one team left in the pool.
Is there any way we could spend it just so that he gets nothing?
What is wrong?
Wow.
Let's ride the mechanism.
Oh my god!
Damn.
I did not
Alright, Kai.
I've been hexed. What the hell?
hexing
Because
it.
Okay.
he doesn't need it. Because he doesn't need it, guys.
What? It's like
It's gonna be a full
sabotage.
hit. It's gonna be a full send.
No, now that you're saying it, I'm gonna get a 6. I know how this
No, but if you
works.
get a 6, we have 1 point left. That means you would succeed.
Oh, now I'm gonna get a 5. You're not supposed to talk about it, Ethan. God damn it.
See the words kapow on screen.
We're about to see Kapow, and it's gonna be great, Kai.
I'm rolling a 3 now. I hate you all. You guys suck.
Keep getting lower. It's a 6. Let's go, Kai. Let's go. You missed.
There we go.
Okay.
One team point.
So we have 1 team point left. Terry, who do you think would be helpful for you, and why?
Oh,
How insane is Terry feeling right now? Terry would ask to go to the fire dimension because the air is so hot it's hard to breathe.
Oh
Oh
shit!
my
You're
God.
actually going in the hyperbolic time chamber for your breathing exercises.
Don't forget him in there though, because you know
Training
he'll die.
You-
Echo would be like, "Are you sure?"
Yeah, I know Nightwalker says I need to work on my breathing, but I feel like I can do so much more, and I require extreme stress to grow. So
And you're like, this gives you a chance. Nightwalker and Jackhammer are like, hey, we've got a whole field over here, space away from everyone, and you're like, nah. Echo, send me into the fire realm. I'm gonna do parkour with all this like smog in the air and like super heated environment, and using all of these breathing exercises, actually throwing yourself into the fire.
Yeah, Echo would go for it. He'd keep a close eye on him though.
The whole time you're doing your portal tests, and you're like, oh god, I really hope I don't run out of capacity while Terry is doing this.
his social life, by the way, tanks because
Oh yeah.
he's not in a dimension. He's not he's in a different dimension.
All right, which teammate do you want to give influence?
Probably Echo because Echo has to like keep watching over him. Wait, no, it's already a thing. No.
No. Yeah, he doesn't have
Yeah,
influence
Echo.
over you.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Also, Echo would have 100% given you made up a little guidebook for you to follow.
How to not die in the fire dimension.
You see this creature with wings, do not approach it.
If you see this creature, do not approach. If you see this creature, do not approach. If you see this creature, do not approach.
Don't approach creatures. He just underlines that. He writes at the top. Okay, and then
Alright.
shift freak up and then something down.
Let's see. No, you can only shift labels if you do it, full successfully. So yeah, you sacrifice your social life. You give Echo influence, and yeah, but you do end up passing your tests. You feel a little bad for having to lean on Echo so hard, but you do it, and you make your way to the other side of the week.
Wow, guys, not really seeing a lot of full sends on this test roll. Kind of lonely at the top.
Yeah, it's because I only have 3 conditions. I need to go back to having 4. It's my bad.
But yeah, between all of your stress tests, you guys are getting to the end of the week. It's getting to the end of Friday now, and you guys are on the other side of your power stress tests. And thankfully, some of you did exceedingly well on your tests, and some of you needed a little bit of support from your allies. But with this support, you were all able to push through and find new barriers for yourselves that you could shatter. And between these tests throughout the week, you may be curious how some of the other students are being tested, or maybe you have a question for one of your teachers. So, for opening the floor, is there anyone that you guys are interested in checking in on?
I mean, how's Olivia doing?
Yeah, we'll look at Olivia over here as you kind of make your way deeper into the dome in order to go check on her. And you're feeling pretty good about your tests, and you go to check on Olivia, and it seems that she is in a large sort of open canyon area that seems to have shifted in the middle to be like a sort of city block with some cars and stuff. Just it actually almost looks like a junkyard, but just like cobbled together of a bunch of random kinds of places. And she is just pressing her hands to anything that she can come across down to the ground. She is just unleashing her power as full as she can in controlled environments to destroy terrain and attempt to sort of gain some kind of control over her rot spread. And while you see her absolutely decimate these wide spaces and basically anything she touches, it seems that every time she uses it throughout the week, you watch as it is just an explosive burst outward. And she does not really seem very good at reining it in and gaining control over it. And she seems very distraught about this.
Okay. Lily would probably not watch for long. And would, because if she'd be like, this feels kind of personal. Like, I feel like I should watch this. This feels like she probably wouldn't want me to see it.
You're like anime style, like you're on a raised platform somewhere off in the distance, and you're like watching her as she does this and goes over the struggle, and you sigh and you're like, oh man, you know, I feel so bad, and then you have to turn your back and walk away as she's in the middle of training.
On one of those like pillars of rock that you're left wondering like, how'd they get up there?
The sunbeams like behind your head. And yeah, that is how Olivia is doing. What about anybody else? Anybody else? Teachers you want to talk to or students you want to check on?
I was going to say that there will probably be a moment where I just go to get repaired by my dad.
Yep, that is very early on in the week you had to get fixed, and basically all throughout the week you have needed to continue to get fixed. Basically at the end of every day. Okay. So yeah, you're getting fixed up and you're all good to go.
Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Also, no, actually, I think I want to save that. I am good.
Okay.
Priscilla saw my secret, but I'm gonna hold off on that.
Okay. All right, Terry, what you thinking?
You can check in on Lawrence, see what he's doing with magic.
All right. Yeah, you go in order to check on Lawrence. And as you go to check in on him, his tests definitely look way different than everyone else's. Well, actually, not everyone else's. They look very similar to Lily's, almost. As you see him, he's, like, drawn a wide array of, like, magic circles in chalk and, like, made salt circles. And he is just studying his book, flipping through the pages, not very quickly. Normally you note that he is very quick to flip through his pages, try to find stuff, and cast it in the moment, but it seems like he is really just focused and dialed in on just studying his book page by page, and just sort of committing these things to memory, making sure, okay, you know, what ingredients does this spell use? You know, how many spells are in this chapter on, you know, having to, evocation, and he's just studying through all of this all throughout the week. And he's, like, secluded himself in a little corner of this area away from everyone else as he does this.
Just like me. Yeah, so he's reading.
Yeah, basically. He's reading, trying out some spells, mostly reading. All right.
Okay, yeah, they're gathered up.
You leave him to his devices?
Yeah.
All right. Echo, what do you think?
Still a bit rustled from the sim and stuff. But he's actually curious because he's seen her powers firsthand. He's curious how she's training him. He's gonna go check on Triff.
All right. Yeah, you go off into an area of the dome and you see Triff is flying around, and you watch as she just seems to be like practicing her flying through an obstacle course and dashing her powder on various targets to try and make it a little more seamless. And hers all just seems to be like, okay, you know, she has a lot that she's capable of physically, so she's just sort of using this as a chance to exercise and be like, you know, okay, I'm using myself to my fullest capability. But, you know, as you watch her, and compared to the other students you've seen, it seems like her power is at least in terms of how to practice it, a lot less freaky and a lot more just like physical in nature.
Echo would call, you go, Trip!
She would look down to you and flash a smile and wave to you with all of her hands.
He gives her a thumbs up and then realizes he has another hand and does another thumb up. So 2 thumbs up. But yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Alex, what are you thinking?
Maybe take a peek at Evan.
Okay. Makes sense. So you go to check on Evan, and he's, kind of in the middle of a canyon area with a bunch of rock spires that are pointing up all over the place. And Evan just seems to be like, there's a point towards the beginning of the week where he was doing a little bit of obstacle training, but as you come to check on him in the middle of the week and all throughout the rest, you see that he is just generating a constant stream of hair. Like his hair is just getting longer and longer and is like totally shrouding him as he extends it around himself to reach around these rock pillars, and basically is just trying to see like, okay, how long can I make it? How many hairs can I control at once? And he is just testing the limits and filling basically a whole canyon with what look like these long hair tendrils.
Wow.
All right. And do you approach him or do you leave him to his devices?
I'm gonna leave him to his devices and let him do his thing.
All right. Yeah, more time passes. I'll be a lot more brief with this, but you know what? I wrote some things for everybody, so I'll give you brief glimpses as we, kind of cut through scenes of all of the other students doing their work. You see Nelson is like rapidly making clones, pulling together, and then starting over, making more clones. You see Aiden, notably, working on absorbing and dispensing liquids, steadily higher amounts, trying to get used to it. You see Robert, kind of like Triffany, just sort of doing mixed parkour, jumping around, whipping his tongue out at targets to exercise his frog-like abilities. Danny has just been darting all over the place. She's been darting all around the field, and is basically just trying to practice her, endurance and control maneuverability. Maya's just unraveling into snakes as far as she can, into smaller and smaller snakes, seeing how far they can get away from one another. Priscilla's creating these elaborate light constructs, and Gabe just seems to be meditating in an area, constantly vibrating at varying frequencies, and is just sort of controlling that within the space that he is in. And as we see all of the students of your class practicing with their powers, the week does inevitably pass you by. And as you end every day this week with stress tests, you end every day exhausted, either mentally or physically. It seems that this will be a regular addition to your PE exercises. The second semester is already pushing you harder than the first ever had, but slowly you can feel yourselves coming to a better understanding of your own powers. And yeah, unless there are any final notes from you guys, we can move to our end of session moves. I just see what you typed in the chat, Deka. All right. Well, then with that,
Can I move first?
yeah, let's do our end of session moves, and we will start with, Alex. So with our end of session moves here, let me get this open. So end of session moves. How are you feeling in regards to today's tests? Do you feel that you grew closer to the team, maybe grew a little further from the team, or maybe grew into your image of yourself?
Say, grew closer to the team.
Okay. Who made you feel more welcome?
I'd say, with being able to work with Olivia, because she hasn't worked, a lot with Olivia before.
Mhm.
They got to bond a little bit.
All right, yeah. And in that case, you can give influence to Olivia.
Okay, and are you good if I go start heating up food? I'm very hungry.
Yes. Also, you can either clear condition or mark potential.
Sweet. I will mark potential because I actually don't have any conditions right now.
Nice.
And that gives me 5 potential, so we'll have to figure out an advancement.
All right. Okay, you're ready to level up. So with that, we'll move along and we'll go to Echo. Echo, end of session moves. How's Echo feeling?
Good. A little shaken still from what happened. He's like, God, that sucked. Never ran out of portals before. And if it did, it was very rarely. So he's like, fuck, I gotta stop pushing this thing to its limits or find a way to make it better. Honestly,
would you say that's growing into your image of yourself and just you're focusing on like, okay, I need to keep an eye on this gauntlet. I need to like figure it out on my own time.
I would say that, but Freak's all the way higher.
We could say that you're still working on Superior if it's just understanding of your gauntlet.
Sure, let's do that then. So then I guess Superior up, and because he's kind of going back to his old tendencies, mundane down.
Okay, makes sense. All right. Next up, we can do Jay. How you feeling, Jay?
Pretty damn good.
It's pretty good.
Better than I've been.
All right. Well, how do you feel about your end of session move? Do you feel you've grown closer to anyone, grown away from people, or maybe grown into your image of yourself?
I think I actually want to say that I grew like a little bit away from Priscilla, I think is what I want to say, actually.
Okay. Feeling detached just because, she was kind of like both taking charge in a way, but also like kind of grinding your gears a little bit during the mission.
Yeah, and also that moment of them like seeing that and like not saying anything, but then like we had a tiff afterwards. I feel like things are probably feeling kind of weird.
Okay. I will say, so growing away from somebody means that you would take influence away, which Priscilla doesn't have influence over you, but
that's true.
I think that there's probably something for if you take it away and people don't have it. So let me check real quick.
This can only be settled in Mortal Kombat.
No, yeah, it's just for if you try to give someone influence twice rather than trying to take it away from someone that doesn't have it.
Well, and if I said grew into an image of myself, what does that do again? I'm sorry.
You're shifting a label up and another down.
Do I want to do that? I'll do that, just so mechanic-wise as well it works.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So what are you thinking? What label do you want to move up?
I don't know. I think that would be kind of funny. I'm gonna move up Superior and down Danger.
Okay. What's your reasoning behind this?
I think that during that whole thing, like, it was a lot of like assessing the situation, kind of choosing the best way to go about like everything that's happening, and that's also been a lot of the training. It's like not so much about just directly engaging a threat. It's like, okay, I have to breathe, I have to focus about what I want to be in my mind, and I need to execute it, which I feel like is more so Superior.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right.
Hell yeah.
Next, Lily. How you feeling?
Superior gang?
I think I'm gonna choose Drew closer to Gabe.
Okay.
but also Gabe already has influence. Can Gabe change my labels?
Yeah, Gabe can change your labels. Let's
Okay,
see.
because I think Lily's just increasingly like, this guy's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I like talking to this guy because he usually agrees with me.
Now let's see here. What does Gabe want to see from you? I think Gabe wants to see a little less just like, standard student, and he wants to see more of like, you and what you're capable of. So let's say danger up, mundane down.
Son of a bitch. I don't remember when it was, but like whatever the last time I shifted my own labels, I think it was the first time I've not had a negative mundane. And now we're back.
We're back. All right, and along with that, as you're getting closer to Gabe, and you're like, all right, he's fine. He definitely wants to like, maybe not necessarily see your powers, but just see like what your deal is, because you've proven yourself to him already. But additionally, on top of that, we have your special, your playbook end of session move.
Yes. It's the did I make progress towards defeating my nemesis, which in this case is death.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say I did. One, the stress test being like, I am figuring out how to channel. That's like the next big step, is I need to talk to stupid old original Gretchen.
Mm-hmm.
But also getting in the beginning, Lily being like, hey, I might need a lawyer, was something I had been wanting to have her bring up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something.
Yeah, that all makes sense. So in that case, yeah, you get to...
is yes, mark potential. Okay, so I already filled it.
Yep, you filled your potential here, and yeah, you've got that. And then finally we have Terry.
Terry grew into the image of himself just from being a very careless individual today.
All right. Well,
It's not a good thing, but he did it.
Yeah, how does he see himself, and what labels do you want to shift?
That's a good question. Superior is already at like max. I'd say it was definitely superior and danger that he was using the most.
Yeah, that makes sense. He has been quite dangerous. So we can say maybe moving danger up, but what do you want to move down?
Say, can you have a -3? Is that
No, you
No,
can only
right.
go down to -2 and up.
you can only go down to
+3.
-2? It's a danger of like, I would say like mundane down.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well, he hasn't comforted or supported anyone like ever.
All right.
That might be a lie. He might have actually been nice to Lawrence.
Yeah, Terry's good at action. He's good at
Yeah.
taking action, and that's what he is. But yeah, with the end of all of that, you guys survived the natural disaster simulations, and then immediately after took a whole week of power stress tests. So, school's weighing down on you. The weight of your lessons and learning and understanding your powers more is weighing down on you. And it's only after this week passes that you finally get a brief breath of fresh air to take a step back. But we will get that step back next time when we return to Star Heights.